Good morning. Welcome, everyone. Those of you who are present with us here at the Kentucky School for the Blind, and for those of you who are joining us via the live stream. My apologies for our late start. We generally start right on time, but as always, the team has pulled off a Herculean effort to get us at an off-site location this morning at the Kentucky School for the Blind, and I think we're just now getting started on our tech info. A few notes to our members before we call the roll. As always, this meeting must comply with the requirements of the Open Meeting Act. Accordingly, KBE members participating remotely must ensure their video is streaming and they can be seen throughout the duration of the meeting. We were expecting Mr. Johnson to join us remotely. He's not here right now, but he is planning to join us at some point this morning, and I believe we will also have other guests joining us remotely as well. KBE members, KDE staff, and all visitors are required to wear a face covering or will not be permitted in the building. If you do not have a face covering will be provided. KBE members and speakers can remove masks only when speaking and spaced apart from all other members. And attendees will practice really good masking today while we're at KSB. Members participating remotely will mute their mics when not talking. However, all discussions must be broadcast to the public. We'll remind Mr. Johnson of that when he signs in. For any items that require action, a voice vote will be called. All those in favor will say aye, and those opposed will say no. At this time, please silence or turn off any other electronic devices that might disrupt the meeting. The first order of business prior to roll call today, though, is a very exciting one. With us is Leah Sharp from the Office of Legal Services, who is here to administer the oath of office to Mr. Steve Trimble. I have had the pleasure of knowing Mr. Trimble for many years as a colleague superintendent in Kentucky. We were thrilled to learn that he was available and interested and willing to be appointed to the Kentucky Board of Education with the vacancy that occurred. And this is Mr. Trimble's first meeting as a member of the Kentucky Board of Education. So following the swearing in, I'll give Mr. Trimble some time, hopefully, to introduce himself and say hello. Steve, one of the things that we did when we first came on, and I'll never forget Mr. Mike Bowling's response to this question, was to tell a little bit about their own background and their own educational history in Kentucky and other places. So that might be a little bit of a prompt for you as you introduce yourself this morning. So at this time, Leah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Trimble, I will read the oath in its entirety and ask you to raise your right hand. And once I complete it, then I will ask you to swear or affirm the oath. I do solemnly swear or affirm, as the case may be, that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of this Commonwealth and be faithful and true to the Commonwealth of Kentucky so long as I continue a citizen thereof, and that I will faithfully execute, to the best of my ability, the office of Kentucky Board of Education member according to law. And I do further solemnly swear or affirm that since the adoption of the present Constitution, I, being a citizen of this state, have not fought a duel with deadly weapons within this state, nor out of it, nor have I sent or accepted a challenge to fight a duel with deadly weapons, nor have I acted as second in carrying a challenge, nor aided or assisted any person thus offending, so help me God. Mr. Trimble?
All right, thank you so much. So happy to get this dueling stuff out of the way. Excellent. Congratulations. Your first official act as a member of the Kentucky Board of Education. Welcome.
Well, first of all, it's an honor and a privilege to be appointed to this board. I look around, I see some outstanding people on this board, and Dr. Glass is doing a wonderful job as commissioner. And it's just an honor and a privilege to be here. And I've been in education over 40 years. That's all I've ever done. Most of that's been in Johnson County, from a teacher to a coach to athletic director to assistant principal to principal of middle school, principal of high school, assistant superintendent, superintendent. So I've been involved in all aspects of education, and I've always loved being in education. Kept most of it in Johnson County, so hopefully I can help a lot of other students around the state, not just in Johnson County. So again, I'm looking forward to working with you all. And as far as my family, I have a beautiful wife, 44 years. I have 2 sons, 2 daughter-in-laws, and I've got 3 grandchildren and 1 adopted grandchild, and the joy of my life, as you all will know if you have grandchildren. And most important, I'm the elder at my Faithful Church of Christ Refuge Church, and that's my most important job that I have. And again, it is wonderful to be here. I hope I can benefit this board someday.
Well, welcome. We have no doubt about that. Thank you so much. And a big football coaching season last fall as well. So
yeah, we had a very
that was
unfortunate
a hard
situation
story.
in Johnson County. The coach passed away, a real good friend of mine. I know him for 40 years. And I always helped him a little bit on Friday nights in the press box. And be here, I hope I can benefit this board about 30 years ago.
Well, welcome. We have no doubt about that. Thank
At
you
that
so
time, but under unfortunate situations, I took over the football team, and we were able to get to the finals of the state. We won about the last 9 games before we lost the finals. So it was a very unfortunate experience, but it was a gratifying experience for me to be able to do that.
Well, I'm sure the boys and their families really appreciated your stepping in with, especially with such expertise. So
Yeah, I appreciate it. They didn't worry about wins or losses. They just wanted to keep things together, but we were fortunate enough to win a few games too, so it worked out good.
excellent. Well, I'm just going to hope I can keep Johnson County and Middlesboro straight over here. They have to rethink this lineup, but I think we'll be okay.
We've got it.
Excellent. So now that we have a newly sworn in member, an official member, we will, I'll ask Dr. Brewer to call the roll, please.
Joanne Adams. Here. Claire Back.
Here.
Holly Fletcher. Here. Jamie Bolden.
Here.
Patrice McCrary. Here. Randy Poe.
Here.
Sharon Robinson.
Here.
Lee Todd.
Here.
Steve Triple.
Here.
Lou Young.
Here.
Mary Pat Regan here for Secretary Lee.
Excellent. Thank you. Welcome, Mary Pat.
I
Oh,
couldn't
hear.
Thank you so much.
welcome. Good morning.
Dr. Amanda Ellis here for CBE President Aaron Thompson. Here. Soliana Nesmith. Here. Allison Sloan. Here.
Excellent. Thank you so much. The first item on our agenda today is approval of summary minutes from the following meetings. October 5th, 2021, the Curriculum Committee meeting. October 5th, 2021, the Operations Committee meeting. December 1st, 2021, the regular meeting. And February 3rd, 2022, KBE Awards Committee meeting. Those minutes appear for you in the portal. Are there any corrections to any of these minutes? If not, do I have a motion to approve all of the minutes?
I move we approve all of the minutes.
Thanks, Ms. Bloodworth. We have a second.
I second.
Thank you, Ms. Batt. Any further discussion? Meredith, would you please call the roll?
So Chair, since all members are present, we can do a voice vote.
Okay, and when Mr. Johnson joins, we'll switch back to, okay? All those in favor of approving the minutes as presented, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is discussion and approval of the recipient of the 2022 Robinson Award for Diversity and Equity in Public Education. And I'm going to turn it over to our committee chair, Patrice McCrary.
Thank you, Chair Young. Dr. Samuel Robinson was a former member of the Kentucky Board of Education, 1991 to 2004, who made diversity and equity in public education his life's work. A noted educator and civil rights leader, Robinson began his career in Kentucky in Louisville in 1960. His diverse background in public education included everything from principal at Shawnee High School to president of the Lincoln Foundation. Robinson also was a well-known community figure as Louisville navigated the civil rights era. Each year, the Kentucky Board of Education grants this award to a Kentuckian or a Kentucky organization demonstrating extraordinary efforts and contributions in the area of educational diversity and equity. The criteria for receiving this award includes, but is not limited to, successful efforts in closing socioeconomic and/or racial achievement gaps, and significantly improving student learning, student achievement, or other measured outcomes among students of color or economically disadvantaged students. On behalf of the Awards Committee, I would like to share that the committee met this past Thursday, February 3rd.
You can go ahead and drop your mask. I think they're having trouble hearing you on
Sorry.
the stream. Thank you.
Sorry.
No worries.
On behalf of the Awards Committee, I would like to share that the committee met this past Thursday, February 3rd, and determined that candidate number 3 best met the criteria of the award. Therefore, I would like to move approval of candidate 3 as the recipient of the Kentucky Board of Education Robinson Award for Diversity and Equity in Public Education, and ask the chair for the board's approval to recognize candidate 3 at the board's upcoming April regular meeting.
Thank you so much, Mrs. McCrary. Since this item comes out of committee, this motion does not require a second. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the recommendation from the committee, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, many thanks to Mrs. McCrary and the committee, awards committee team. We are a small but mighty group, and we love to get together and wrestle over these amazing applications. The next item on our agenda is selection of the National Association of State Boards of Education committee members. You may recall that we tabled this meeting at this item at the December meeting to give you some more time to think about these roles and responsibilities. We rejoined NASB a little over a year ago. I know that I've been engaged in several different events. Claire has, Allison has, many of you perhaps that I don't even know about. Sharon has been able to join NASB work, and I'm always pleased with my engagement in the work and certainly with the professional learning. So they have asked all of the state chairs to help augment committee membership, especially in these two areas. The first is the GAC, the NASB Government Affairs Committee. It provides a forum for discussion of issues that are subject to pending federal legislation or regs. The second is the NASB PEP Committee, the Public Education Positions Committee. They submit new resolutions and position papers and amendments to standing resolutions for the organization. So I would just like to open up and ask if we have any volunteers or self-nominations, that would be, or nominations to serve on the Government Affairs Committee for NASB. Oh, thank you so much. We have a self-nomination from Dr. Robinson. That's a perfect for you. Any other nominations for NASB Government Affairs Committee? If not, we shall close nominations for that committee. Do I have a motion to approve Dr. Robinson as the KBE representative on the NASB Government Affairs Committee? Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Todd. And a second, Dr. Poe? Is that okay, Dr. Poe?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Dr. Robinson, thank you so much. I couldn't think of a better committee designed with your name on it. The second committee, as I mentioned earlier, is the PEP, Public Education Positions Committee. At this time, I'll open the floor for nominations or self-nominations for to serve as the KBE rep on the NASB PEP Committee. All right, hearing none, I think we will move forward with Dr. Robinson serving on one of those committees. It's not a have-to situation, of course, and as the year unfolds, if anyone does become interested in that PEP committee or you want to serve in a larger role at the national level, please let us know and we'll add it back into the agenda. Since there was no motion, do we officially table Todd, or are we okay just to move on? All right, thank you. At this point, also related to NASB, they are beginning to reconvene in some face-to-face settings. I have not attended one of their face-to-face conferences, but I have attended two of their virtual conferences, and as I mentioned, they've been excellent. We are able to provide for 2 KBE members who might be interested in going this March, the 27th through the 29th, to DC for the National Association of State Boards of Education Legislative Conference. I know Dr. Todd has done this often. Dr. Poe has done these kinds of things, fly-ins to DC, opportunity to meet with our legislators and issues related specifically to state boards of education. As I mentioned, the conference is coming up pretty quickly, so if you haven't checked your calendars on that, if you are interested in going, I will entertain a motion to approve up to 2 members to attend NASB's 2022 legislative conference. Anyone would like to self-nominate?
I think Sharon should go since she's.
Are you available?
It just occurred to me, it's like, this
You
is
should
somewhat
probably be there. Are you available? Okay.
Chair, we can approve 2 members and then designate the 2 after.
Okay.
People can check their calendars.
Oh, excellent, thank you. All right, then let's go ahead with a more generic motion to approve up to 2 members who might be interested. If you would just see me at a break. Do I have such a motion?
I so move.
Thank you, Mrs. McCrary. Second, Mr. Trimble, thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving 2 members to attend the conference, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Excellent, thank you. I'll be squeezing on you in a bit. All right, our favorite part of the meeting, Mr. Trimble, the good news items. These items are in your portal, and we will have a slide deck. Excellent, I think we're ready to go, and so I'm going to turn it over to our first good news presenter, Mrs. Bloodworth.
Yes, well, the Kentucky Senate honored, and the House honored the districts impacted by the tornado. So the selfless acts of school personnel were recognized on the floor of the Kentucky State Senate and House of Representatives on January 27th. State Resolution 76, sponsored by Senator Max Wise, and House Citation 29, sponsored by Representative Myron Dossett, states, amid the deep sadness and devastation, the statewide school family pulled together to aid students and families, reaffirming the belief that the school system is the heart and spirit of the community. The superintendents and the districts named in the resolution and citation included Bo Matthews, Barron County, Gary Fields, Bowling Green Independent, Jeremy Roach, Caldwell County, Kirby Smith, Campbellsville Independent School, Cornelius Faulkner, Caverna Independent, Christopher Benzel, Christian County, Leonard Whalen, Dawson Springs Independent, Patrice Chambers, Fulton County, Deanna Miller, Fulton Independent, Keith Hale, Glasgow Independent, Russ Tilford, Lyon County, Matthew Madding, Graves County, Nathan Smith, Hart County, Casey Henderson, Hickman County, Amy Smith, Hopkins County, Paul Mullins, Logan County, Boyd Randolph, Marion County, Steve Miracle, Marshall County, Joe Henderson, Mayfield Independent, Robert Davis, Muhlenberg County, Seth Soddard, Ohio County, Larry Begley, Russellville Independent, Charles Tignan Jr., Taylor County, and Rob Clayton, Warren County. Again, we cannot bestow enough praise on the school personnel and their leadership. So thank you, and thank you to everyone that reached out to our part of the state during this very trying time. We really do appreciate it.
Excellent, thank you so much, Mrs. Bloodworth. I'll turn it over to Dr. Poe.
Yes, it's a distinct honor and my pleasure to announce this good news item. February is the National Career and Technical Education Month. Every February is designated as CTE Month to raise awareness of the role CTE has in preparing students for both careers and post-secondary education. At the secondary level, CTE is delivered through middle and high schools, locally operated career and technical centers, and state-operated area technical centers. CTE students are preparing for careers in virtually every workforce sector and many of the state's most in-demand and high-wage occupations. Students can acquire the necessary academic and technical skills related to their specific career pathway while having the opportunity to demonstrate essential employability skills through job shadowing, internships, entrepreneurships, and even young youth apprenticeships. Students can also pursue industry certification and credentialing, which may lead to articulated post-secondary credit and/or advancement in workforce. Today and every day, we celebrate the success of our CTE students and the valuable opportunities that they have to access as part of their high school career. During the month of February, we also look forward to the continued promotion of Kentucky's new CTE brand, Empowered, Today's Career in Technical Education. We're proud to recognize Kentucky CTE program during this nationwide event, and I'd also like to point out and thank Associate Commissioner Horstman and Leslie as policy person for a great job well done in CTE and what we're doing across the state of Kentucky. I'm very proud of CTE. I'm a product of CTE, and I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for CTE. So I applaud everyone and the efforts that they've done.
Excellent. Thank you so much. You were a business teacher when you first started your career, right?
Marketing, business and marketing, yes.
Excellent. Very apropos. Thank you so much. Apropos.
There you go.
Oh, morning. And now to Jamie, to Ms. Bowling.
Marion County High School, along with 57 other high schools across the U.S., was selected to make ornaments that were displayed at the Eclipse in the President's Park at Christmas time, which is across from the White House. And Marion County's art and art teacher, Candace Potter, her class studied the drawing and paintings that are relevant in Kentucky. They studied quilting and they studied the art of painting quilts on barns, as you see if you drive around. And so they used those two things for their ornaments, and we're very proud of them that they represented us this year at the President's Park. Very proud of their efforts.
Lovely. Thank you so much. That good news item reminded me that I was able to speak with Mrs. Morrison, the principal here at KSB this morning, and over here to my left on the red tablecloth table are several items, visual arts pieces that students from here at KSB made. Some really interesting felting work, so please do take a chance to look at those, capture some photos as well. And their culinary team, Dr. Poe, in CTE, has made us some granola snacks on the back table. So great student work product for us to enjoy today. And the next good news item goes to Soliana, Ms. Mesfin.
Okay, so Arnav Dharmagada, a junior at Russell High School in Greenup County, and Lauren Wood, a junior at DuPont Manual High School in Jefferson County, were selected from among the state's top student leaders to be part of the National 104 Student Delegation of the United States Senate Youth Program. They will each receive a $10,000 college scholarship for undergraduate study. Chosen as alternates to the 2022 program were Spandana Pavuluri, a junior at DuPont Manual High School, and Logan Justice, a senior at Paul Lawrence Dunbar High School in Fayette County. The students will be representing Kentucky during the 60th annual USSYP Washington Week to be held March 6th through 9th. We congratulate these students on their accomplishments. And also, Spandana, Logan, and Arnav are all members of the Student Advisory Council, so they have provided direct feedback and input here at KDE. So congratulations to them all.
Excellent. All of them are your peeps, Soliana. I love it. You all may remember we met Logan Justice has been at a couple of state board meetings, so you may have had a chance to meet him as well. All right, then we'll round out with Mr. Trimble. You get a good news item.
Yes, on January the 19th, the Principal Partnership Project, which is known as P3, hosted the 6th annual Ed Camp for principals and school leaders virtually. This is a PD for principals and school leaders that gives the support as well as quality, professional learning, and also networking. There were 338 participants that registered. There were 70 plus presenters, which included principals, KDE, college professors, Prichard Committee, and educational cooperatives. 75% of the respondents said strongly agreed that it supported their professional growth, and the other 25% agreed that that supported their professional growth. So that added up to 100%, which is anytime you get educators in one room, 100% believe that the PD was beneficial, you know that it was excellent professional development. So that was very good. One participant shared that I really liked hearing from other principals about their experiences. A lot of thoughtful touches went into making this a great experience. That's kind of the networking part, which drives us. Another participant stated presenters, facilitators were friendly and upbeat, had time to ask questions if needed, and format was super convenient. Thank you for this well-planned PD opportunity. So congratulations to those that planned this professional development P3. That was a job well done. And your principal out there, who's not been a part of this, may be something you might want to look into, because it looks like it's very beneficial to every school administrator.
Excellent. Thank you so much, and I love an ed camp format too. It really gets participants engaged. Dr. Poe, I think the first time I ever went to one was in Boone County.
Correct. We have it coming up on March 5th. We have about 500 teachers there, so anybody that wants to come can come up to Northern Kentucky. All right.
Excellent. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is our report from the President of the Council on Post-Secondary Education, and Dr. Ellis is here to provide a report on behalf of Dr. Thompson.
Yes, good morning. Obviously, Dr. Thompson would love to be here, but he is knee-deep in legislative meetings and then preparing for today the State of Education address that Dr. Glatz will be a part of as well, midday today. It's also going to be the launch of our Higher Education Matters campaign that will be really promoting the importance of continued education for our workforce and the importance of upskilling and doing what's best for our future in Kentucky. So that's very exciting. You will see we'll be having podcasts and different social media to really promote the importance of higher education. So you'll see that coming. A few other things. Obviously, the 2022 legislative session is well underway and incredibly busy. I'm not telling you anything you don't already know, but we are really incredibly grateful for the financial support of the governor's budget as well as the House budget, really supporting additional funds for higher education, for additional research. And so we're really hopeful that that comes out, and we're really just so grateful for the priority on education as a whole. So really grateful for that. In partnership definitely with KDE, with using the GEAR dollars and ESSER dollars, we're able to provide grant opportunities again this summer for summer bridge programs for our universities, public and private. It's really to promote supporting students to avoid summer melt and to build their community and support as they make that transition into post-secondary. The RFPs are out right now, and that is for 2-year and 4-year institutions. And so we had great outcomes, especially that we're compiling those reports, especially with our community colleges who typically have not had summer bridge programs. So we're really hopeful that we can make those programs and opportunities more robust and really reach out to remove barriers and bumps in the road for that transition to help students become successful and sustained. So stay tuned on that. And then one other thing I'll just bring to your attention is we do have the Kentucky Adult Attainment Academy. Kentucky was selected by the State Higher Education Executive Officers, or what we call SHEO, and Education Strategies Group is one of the 4 states participating in an Educational Attainment Academy to help focus, plan, and develop implementation strategies and recommendations around key area needs specifically for our adult learners, those who did not complete their degrees or those who need to build on their credentials. So we're really grateful to be a part of that. It is a need in our state to address adult learners, and so we will keep you posted on that. That work just got started. So really grateful to be one of 4, and then I'll be able to give you in a few minutes an update on the continuum as we had a great meeting just this past week, just with leadership and talking about moving forward in collaboration. So I'll talk about that a little bit later. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just taking a little bit on timing here.
You can go to Dr. Glatz.
Okay, so the Lieutenant Governor is going to be able to join us for the report from the Education and Labor Cabinet. So we're going to try to accommodate her schedule a little bit more precisely. So I'll turn it over at this time to Dr. Glass for his report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will do my best to be brief. We know that I struggle with that, so we'll see how it goes.
No, don't.
The 51 area technology centers are preparing students for the Career and Technical Student Organization, or CTSO, conferences this semester. During the CTSO conferences, students have the opportunity to compete in a variety of events, demonstrating both technical and soft skills. The regional and state events lead up to national competitions, which showcase the talents of Kentucky career and technical education students. Recently, the Logan County Board of Education provided a robotic welder for students at the Logan County Career and Technical Center. The welder demonstrates the support of CTE students and will enable students to acquire highly skilled training relevant to current industry job skills. Additionally, the Lee County Area Technology Center was recently featured in the news for a tiny house project conducted in 2018-19. The tiny house was purchased and delivered to Kingsley, Iowa, and withstood the devastating December tornadoes that destroyed the property owner's house and property. The owners praised the skills and abilities of the Lee County ATC carpentry instructor, Tommy Judd, and students. You can see here the tiny house withstood some damage and other things on the property did not. February is National CTE Month, which celebrates the value of CTE and the accomplishments and achievements of CTE programs across the country. We're very proud of the accomplishments of our CTE students here in Kentucky and look forward to sharing stories of good news throughout the month. Shifting to our hosts here, the Kentucky School for the Blind, KSB is in full swing after the holiday break. KSB elementary students performed a holiday program for family members on December 17th, followed by a visit from Santa, who made his rounds in the middle and high school, for the middle and high school students, as well as passed out gifts to all the students. Lunch and gifts were provided by the Downtown Lions Club and the KSB Charitable Foundation. Thank you to both of those organizations. High school juniors are preparing to take the ACT in March and have been hard at work studying and prepping for the test using practice tests and sample questions. KSB high school students that participate in the work program are currently working at the American Printing House for the Blind in the Braille proofreading program, the KSB Charitable Foundation as office clerks, and Jay Gumbo's Restaurants as a dishwasher and busing. Outreach consultants continue to support districts across the Commonwealth by providing evaluations for students and leading professional learning communities for teachers of the visually impaired. December 10th, KSB hosted a low vision clinic on campus. The low vision optometrist, Dr. Magia, and low vision therapist, Connie Hill, saw students from KSB and from Jefferson County Public Schools. Shifting to our other school, the Kentucky School for the Deaf, 2 students from KSD received career technical education certifications in the area of agriculture, mechanics, and welding. KSD staff are very proud of the students' accomplishments. It is a tradition for KSD elementary students to enjoy a visit from Santa, who typically arrives on Harley, but this year, due to it being 70 degrees and raining, Santa and his elves arrived in a white truck.
A big shiny
white truck. As part of the Conference of Educational Administrators of Schools and Programs for the Deaf accreditation process, the KSD accreditation team is continuing to work on the self-assessment as well as drafting final self-study reports. Team members use data to identify goals across 12 standards and added those goals to the KSD strategic plan. The KSD strategic plan is managed on the strategic plan dashboard, which will be posted on the KSD website. Teachers are continuing to focus on formative assessments, differentiation, and student data. Construction will begin next month on a project to increase security and cover KSD agriculture and maintenance equipment. The Agro project is nearly finished with the refurbishing of the art room wood floors. That still needs to be completed. The staff and students at KSD would like to thank the Kentucky Board of Education for visiting KSD campus and providing KSD the opportunity to host the December meeting. Madam Chair, this concludes my summary remarks. My full report can be found in the board portal, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Excellent. Any questions? All right, no grilling for right now. The Lieutenant Governor is not logged in yet, so Dr. Glass, if you would, the next item on our agenda is an update on the Western Kentucky Board.
Oh, the Lieutenant Governor is logged in, yes.
Oh, excellent timing, Lieutenant Governor.
No, he's not. Oh, no, sorry.
Oh.
He's not, sorry.
It's just been that kind of morning. All right. So, just my thanks to the Commissioner and the entire team. I
can't tell you how many times I've seen Robin Kitty on the screen lately in superintendent huddles and tornado relief conversations. So this is a great chance for you guys to hear from, all of us to hear from Dr. Glass about the ongoing relief there. You heard Mrs. Bloodworth talk about the celebration at the Capitol, but more details then from Dr. Glass.
Thank you. On December 10th, as many of our school district employees were getting ready to start their winter break, an unthinkable event happened. A violent, long-track tornado moved across western Kentucky, producing severe and catastrophic damage in numerous communities. These storms killed at least 77 Kentuckians, including 12 children and an infant, and left countless people injured and without homes, jobs, or even minimal necessities. The impact of the tornado was vast in Caldwell, Christian, Fulton, Graves, Hart, Hickman, Hopkins, Logan, Lyon, Marion, Marshall, Muhlenberg, Ohio, Taylor, Todd, and Warren counties. It's an incredible list. Immediately after the tornadoes touched down, school personnel, without solicitation or in some cases regard to their own needs and situations, began to do what they do best, provide support to their families, their students, and their communities. And I want to take a few minutes to share with you some of the stories that we've heard, stories which prove that schools indeed are the hearts of their communities. Right after the tornadoes passed through Bowling Green and Warren County, Principal Jamie Woosley of Jennings Creek Elementary School was on a bus going through neighborhoods, knocking on doors, and encouraging families to get on so they would be warm and dry at the shelter which was being set up at the school. The classrooms were turned into childcare by the teachers and staff so parents could focus on getting back on their feet, going back to work. Less than an hour after the tornado, Dawson Springs independent staff, teachers and teachers from throughout the community set up a triage center in the high school lobby and library. Superintendent Lenny Whalen told us about how his administrative team was running the relief center almost around the clock in the days and weeks following the storm. And in Graves County, Wes Johnson, who serves as the Director of Personnel and Human Resources for the district, worked with first responders to transport tornado victims to a secure location the evening of the storm. Christy Puckett, Director of Pupil Personnel for Graves County, organized school officials and family resource coordinators to help find students, identify their needs, and share information about resources, and helped with logistics to make sure that families had Christmas holiday celebrations. In Hopkins County, their schools served as a donation drop-off site where tornado victims could get necessary supplies such as water, food, and clothing. Staff at West Hopkins School were on the ground handing out warm meals in the neighborhoods where power had been lost and all of the food in their refrigerators were spoiling. In Taylor County, FFA leaders Lindsay Wayne and Ryan Williams collected donations in class by creating fundraisers such as bake sales, went out and cleaned up with fellow student and staff members cleaning up their homes after the first tornado, and then went out again after the second tornado on December 21st to help clean up more farms that were hit. Taylor County's maintenance department also helped clean up homes and land that were destroyed by the tornado. Gretchen Wetzel, Executive Director of the West Kentucky Educational Cooperative, told us about how the superintendents and other school districts have wrapped themselves around those impacted by the tornadoes. When Mayfield Independent, which lost its bus garage and all of its buses, started back to school, she said seeing buses from across the state picking up Mayfield students was inspiring. On December 20th, the Stuffed Bus campaign culminated with a caravan of 65 buses filled from top to bottom with supplies traveling from eastern Kentucky to western Kentucky. And it was inspiring to see the long line of yellow buses traveling down the interstate to bring relief to fellow districts. Just before the holidays, toys, books, and electronics and gift cards arrived from across the Commonwealth to provide happiness and hope for the children impacted by the storms. Prior to Christmas and even through Christmas Eve, staff at the Kentucky Department of Education, our education cooperative, school personnel, and other community volunteers assisted with the toy and gift deliverables. These are just a few of the helpers that we've heard about, but there are many more. The teachers, staff weren't required to spend so much time helping their community members, especially when so many of them were trying to get a handle on the damage in their own homes and lives. They donated their time, their knowledge, and their caring to help because it was the right thing to do. I've always been proud to be a teacher and to be a Kentuckian, but never more so than to see how Kentuckians take care of each other. It's going to take years before these towns fully recover. And some of you know that our family was a tornado. We were survivors in the 1974 tornadoes that hit Brandenburg. And after living through that experience and remembering it with my family, it was inch by inch, the recovery. And it took years for Brandenburg to fully recover. It's what Western Kentucky is experiencing right now. And as we move forward, I urge all of us across the Commonwealth to think about how we can all continue to be the helpers. There's a rush of activity and support right after these events happen, and that fades away when the communities are left often on their own. And we all have to continue to work and support those communities because it will be years of recovery that they'll have to live through. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent, thank you. And again, thank you so much to the team. Jason and Mr. Rogers always say, look for the helpers. You don't have to look far in communities, just look to schools. And we know that's where you will find people that stand ready to serve and to help. I've heard many, many stories. These are just a few representative stories of heroism, selflessness, care, and empathy that's been shown across the region. I'll pause just for a moment to allow any board members who would like to offer a story. I know, Patrice, you live in the region. Anything else that you guys would like to say on behalf of yourselves individually and this board to our friends and colleagues and communities in Western Kentucky?
I echo the sentiment that education is and was in this case the heart of the community, because I have many teacher friends, administrators in that area that were on the ground as soon as daylight hit on the day of the tornado. We actually had two. Another one came through a couple of weeks later or so. The generosity of the Commonwealth has been overwhelming. From making meals, warm meals to pass out, to making sure that children had a good Christmas, because everything was destroyed in some of our neighborhoods, all the way to the most traumatic events of locating deceased individuals. There is a healing process that will have to take place. So on behalf of my community, I would like to say thank you for the continued support from the Kentucky Department of Education and from the Commonwealth. Thank you. Thank you for being there when we most needed you. And thank you to our educators who rose to the challenge of being local heroes on the ground.
Thank you, Mrs. McCrary. Ms. Bloodworth and then Ms. Sloan.
Well, just a story of one teacher. I taught Helen Wharton last year as an undergraduate student, and she graduated. Her first class is this year at Mayfield. And so as soon as, right after the tornadoes, I texted her and said, what do you need? And she had visited every family already, like house to house. She could say, this family needs diapers. This family needs, just cleaning supplies. This family needs food. I mean, she had visited every family, knew exactly what their needs were. Things that were brought to the school that they weren't able to use, she was housing them in her little apartment. I had friends bringing me all of the things that she needed. And that's just one teacher in a school, and just what these teachers have done to help their students, connect them, go and just visit them. It's really inspiring. And it just makes me really proud to be a member of this profession.
Thank you. Shouting amen. Ms. Sloan.
2 or 3 different examples I'd like to share. I was blessed to be part of the Stop the Bus campaign and rode with the buses. They are traveled behind them. The people that stopped along the highway just to wave to us as we went by. It was a very humbling experience, but there was not one person that day who had any kind of negative remark. No one complained. It was a tough day and a long day of unloading buses. Volunteers from all over the state, people from Western Kentucky. A friend of mine personally drove just to be able to say thank you to the people and met us there. So it was definitely an experience I'll never forget. There's things that people don't even know about. There's teachers who are making coordinated efforts to get their motorhomes, their campers, to other teachers in the state to use while they rebuild, and have said they can use them and keep them as long as they need to. So I just think that's amazing. We also had educators from all over the state, hundreds and hundreds of educators who donated money, and we have been able to give a $200 Visa card to every public school employee that either lost their home or had enough significant damage to be displaced from their home, straight from educators to educators. We had one retired teacher who gave $1,000 out of her pocket to be able to do that. She said, people blessed me when I was a teacher. And she said, and now I can bless them and help. And we had another lady through her daughter, she had to balance her books to be able to see what she had left and send every penny she had left one pay period, a retired teacher, and wanted to go directly to a teacher. And we were able to make sure that happened. So just the blessings and like you all have said, educators take care of each other. And it's been amazing to watch.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you again, everyone and team, for all the work that you're doing. And we are so happy that Jacqueline Coleman, our Lieutenant Governor, is here with us. We haven't seen her in a bit, so glad you're here, and we'll open up for your report from the Cabinet.
Thank you, Chair Young. I will be a doctor one day if I ever get this dissertation written, but I got a few things going on right now, so we'll see. But I want to echo first of all, the sentiments from my colleagues on the board about the fact that as you go into these communities and you look for the helpers, most of the time they are your public school employees or your local public employees who live in service every day. And so it's nothing new to them. It's just a different job that they're taking on. And the supplies that came in from members of that community that were lucky enough to dodge the path of the tornado were just remarkable. And when you hear stories of the folks who were saving people's lives and who are helping sustain lives in those communities, it's always going to go back to our schools. And so I just think about the way that it warms your heart and the way that all of us lived in service as teachers to our kids and our communities. And no matter sometimes the negativity that comes at our public schools and the personal and professional attacks that we withstand, you see when a community needs help the most, who shows up in droves. And so those are our heroes, and that is why all of us do what we do. So I'll just throw that in as an addition. And I just want to say that I want to thank Deputy Secretary Mary Pat Regan for being here with us today too, as a direct member of the Cabinet. Many of you know that I stepped down as Secretary of Education. There is too much economic development going on in the state for me to wear both hats any longer. And all that means is I am not managing the day-to-day operations of a cabinet, but it still means that I am the state's top elected teacher. And so I'm really excited that the governor has asked me to continue to serve as the permanent proxy for the cabinet on the Board of Education. It just makes sense. And I really want to thank Secretary Link as we work through this merger, the merger of the Labor and the Education Cabinet, for leading this charge, and for Deputy Secretary Regan and her help in doing that as well. So I'll talk a little bit about that, and then I'll give you some exciting updates from the cabinet. So the reorganization bill is currently underway in the legislature. I know Secretary Link was telling me he was going to meet with some folks in the legislature this week about this as well. And the goal of this merger is to make sure that we continue to serve Kentuckians' education, employment, and workplace safety needs. And it combines the strength of both cabinets to make sure that we are delivering the resources and services most efficiently that all of our job seekers and employers and workers across Kentucky need. I've heard from both sides of the coin. I've heard from my friends in labor who were concerned that this meant that they were going to get gobbled up by education. And I've heard from my friends in education that they were concerned that they were going to get gobbled up by labor. And in neither of those things is true. What it means is it combines both of our strengths so that we are better able to serve Kentuckians, because as you all know, education is the foundation of workforce development, which is the foundation for economic development. And so all of the success that we hope to enjoy in our economy begins in our classrooms. And so this creates that smooth system of supporting our kids all the way from the classroom into the labor force. And so in the announcement of this reorganization, Governor Beshear said that the merger is in an effort to harness this economic development momentum that the state is experiencing. And I've said this before, and I know Chair Young has been with me when I've said this, that when we think about the largest economic development announcement in Kentucky's history with Ford, right? They're going to create 5,000 jobs in a tiny little town in Glendale. It is bigger than Bergen, but it's still tiny. And I think about the fact that probably the first wave of employees that they're going to hire could be 14 to 18 years old today, right? And so that shows that system that we have to create from the classroom into the workforce. And so by merging these two cabinets, we merge our strengths and we make this process even stronger, all with the goal of strengthening our economic development and sustaining the growth that we have had so far. And so we've got lots of programs that are in both cabinets that help us do this. One is certainly apprenticeships. We have seen lots of work-based learning models start to develop, and they're going to be key to our future. There are lots of innovative Kentucky companies in lots of industries that are launching apprenticeship programs, and that helps to recruit and retain and train and keep us upskilled and updated, much like professional development does for our teachers. And so what you're finding now is we have apprenticeship programs in skilled trades. We have them in IT. We have them in healthcare and hospitality, and even in Kentucky's flagship industries like equine and bourbon. And so this continues to combine our on-the-job training, learning from doing the job, which we all know in education is so important, and the theoretical knowledge of the occupation into a joint approach. And so this is where the apprentice becomes a subject matter expert and can fill the most in-demand and hard-to-fill positions in the market today. And so essentially when we talk about apprenticeships on the workforce side, the way that we probably talk about them as teachers and as educators is we turn these employees into lifelong learners, which is really what we want in all of these fields. So our registered apprenticeship program is growing every day. We have 352 registered apprenticeship sponsors. We have 603 registered apprenticeship program training in 207 occupations, 4,087 current registered apprentices, 601 registered apprenticeship program completions just in the last year alone, and an 87.2% retention rate. So that shows how widespread apprenticeships are, how successful they are, how sought after they are, and how diverse they are becoming in all of these different fields. And so that's why initiatives like the Federation for Advanced Manufacturing Education, or FAME, was started in Kentucky to meet the shortage of those industrial mechanics, and we have now expanded to 12 other states. So businesses are seeing better retention. They're investing in their workforce, specifically when it comes to training and development. So that talent pipeline is really growing. So here's an exciting announcement from what the governor has started to use to grow education and workforce. He announced a new Everybody Counts program that officially launched on February 1st, not too long ago, for Jefferson County Public Schools, the class of 2022 graduates. And what Everybody Counts aims to do is connect every graduating senior with one of three pathways before they graduate: a job at one of 4 participating companies, or post-secondary enrollment, or both. So Everybody Counts is not the only option for students. There's also a student apprenticeship program, so that's the fourth avenue. The Tech Ready Apprenticeships for Careers in Kentucky, or TRAC, youth apprenticeship model is being designed to accelerate and streamline the process for our high school kids in the career and technical education courses, or CTE courses, to enter those registered apprenticeship programs. It began as a pilot in 2013 in manufacturing with 3 employers and 7 apprentices. It has served many sectors, over 85 employers and 450 students participating. And the return on investment is huge. It's 75 to 80% of students continue in the apprenticeship after they graduate. There are minimal recruitment costs, no relocation costs. CTE students receive sector-specific safety training. Try to say that 3 times fast. CTE students can receive credit for prior learning, which is huge for the related technical instruction component. And the hours that the students work in the paid co-op education placement counts towards their on-the-job requirement for apprenticeship. So we're really trying to make sure that the work that we do, the knowledge that we bring to the job, count for our experience and our expertise. And a recent KY Stats data showed that TRAC students are 100% employed 3 years after graduation and are earning on an average of $41,000. So that speaks volumes for the success that we've had. So the Youth Employment Solutions, or YES, because everything has to be an acronym with us, program was created as an option to scale the TRAC model. So the ADECO staffing agency will mitigate the employer's risk by the students being on ADECO's payroll and covered by their workers' compensation insurance. KEYS scholarships can be utilized for the registered apprenticeship to make sure that we entice more students to consider an apprenticeship as a post-secondary option. TRAC has been recognized by both the U.S. Department of Labor and the U.S. Department of Education as a national best practice model. So that says so much about Kentucky and us continuing to lead the way when it comes to being innovative in education. And so from the upskilling perspective, our education arm will continue to invest in programs that build skills needed to meet today's and tomorrow's needs. In the meantime, the traditional role of the Labor Cabinet will continue, and that is to promote and develop the welfare of working people, to improve their working conditions and to enhance their opportunities for profitable employment. So together, you can already see how education and the Labor Cabinets are facilitating more efficient and more effective communication and collaboration with our local workforce boards, our local chambers of commerce, as well as the state level, and then our federal agencies, as well as the legislative branch. So this merger, again, is going to allow the opportunity to develop a comprehensive workforce development strategy to meet the needs of the many economic development projects that are happening in the Commonwealth right now in an unprecedented pace. So you can kind of consider this merger an extension of what President Thompson and Dr. Glass and I came together to create with the Commonwealth Education Continuum. We really want to streamline this process and create a smooth system that is not just better organized and less siloed, but better for Kentucky families, better for our kids and for the folks who are looking to enter the workforce. So we're going to continue working on and building after this record economic development year. We brought in $11.2 billion in investments and created 18,000 full-time jobs. And so our job is to make sure that we, again, sustain this economy that we've built and that we continue to train and educate and upskill all of our fellow Kentuckians to make sure that we're able to be prepared and stay prepared for all of the great news that we have coming to Kentucky. Just last week, Governor Beshear announced that Kentucky landed even more economic development projects. And that have expanded to deliver more than 1,000 jobs and nearly $161 million in investments across a few of our key sectors: agritech, distribution, and healthcare. So again, we continue to grow. If you thought you were going to get rid of me on this board, you're not. I'm really excited to be able to help facilitate this merger and this growth from education to labor to the workforce to economic development. Because, man, we've got some great things going on in Kentucky, and to be able to keep growing, we need a world-class education system. That's why you guys are here, and I'm so excited to continue to work with you on that.
Excellent. Thank you. No pressure. I don't know if you have a couple minutes, but do we have questions or comments for the Lieutenant Governor? I loved hearing about the interrelatedness of the work that you're doing with the merger with the cabinet. I think it makes so much sense, and just the examples that you gave today illustrate how important it is for us to think about those two sectors in a really symbiotic way. So I'm so happy that this work is underway, and it's a pleasure to see you. And I understand you have 2 new puppies.
Yeah, it's probably not the best decision I've made, but Evelyn turned 2, and so we got 2 little mini golden doodles.
What happened?
So I joke that between the 2 puppies and the toddler and lots of other things, I'm going to be up to my eyeballs and you know what for a while.
Well, it is great to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
And the Lieutenant Governor provided a perfect segue, Dr. Ellis, for our next update on the Commonwealth Education Continuum. Back up a little bit for the segue. Sorry.
What are you saying, Terry? Do you want me to sit?
Yes, please. That would be nice, because we can have more of a conversation, and we're doing great on time.
Great. Do you have a clicker to do, or will you just run it? Okay. No problem. So good morning. Don't believe Chair Young. It's really not that bad, I promise. So I just want to give you a brief update on the work of the Commonwealth Education Continuum. We have officially been through a calendar year as of January, and I cannot tell you how pleased I am with the commitment to education in our state. It's really incredible. This was we can go to the next slide. This was an initiative that was really formed out of truly a moral imperative to strengthen our education pipeline that no one can do alone. It really takes the collaboration and conversation and commitment of everyone along from preschool all the way into workforce, because we do have some leaky pipes and we're not going to be able to fix those in isolation. And so I'm so incredibly grateful for the Lieutenant Governor, Commissioner Glass, and President Thompson, who amongst their many, many busy engagements and all the responsibilities, committed to co-lead this voluntary continuum that's really a P20 council, basically. There are 28 members who we asked to be a part of it or to represent their role or to select somebody in their role, and I can tell you over 85%, closer to over 90 most of the time, showed up every single time voluntarily, not because they were appointed, because they chose to come. And so just as a reminder, our purpose that we set last January was that the continuum will seek to improve actions to ensure students can equitably earn the necessary degrees and credentials to enter the workforce successfully. And we know that work does not start junior or senior year in high school. It starts from a commitment early on of quality education and experiences and opportunities all the way through and support. And then our objective for this year was to develop and execute a specific plan to activate the biggest levers for increasing successful student transition into post-secondary. And I will tell you, we've just begun. This is not an annual objective, it's a continuing objective, because it takes a lot of digging to get into some key issues. So I'll tell you where we've been this year. Next slide, please. So the continuum decided, we shared a lot of data from KY Stats and from KDE's data, from national level data, just looking at our landscape of what it looks like for Kentucky. They narrowed into 3 areas of interest that they would like, that they wanted us to go into. Early post-secondary opportunities, meaning dual credit, articulated credit, AP, IB, Cambridge, career pathways, all the things to give exposure to students for post-secondary opportunities. Really, really grateful that that was co-led actually by Commissioner Glass and President Paul Sarapata, who is over the KCTCS system. We also had educator workforce and diversity. We know that students can't be prepared if we don't have a strong workforce and a diverse workforce, and we don't have the diversity yet. We're moving in that direction, and we need to continue to build our educator workforce. And you've already heard all the things that teachers do outside the classroom. So it's not a job for the faint at heart. It's a calling. So that was an area that folks wanted to dig into about where we are, where we can go. That was led by actually Lieutenant Governor Coleman, as well as Dean Corinne Murphy from Western Kentucky University over the School of Ed. And then successful transition to post-secondary, which honestly, that's ginormous. But what it really narrowed in on was around affordability and advising on how to help families and students know what to do and to navigate those changes after they walk across the floor to graduate high school. That was led by President Thompson and our own Chair Young. And so those three groups got together, and we had another call out for people to serve voluntarily 2 hours a month. That is a huge commitment for super busy working people. And we had excellent turnout and did a deeper dive into what were some of those areas that were bubbling up. In addition to that, while we were forming the work groups, so we can go to the next one, we were asked by the Continuum when we set norms to really be intentional about the regions of our state, the diversity of our state. Don't make assumptions. What will work for far west Kentucky will work in Louisville, or what works for northern Kentucky may not work for eastern Kentucky, and to be really cognizant of that and to really capture the lived and learned experiences of individuals in our state. So in order to do that, we worked with Education Strategies Group, and we used our co-ops because they are such great partners in our regions to reach out and find families, college students, students in high school, all given permission, of course, teachers, counselors, administrators, post-secondary administrators, to hear lived experiences. And a lot of the feedback we got was, thank you for asking, number one. And number two, we heard some specific stories of things we didn't even realize that was going on, that some are easy, quick fixes, and others are just going to take a little bit of time. But we used those shared experiences to pull it together. They were all interviews and focus groups, so no surveys. They were all conversations. And we did this in May. And if you all know anything about a school year in May, that was crazy, but we needed that feedback, and so we were grateful to get the 166 individuals. That's just started. We need more, but it gave us some great insight to provide to the work groups to say, are we on track or are we not? Are we not meeting the need that really has been shared with us? So that was very powerful. That will be in the annual report, and I will provide that to Meredith. I meant to send that, and I apologize, that was not in the materials. So I'll share that with you and the findings from that. So we use that to drive recommendations for each of the work groups for the Continuum to consider, to share out with the agencies, because the Continuum is not its own agency. It can't advocate for funds. It doesn't have a budget, things like that, but we can have influence with strong, unified voice. And so we got recommendations by September for the Continuum to weigh in on and prioritize. The work groups also did something that other states have not done. It's not only come up with recommendations, but possible actions. Doesn't mean that has to be the actions, but it was how are we going to act on this? We want to be an action-oriented group, not just talkers. So you can go to the next slide. So for successful transition to post-secondary, with all four of these recommendations, I will tell you there are multiple proposed actions, and we also have a document that showed what the agencies, many of the agencies, are already doing to start this work. And to be really intentional. The first one was employ more post-secondary transition advisors to help students plan for and transition to post-secondary education. This was a resounding plea across the interviews, across really all of our work groups about advising, helping students navigate, helping families navigate, helping first-generation students navigate. What are their needs? How do we equip our adults to do that? Because that's ever-changing. College admission alone has changed significantly since COVID. So what we even knew 2 years ago has changed again. So lots of counselors said this is where I struggle the most. And so I've obviously been in conversation with Dr. Sweeney. I've he and I are very good friends and colleagues, and so we've had lots of conversations and talks about different ways to collaborate. So I will tell you, I won't go with this with all of them, but I will tell you this is where a large portion of our funds are going towards. And you will hear probably in the next time we give an update, the Kentucky Advising Academy, the money for ESSER that we had, that we're grateful for, and we are asking for General Assembly dollars to sustain this work, is to really start building out the capacity of our individuals in our districts, not just counselors, frisky leaders, folks who are engaged with our youth and our families to learn about these things, to know where to find resources. And so we just hired an amazing young woman from Bowling Green Independent. She has worked for Kia, she has worked for Western, and she just was a counselor, a college and career advisor for Bowling Green Independent High School. So we feel like we have the unicorn who is just simply amazing. So more to come. But this was a resounding issue. So that's just one example of how we act on it, asking for funds, changing up what we offer, working together. So this is not CPE doing this. This is a collective effort. You'll see create comprehensive communications campaign to better equip school students, or high school students, with the necessary knowledge. A lot of people said there's a lot out there and I don't even know about it. How do we do FAFSA? What is FAFSA, right? And that's intimidating. And why do we have to get online and do all these applications? So it's just information and making sure folks are prepared. Catalyze a statewide cross-agency campaign to improve the FAFSA completion. Kia took this by the reins and said, let's do a cross-agency committee because we want to elevate opportunities for students, especially with affordability options for families. And then expand institutional capacity to support students as they transition. So it's not just the school community, but it is the community as a whole. Lots of faith-based communities, lots of our libraries, of different folks and communities really rally around students and their families. And there's so many great examples of what a lot of our districts already do. We want to share those strategies. Next slide, please. So this is ongoing. Early post-secondary opportunities, the number one priority of our continuum was the very first recommendation, which is ensure every high school student has access to at least one early post-secondary opportunity and the support to successfully complete the course, particularly those students with families who have been traditionally underrepresented in early post-secondary opportunities. So we have work to do. We have lots of options out there, but not everybody has access to those options. So we're going to be taking a deep dive into our policy. CPE is responsible for the dual credit policy. That is one of our actions we are going to be moving on, but in partnership with KDE, with the four-year institutions, 2-year, and Kia as well. So we already have work that's starting to move forward, and also some professional learning on the importance of those opportunities for our students, and how to really remove some barriers and assumptions, because these have shown to have great impact if students have access, but if they don't, it doesn't matter. So we're working on that. Increase state funding to cover the cost of early post-secondary opportunities for all students, including equity grants for low and middle income students and families. This was actually brought up by our student reps. We did have a high school rep and a college rep on the continuum. Both served on this committee, I believe, voluntarily, and we're really adamant that we continue to seek funding opportunities and remove financial barriers for these opportunities for students to take advantage of. And then strengthen local and regional partnership among high schools, institutions, and workforce to expand access, advising, and support. So you see that advising piece coming up again, and the navigation around that's really important. And then the next slide, please. For educator, workforce, and diversity, this work group was extremely passionate, and rightfully so. You've had lots of folks from all different professions want to serve in this because they see the importance of our teacher workforce and the impact it has on students and their opportunities. So you'll see the 3 recommendations for launch a compelling campaign that highlights the importance and benefits of entering the teaching profession. Education in itself has so many options and pathways. Enhance the recruitment of future teachers to increase the number, and also increase the teacher and administrative retention. So you'll see the recruitment and the retention. I will tell you, when the continuum met, they had a really hard time prioritizing because you can't do recruitment without looking at retention. And so, but I will tell you that it was a long, very close vote and conversation, but they really got to the enhancement on recruitment. And I can tell you that your KDE team is doing a ton of work, but they are not in this alone. And so we are always looking to partner and be supportive, working in any way we can with our institutions and way we can partner. And so there's lots of work going on. And again, that information will be in the report for you to be able to see the actions that are already taking place. Next slide, please. So that's literally the Cliff Notes version Cliff Notes light on what happened in this past year. I will tell you, there's lots and lots of learning that occurred, lots of aha moments that they thought they knew, and they didn't realize how robust opportunities were or other things that were out there. So it was a great year of learning. But what we realized very quickly is we just skimmed the surface. I will tell you, I don't think Sherry Young will mind, but we were in a planning meeting, and she and Dr. Thompson were looking at the recommendations, and they said, this is just not inspiring. Like, where's our innovation? And I was like, okay, they're right. And I said, but you know what? Some of the stuff we're not even doing low-hanging fruit. Like, we need to get some pieces and parts. But that's never left my mind, because we do want to be innovative, and we do want to remove barriers and increase access and opportunities for our students. So this is just skimming the surface. And Sherry Young was 100% right. I give her a hard time on it, but she really inspired me, and so did Dr. Thompson that day, to keep pushing. And so what we're going to do this year is we're calling it digging into the root of the problem. So when we talk about that we're losing students going to a 2-year or 4-year institution or the military or into a trade school, we're not talking about who. We're not talking about where. We're not talking about, are we talking male or female or different student populations. And so that's the data we're going to dig into to figure out where we're losing students, where we have the barriers. And so we're really excited. We just established a data team that includes KY Stats, KDE, CPE, hopefully Kia and others as they come along, to start digging into that. So when the continuum meets, there is Kentucky real-time data identifying the strengths and then the areas that we need to work on. And so really incredibly grateful for that. We will be meeting quarterly and then building out work groups based on our data. So right now we're building into that deeper dive into the data to identify what the work groups will be, and that is very much led by the continuum. That's not told, but our co-leads did say, we've just started this work. This is not over. This is just beginning. The other thing that I'm really excited about is that we will be giving follow-ups and updates on the recommendation implementation plans. So this is not something we threw out recommendations and walked away and tried to come up with something new. We're going to continue to follow up with those and monitor the progress. This is a work in progress, and we want to definitely highlight that and get more people on board to be messengers of good work. Sometimes the hardest part is the communication. And then last but certainly not least, last week we met with CPE, well, it was supposed to be CPE leadership, and COVID hit, so that wasn't able to happen, but Dr. Thompson was able to come. Our chair and co-chair were not able to be there, but Dr. Robinson and Dr. Young and Commissioner Glass were there just to talk through the recommendations about our agencies, how we can work together, hard questions. And so we have follow-up conversations from that we will bring to light, that we've already brought forth to our data team to dig deeper and to bring that forth to the continuum. And so we want to set up quarterly meetings to make sure we're always on the same page, because I have no question in my mind that when we signed that resolution a year ago, December, it was not words on a page, but it really is a moral imperative of work we have to do together. And so I'm really grateful that it is voluntary. It is not legislatively required. It is because it's the right thing to do. And I will tell you, other states are asking how in the world we're doing this. And I will always say that Kentucky's secret sauce is collaboration. And that you've seen that today in all the different things we've talked about, disasters or elevating the great work, having people work together. And so we need to capitalize on that. So that is all I have for the update, and happy to take questions.
What questions might you have of Dr. Ellis? Dr. Todd?
One thing I want to say is I really applaud the combination of workforce and education, because it's fundamental. It's time that we get there, and we have to, and be able to do it around the acquisition of the Ford-type plant where you can have immediate employment. My concern is anybody tracking innovation near the end? There's a lot of innovation that's going on that's not tracked. Our leader doesn't report business anymore. It's hardly even seen. I'd like to see a challenge to the group to look at where our very, very top students are. I sound like Johnny One Note, but last year I taught at UK Engineering, 8% of the engineering students left the state find jobs. So you can attract the one-level job and put people to work for you immediately because you can relate to that, but then you turn around and they go someplace else. Lou sent us a thing today where a lot of money was spent in Ohio because Intel is locating there because of the proximity of the universities that are around there. They did list UK. I toured the state the first time I met Mr. Trimble over here and his son, saying that Kentuckians don't really have a knowledge of research. They have knowledge of basketball. They'll tell you somebody missed a shot from 1954 that's but they don't know why we need research. And a lot of kids that go through these programs now need to understand that there's a plateau that you might reach if you don't get to some other level. And I don't hear a lot of discussion about the data we're gathering. It might scare you to see where the governor's scholars work. It might scare you to see where the top students who go to our high schools
No,
go.
that's not true.
I'm talking about the Kentucky Uglies. This is one of them we don't want to talk about because we're not keeping some of the talent. And I had two companies. One, 85% of the employees were vocational trained. Wonderful. We made picture teacher flight simulators. There are 4 engineers that designed those so we could sell them worldwide. The other company had 80% were 4-year graduates in computer science or masters or doctorates. You need both. And to be able to put these together, I really applaud Commissioner Glass and Aaron Thompson for putting these two together to relieve us that chasm that we end up having when kids go to college, don't know why, don't know how, and aren't really prepared. We've got to do that. We've got to keep our eyes on the fact that you have to have investment. I read yesterday that these Build Back Better dollars that are being allocated, Kentucky's been running for a fairly large grant. They're saying in those government documents that they have to focus on the so-called F-score states. F-score states are the states that some years ago, there's an analysis done of where all the federal research dollars were going. And they're going to East Coast and West Coast. But yet the budget for the National Science Foundation was voted on by the entire population of senators. They said, well, we better start putting some money into the middle of the country. And when you realize we're competing with China and India, a lot more population than we do, the middle of the country creates about 70% of the college graduates. And if we don't put them in a position in these areas to compete, we're really going to miss the long-term goal. There's a lot of work to do in what you're already talking about. But this is a piece that I'm going to continue to preach because I see it happen all the time. And I won't give all the anecdotes, but I'm going to send something to Commissioner Glass and to Aaron. I nominated somebody recently for an honorary doctorate. I won't say who and where, but the contribution that's made is basically unknown in the state of Kentucky. And we need to raise the level of that. We need to raise the level of all of our students. So I applaud what's going on. It's massive. But we need to make an impact. We've got to start somewhere.
Thank you. And that's exactly what you're talking about is where we, the Continuum brought up multiple times the connection to workforce and the outcomes of all these efforts. What are the outcomes and is it meeting the need? And that's exactly what, why we feel like we have the right folks to begin with right now, but definitely to add to really tell the story. We have the data, but are we telling the story and do anything with it? And so I appreciate that, and that's a great challenge, exactly. And it is huge, but we can't overlook it. Got to take it on. Thank you.
Excellent. Dr. Robinson.
It was really gratifying and inspiring to kind of go over the recommendations and to get briefed on. I think it was, it was inspiring, but I felt as though there's so much more to know. And so, Dr. Todd, we talked about the data systems that we need to be developing and the cross-agency nature of them so that we can continue to inform our understanding of our tactical opportunities and our more strategic imperatives as we see them evolve. And so I'm just going to take it one more level that I do hope that we are careful in our documentation and in our storytelling, because what you are doing is operationalizing a vision of what government's supposed to do. And you are no doubt challenging patterns of the past and just the whole notion of just the inevitable silos that get created by intense, inevitable, must deliver today work that is the work of government. But if we're not developing what we will need for tomorrow, we're not going to be ready when we get there. So we've got to create the interdependence and celebrate that interdependence that really is the, that's the dream. And I don't think you do that unless you talk about it, unless you celebrate those who come together, volunteering and contributing to the reality of that dream. So, I certainly commend this administration, our own commissioner, Dr. Thompson, the support from the lieutenant governor and the governor to really make space for this conversation. But in addition to doing this and acting on the recommendations, we've got to tell our story internally and externally, and so that we start to see this as the way we get to tomorrow and be ready when we get there. So thank you for the chance to engage and to really support and be a cheerleader for this effort.
Excellent, thank you. Soliana and Dr. Pope.
Thank you. Yeah, so I applaud the work of the Continuum. I think it's so great, and I think that you hit all of the right targets with the focus areas and interviews and, just all of that stuff. And so I have a question kind of guided towards membership, and I know you said that there's a student representative, Logan Justice, and so he'll be graduating this year, so I was just wondering if that role would be opened up. And then I also remember that we had a conversation about this, I believe, when it was last represented, for the need for teacher members. And, as we talk about kind of distribution of all these resources regarding career and post-secondary, I think that teacher voices within this continuum will be just so impactful, mainly because, we gain a lot of inspiration from teachers, and they are a lot of the times the source of our inspiration regarding what we do after high school and, stuff like that. And so, I was just wondering if new positions will be open.
Yes. So it's a great question. So one of the things that we're giving permission is if people need to step away, because it's voluntary and we know people work, absolutely, but we do want the voice. We have a teacher rep on, and we do have high school and college students, but we know that they roll off, and we want that to be open. For the initial start, what we did is we opened it up to the student advisory for a KDE, because we knew it was a nice geographical spread, and so an opportunity to offer it to one of the students. We are open to ideas, but I will tell you, even when we open up for work groups, that goes, we open that publicly for people to volunteer, and that's where we got other students in. And it was just really helpful. And what we tried to do, especially in the work groups, is to make sure we had balance. So we did have teachers, we have business folks, and so we tried to make sure that there was good balance of representation. We can always improve on that, especially after a year of learning. And to see that the participation was so great, I think it will only get better. But absolutely, because the voices of the students were not silent, and I'm grateful for that, because they really brought up their own personal lived experience, but was even different than the interviews from the focus groups. We had lots of, and not that all stories were bad, but the struggles that they shared, or the barriers, were all very unique. Very different, whether it be geographical reasons or socioeconomic or whatever it may be. It was really fascinating, and it gave us very different perspectives to work from. So we welcome that diversity, and we always are seeking to improve. It's always continuous improvement of how we can do it better. So we don't want to see people roll off and not be represented. That's the big thing, is the role groups who are represented, that they have a voice, because they bring all very different perspectives. But I appreciate that, and we'll definitely look back to make sure. But I appreciate your question.
And I would add to that, echo Dr. Ellis's comments. Sophie Farmer was on our group, and so insightful and so helpful all along the way. So thank you for asking.
Yes.
And Dr. Poe.
Yes, once again, I applaud the work that you're doing, and like Dr. Todd, been preaching this work for several years, as you well know, back in your days at KDE also. And there are great pockets around the state that is doing this particular work, so we want to continue to celebrate them as we continue. Two things that I noticed there, I know in Boone, when I was formerly there, we did do transition counselors at the high school. But one of the things that I think has been missing is that middle school to high school, so that we could continue talking about, I forget the exact program, but it's not been as effective as we should have to this particular day, and it's been in gear for 10 years plus, so I think that's one aspect. I think the other aspect that you and I was talking about, but I think it needs to be brought out there too, I think we're also missing the parent link. Just filling out the FAFSA form is not a thing of getting parents involved in this particular process. So however we as KDE, and I think that's where the process of K-12 comes in, is how do we continue to communicate to our parents the particular message that Dr. Todd just talked about, so I won't emphasize that, but our GSP students and the other ones, because it is such a great program, but a lot of students don't even know how to go about applying for and filling out. The entrepreneurship program is highly underutilized for applicants compared to the other part of the program. So anything that we can do in that realm. But my real reason is, can you share your presentation slides with us so that other of us that do work on this on a daily basis, we can do some of our additional alignment?
Absolutely, yes. And we do have a parent rep, which was outstanding, and we did include parents in the focus groups as well. But there was a great need for communication. That's where you saw communication come up a lot, because a lot that I just didn't know until my third child, right? And that this was even available. And so it's just things that we assume folks know about, they don't. And
yeah, because, in Northern Kentucky, we have over 1,000 some students in an early college program and another 1,000 in the career pathways to a post-secondary, but we also have 6,000 students graduating, so we're still missing 4,000 students. And I know there's some legislation to also make career ready as part of that, so we can introduce more. And I like that in your slide, that if we could get every child that's graduating to take one post-secondary dual credit course, and they could see that they could actually do this, we would get more applying for that.
Excellent. All right, thank you so much, Dr. Ellis. It was a pleasure to recommit to the work last week and to be able to engage you guys in this conversation today. If you have any questions along the way about the continuum, don't hesitate to reach out. And Dr. Ellis is going to provide us with the latest version of the report as well as her slides too. So thank you. All right, next item on our agenda, a good friend of ours is over there, if you all didn't see him come in. So I am happy to turn this over to Dr. Glass, who will facilitate the presentation of the Kevin Charles Brown Strategic Priority Award.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and of course, Kevin Charles Brown needs no introduction to this group. Kevin Brown served at KDE in various roles from 2004 to 2018. Most recently, Brown served as the Interim Commissioner of Education from December 2019 to September 2020. Brown's time at the department throughout 2020 was marked with significant challenges that called for strategic educational leadership and clear ongoing communication. It was forward-thinking, action-oriented, and aimed at advancing efforts to educate, feed, and support Kentucky's 650,000 students during the global pandemic. The pandemic has highlighted the critical need for additional focus on the social and emotional well-being of students. The 2022 award seeks to recognize a person, group, organization, district, school, or post-secondary institution who, through policy, practice, fundraising, or philanthropy, and despite any challenges, has made it a top priority to address the social and emotional needs of Kentucky students. The criteria for the award include significant contributions and or other efforts to directly support the social and emotional needs of students, families, schools, and or community members, and demonstrated leadership in measured efforts to meet the social and emotional needs of students. At this time, it is my honor to announce the winner of the 2021 Kevin C. Brown Strategic Priority Award, which is Goodfellows Club of Owensboro. I'd like to take a few minutes to share what the nominator said about this organization's outstanding contributions. Goodfellows Club of Owensboro is celebrating 105 years of service to Owensboro and Daviess County by providing resources and services to assist in meeting the physical, social, psychological needs of disadvantaged school children by providing the children with clothing, emergency dental care, medical services, and the annual Christmas party. The organization has no staff. Together, 15 board members and 300 volunteers serve 2,000 children annually. Goodfellows works closely with the Family and Youth Resource Centers at area schools to identify children who need services from the Goodfellows Club to serve basic needs and give all children the chance to thrive at school and ultimately in life. In the past 10 years, Goodfellows has provided approximately $1.5 million in assistance to school children, in addition to ensuring children's basic needs are met so that they can thrive in school. Goodfellows hosts an annual Christmas party the Saturday before Christmas, so no child is forgotten during the holiday season. This party serves over 1,000 children and provides each child with holiday cheer, a goodie bag with fruits and treats, and one Christmas present. Additionally, Goodfellows seeks out philanthropic organizations for grant funding opportunities to assist the organization in meeting its mission. Goodfellows truly serves our students when they need help the most. So I'd like to bring up some members of Goodfellows to speak to the efforts that they have underway. We have Stacy Eads Ellis, President-elect of the Goodfellows Club of Owensboro. The nominators, Dr. Matthew Constant, Superintendent of Owensboro Public Schools, Ms. Melissa Decker, Owensboro Public Schools Board Chair, Mr. Matt Robbins, Superintendent of Davies County Public Schools, and Dr. Dale Stewart, Davies County Schools Board Chair. And, of course, we have the award namesake, Mr. Kevin C. Brown. If y'all would like to come up, I would love to hear from you. Any of you are welcome to make a few remarks.
Still advising Kevin C. Brown over there.
Photo op.
Well, we're gonna move that over, but if you wanna, y'all can come to the table first, and then we'll do the photo afterwards. If you want, that's perfect.
No, they're not this shy. Well, congratulations, Stacy. I don't know if you want to go first, but our awards team was we had the privilege of getting to read these applications, and we were so impressed with the nomination, with the amazing things that Goodfellows is doing and what the superintendents had to say and board chairs had to say about your work. And clearly your reach is long and deep across all of Owensboro and Davis County. So we're so excited for you and thank you for your service.
Thank you. So we're over 100 years strong. As you had mentioned, that didn't start the first year. But, you know, our organization is made up of lots of good fellows. I'm just one of the 15 board members, but we have so many volunteers. So a good fellow might be someone who donates. Most of our donations are small amounts. They're not large grants, large private or personal donations. So many come together to work for a greater good. So that's what's one thing very special about our organization. We have good fellows who are with our fire department and our city and county police departments who volunteer at our Christmas party and different fundraising events. But probably our biggest advocates are these folks that are sitting around me with our school districts, Davis County Public Schools and Owensboro Public Schools. And these districts and the leaders in their districts empower their staff to support their children with wraparound services that they provide, but also that the community provides as well. And we're one of those in Owensboro. Honestly, without the family resource officers, the counselors, the principals, the teachers who identify these students who just need a leg up. And it's the basics: clothes, shoes to fit, dental care, things that we take for granted. So without them, we would just be a bunch of money with nowhere to spend. So they give their hours outside of the school to shop for these children. And sorry, you're built to my heart. And hopefully change your life. So thank you for recognizing us, but thank you to our school partners for making it work.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mr. Brown.
Okay,
oh, sure.
can I just relay a story to make this real for you all? 27 years ago in the Wayback Machine, when I started teaching, my very first year was at Apollo High School in this guy's district, and that guy right there was my principal.
Work in Davis County.
I remember this like it was yesterday, but I had a migrant student come in. She was new, and she came in the first day, greeted her. She came in the second day with about the same clothes on. So I thought, I don't know what our resources are in the building, so I went to the guidance office. Guidance office reached out to the youth service center, and they said, okay, what's her name? We got her. The next day, this young lady came in brand new clothes, like off-the-rack clothes, and had a completely different demeanor. She was a changed individual, and just like Stacy said, those things just are taken for granted by us, but made such a difference. And so when I found out that Goodfellows was sort of the funder of this, I knew that this was a good organization. That was 27 years ago. She said they go back to 1916. They have no administrative expenses. 100% of what they raise goes back to our kids, and they don't discriminate on which school district. So this is such a fitting organization, of such a fitting individual to be named for. We're so happy to get the first one.
I think Mr. Robbins, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Brown.
Yeah, just a few comments to add to what my good friend Dr. Constant has said. I think it's very fitting, and it's a great honor today to recognize an organization that, from a humanitarian standpoint, epitomizes the exact meaning. You know, and I know that there are other organizations across Kentucky and our various communities, but as Dr. Constant said, not a single penny that gets donated goes towards anything but our children. So it starts with there. We're a century old with that. And the name Goodfellows is exactly what they are and what they do in its fullest intent of the words that are meant there. So in terms of civic duty and civic participation, this is an organization, I can assure you, in every sense of the word, fulfills that to its entirety. So we're a blessing to have them as a member of our community, a blessing to be here. So many superintendents, board chairs have sit in the same seats, but have not had the opportunity to recognize a group that has done so much for so many.
Thank you. Excellent. Your presence today speaks volumes. Thank you. Kevin.
Thank you. It's good to see anyone in person. I'm trying to be a good attorney. I actually did a little research the last few days. I was notified of the recipient, and actually these individuals are being too modest. This is not only a strategic effort, it is a systemic effort. Anything that's been going on since 1916 is systemic, and not only obviously strategic because of what they do. If you get on the Owensboro Messenger Inquirer website, they are an integral part of this as well, and we're an integral part of the founding. And no fewer than 20 articles show up about Goodfellows, and I actually will read a few headlines just from back in December. Goodfellows was born in turbulent times. So we're recognizing them in turbulent times. And then in 1916, that article on December 13th talked about what all was going on and at that time when it was born and has continued. Goodfellows has a long history of giving in community. And then OPS superintendent can see impact of Goodfellows on student spaces. And then the article goes on to say that the superintendents are not just recipients on behalf of their organizations, they're actually givers and donors and challengers. And it quoted Dr. Constant that he put a challenge, and I quote, "I put a challenge out to myself, really to hold myself accountable to do more workouts this year." He said, "For every workout, I will donate $2 to Goodfellows. To date, I have logged 211 workouts."
You can tell they really made a difference.
In addition, and Dr. Robbins, I'm not sure if you participate in No Shave November. Also a fundraiser, and I think Dr. Constant, you raised $1,000 for No Shave November. But I say all of that to say that that's not really a surprise. I know more about Owensboro probably more than any place I've lived in Kentucky. I've never lived in Owensboro, but my Governor Scholar's roommate, 2 college roommates are from Owensboro. And when I went to work in Washington, D.C. for Senator Ford, the person that sat beside me in the mailroom as a fellow intern was from Owensboro, is from Owensboro, and is currently on the Board of Education for Owensboro.
This was meant to be.
And so I bragged a lot about where I was from, but Owensboro always outdid me. If you know anything about Owensboro, it is a large enough place, a city, to have resources, but small enough to be an amazing, tight-knit community. And I challenge you just to go on and read about what they do, particularly in December, because they have a roll call. It's a perfect peer pressure in the Owensboro paper. And it shows
Smart.
I say that to say they've been too modest in the application. Just do your own research and you'll find out. And this is an amazing story, but typical of Owensboro and Davis County.
Excellent, excellent. That's great.
On behalf of everyone spoken, it's just Goodfellows is such a great thing, and really, it's the brainchild of probably Mr. Hager back in 1916, who was very involved with the Messenger Inquiry and with giving, and so I don't want to go without mentioning his name as being the person who actually got this wonderful endeavor started.
And it has spanned the Spanish flu and now COVID, so the staying power seems good.
Yeah, I think we're going to make it.
If I can also add, Stacy mentioned that many of the donations to Goodfellows come in small increments. And one of the reasons for that is because so many of the people who have benefited, either when they were younger or their children benefited or something from Goodfellows, they're the ones giving back. When they have, they share. And I did not grow up in Owensboro. I've only lived there for 20 years, so I'm a newcomer.
Yeah.
Goodfellows was something I learned about early on. And we believe strongly in Grow Your Own in Owensboro. And Goodfellows is a part of that. The civic involvement that Dr. Robbins mentioned. We have kids volunteering at different parties and things for Goodfellows, and that's something I'm very grateful to Goodfellows for. Not only are they, the old thing about give a man a fish versus teaching a man to fish, Goodfellows does both. So we are just blessed in Owensboro to have you. Thank you.
And I would just maybe like to say to Kevin, thank you for setting the bar high and have an opportunity to recognize different people and organizations. We certainly are proud to be the first. So thank you.
Well, congratulations. This has been a delight, the best of the whole day, I'm sure, and we will take time for some great photo ops. Kevin, you just go where Tony tells you to, just like always. And we'll take a few minutes to do that. So thank you again for being with us today. To our viewing audience, my apologies, we took a photo op that turned into a bit of a break, so we are back at it. I would also like to recognize that board member Alvis Johnson has joined us. We'll capture that in the meeting. Good morning, Mr. Johnson. So glad that you're here. And Commissioner Glass has stepped away for a portion of the meeting. He and Dr. Thompson are involved in that webinar presentation right now. He'll rejoin us shortly. And before we move to the consent agenda, I would also like to call our attention to a diversion from our typical agenda, in that we will not be holding standing committee meetings today. Due to space limitations by being in an off-site location, we will not conduct our standing committee meetings as we did when we were at KSD in December. So at this time, I would like to entertain a motion to waive standing committee meetings for today.
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Todd. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Thank you, Dr. Poe. Any discussion? I'll note, of course, that all of those agenda items are being taken up by the full board, of course. It didn't forego any of the items, just the meeting in committee settings. Hearing none, all those in favor of waiving standing committee meetings, please respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. All right. So we will now move to the approval of consent agenda as a group. This item allows the board to approve the consent agenda in one action, as opposed to hearing each individual agenda item. KD&E staff has flagged these items as those that are non-controversial and routine in nature. You have access to all of those items in the KSBA board portal. Those are listed on the agenda. As a reminder, this item, which does require a vote, consists of the consent agenda and allows for approval in one action. At this time, does any member wish to have any of the consent agenda items pulled to move to a regular discussion item?
Madam Chairman,
Yes, sir.
the Nelson County expansion plan, is that up for consent today?
No, sir, that's a good observation. That'll be an action item following consent.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Any further discussion of items perhaps to be pulled? Hearing none, at this time I would ask the board to entertain a motion to approve all items on the consent agenda. Do I have such a motion? Dr. Robinson, we have a second? I'll second. Thank you. Got Mr. Trimble there. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approval of the consent agenda, please respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you. As always, included on today's board agenda is a dedicated public comment segment. As stated on the board's publicly announced agenda, public expression was accepted in writing via email. The board only reviews information and feedback about matters listed on the board's agenda. And please note that public expression is not a question and answer session. For this meeting, as Mr. Johnson mentioned, we have received 27 public comments via email. You have all of those in your SharePoint site. I know Dr. Robinson and I were able to review all 27. Those names are listed for you here. Brian and Courtney Higdon, Stephanie Norman, Sharon Murray, Jenny Allison, Barry Edwards, Renee Hamilton, Chastity Carr, Carolyn Goodman, Gary Holt, William Judd, Amanda Deaton, Debbie Wallace, Carrie James, Sheena Rays, Phil High School, Carmen Jones, Brittany Newton, Paula Simpson, Susan Santa Cruz Rogers, Vonda Donahoe, Matthew Jones, Deborah Bochachevsky, Peggy Cooper, Megan Blaney, and one anonymous email. I apologize if I mispronounced any of those names. Those emails all related to the issue of the Nelson County District Facilities Plan approval. Those comments were sent to KBE members in advance of the meeting, as I noted, and also for the public are posted on the KBE portal for public viewing. To all of those folks who emailed us individually prior to the meeting and then officially through the KBE public comment email portal, thank you. We appreciate the input directly from the community and folks most directed by the impacts of agenda items under our consideration. So I thank you for taking the time to share that feedback with the board. We sincerely appreciate the opportunity to hear from constituents on matters on issues that matter so much in their communities. The next item on our agenda as we begin action and discussion items, the first one is the approval of amended district facility plan for Nelson County School District. Associate Commissioner Robin Kinney and Executive Advisor Matt Ross will join us at the table to present the amended plan. And Ms. George Ribbon.
Yeah, I don't want to leave anybody out. Come on up, Shay.
Shay loves a good microphone. That's
I
right.
pretend I was just here to visit, but
We'd also like to invite to the table Superintendent Bradley from Nelson County
Yes,
Schools.
please, welcome. Glad you're here.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Young and members of the board. We are here today to discuss with you the consideration of approval of an amended district facility plan for Nelson County Schools in accordance with 702 KAR 4:180. While we had several DFPs on the consent agenda, and you've just approved those, we felt it important that this be an action discussion item on our agenda today. The DFPs come to the KBE. We have many that come. We don't receive any public comment, really any community input. And so as Chair Young, we do value the community input, and it is part of the required DFP process. So we thought it appropriate to have this because of the community input that had been received on the action discussion item agenda. As a reminder, the Kentucky School Facilities Planning Manual at Section 108 states sort of the things that need to happen in order for an amended or new DFP to be considered by the board. All DFPs are considered for approval by the Kentucky Board of Education, and staff of KDE review the actions of the school district to make sure that the submission is in accordance with the regulatory requirements. That includes documentation of the local planning committee selection process and other actions that are required at the local level, review of the proposed district facility plan by staff at KDE or the amended plan as we have in this case, public meetings and forums, notification through news media and appropriate advertising methods, local public hearing conducted with an appointed hearing officer, and submission of the plan to KBE. As this is an amended plan rather than a new DFP, there are certain sections of the planning manual that I just want to highlight that relate to an amended plan. In section 502.2, the local board of education may request an amendment to its DFP under the following circumstances. 1, a major change in enrollment. 2, a major change in curriculum. 3, a major disaster. Or 4, an unforeseen circumstance. An unforeseen occurrence, I should say. 502.3, to start the amendment process, the local board votes in open session to request permission from the department to reassemble the LPC that developed the current DFP or to make revisions to that LPC. And then 502.4, the board shall apprise KD of the need for an amendment and provide up-to-date district information for consideration. KDE staff have reviewed the amended DFP and confirmed that the process requirements of the regulation have been followed by the district. Because the DFP has caused that expression from some community members of concern, we have provided as part of your materials the December 20th, 22 District Facilities Plan hearing report that was provided by the district. And it includes also the names of provided comments from the hearing and common themes in opposition to the plan. The proposed DFP for Nelson County School District was recommended by the LPC in a vote of 14-3 and by their local board by a vote of 4-1. So this time I'm going to let Superintendent Bradley kind of talk about the amended DFP, sort of an overview of what the amended DFP seeks to accomplish. And then we can answer, we have staff here to either ask her questions of us or ask her questions of the district. So Superintendent Bradley.
Thank you. Thank you, Robin. So also thank you to the board for the opportunity to be here today. The work you guys have been talking about for the past 2 hours is obviously deeply important work, as is the way we think about the future of facilities in our state. With that said, I think just to give some context in the timeline of Nelson County Schools, the original facility planning process started in 2019, just a year prior to the pandemic. And to be frank, at that time, I think there were a couple of important pieces of the puzzle that allowed us to really not make significant changes to our facility plan. Those were the district team was all new. I started in midway through 2018. Additionally, at that time, we didn't have significant bonding capacity. So in our case, the unforeseen occurrence, really in addition to the COVID-19 pandemic and learning more about the realities of our schools, came with a 500% increase in our bonding capacity over the past approximately $7 million in bonding capacity to $50 million approximately today. I say that and while also saying that I think the big piece of the district facility planning process goes all the way back to the roots of the Kentucky Education Reform Act and all really speaks to the work you guys have been talking about today with access and opportunity. And when we look at the intention of the local planning process and the district facility planning process, the work is all about access and opportunity. Nelson County has a long history of small community schools. And this work really continues that. Our facility plan continues those 5 community elementary schools that we've had. And it also unites middle schools and high schools together at what we call 2 community campuses, in theory, by as early as 2024. Additionally, it's important to note in Nelson County, I think the middle school population, while it has remained stable, our middle school sizes and cohort sizes are very small. In fact, I'd say our middle schools are some of the smallest in the state of Kentucky. We have 2 BKA buildings that have approximately 115 students in those middle schools, and the other 2 are between 350 and 360. Our average middle schools are just below 240 students. The average middle school in our region is 670 students. So we are 3 times the size of our average middle school. They're 6 times the size of our 2 middle schools in our rural areas. And to be quite frank, this is been a 50-year dilemma that we are looking closely. We've taken a close study of over the past 3 years and see the need to increase access and opportunity to middle school students and high school students simultaneously. And this allows us to do that on what we're calling 2 community campuses with approximately 1,200 students. Even more key in our design process, and I think this is going to continue to be a trend over the next decade across the country and across Kentucky, is cohort size, which is the number of kids in the grade level, average approximately 170, which is really important to us as a community, where we still know every kid in the school, and while also providing powerful opportunities and world-class facilities. So that is really, I think, a general overview of that. I think importantly too, the community input was also valued, was really a big part of the process. We started this conversation in April of 2021. We had 25 public meetings between April 20th and December 21st. So there were 25 opportunities for public comment. We went to every community and every school. Some of these meetings were up to 3 hours long. And really, it had a lot of discussion around the intention of these conversations and allowed for, I think, a lot of awareness. At the same time, I think our other reality is, and today, and I saw this similarly in a conversation in Christian County, those 25 meetings, we think we reached approximately 10% of our total population in those meetings. We also have a website I would encourage you to visit, ncslpc.com. It has a history of all plans, documents, videos, and rationale. That website was used throughout the process to keep the community informed, not only through the newspaper, but through our district and family communication notes. I share that as just additional context. I think at the end of the day, with Nelson County, we think about the unforeseen circumstances, equity and opportunity cannot wait for our kids. As you know, these projects take anywhere from 2 to 3 years at minimum. And we know that the world has continued to accelerate around us with COVID-19. I would say to you as a board, you're going to see over the next decade more and more kind of 6-12 combinations that emerge because of the benefits to students, the benefits to staffing, the benefits to long-term solutions for community, both financially, economically, and in thinking about the future of workforce development. Certainly be willing to take any questions that you have.
So board members, feel free to pose questions to Superintendent Bradley, but also if you have specific questions for the KDE staff, this would be a time for that as well. Mr. Trimble.
Superintendent Bradley, expand a little bit more on the better opportunities and benefits for all the students, 6 through 12.
So currently at two of our middle schools, we have 4.5 teachers. And the access for those students for certain elective opportunities, certain student leadership opportunities, certain extracurriculars is limited. It's been hard to sustain programs. As I've shared throughout the last 8 months, we have 4 bands, but it's very difficult to make music when you don't have the kids in the band. That metaphor could apply to all things. And I think, too, it's really about staffing opportunities. You know, we're offering currently Algebra 1 in one of our 4 middle schools. That's largely just due to the amount of kids we have in a cohort and ability to staff those programs within the context of those schools. As you also know, financially, the smaller the school, there's a direct positive correlation between school costs. The smaller the school, generally, the more costly it is. While we value school size and really community-centered schools, we also know that long-term financial solutions are really important. And Nelson County Schools currently, if you look at state and federal funding, we're the 5th lowest in the state of Kentucky in state and federal funding. We offset that by a healthy local tax base. But our reality is, with that continued loss of SEEK funding, we've lost $6 million without attendance being impacted. $6 million over the last 12 years due to increased property values locally, property assessment, which has continued to make it especially expensive for our schools to operate at the size they are. That, coupled with our other realities of just simply sample size, cohort size to offer those key programs. So you could go down the list, really any extracurricular activity is challenged under structure. So we've already started to unite programs for the past 6 to 7 years. Our middle schools have already started to unite in football and baseball, bringing together kids for different programs and student leadership because of that.
Superintendent Bradley, this is Aldous Johnson. So those 25 meetings you had, and which represented about 10% of your population, none of the current issues in debate ever arose?
Yes, sir, absolutely. These conversations that I think you guys have been a part of, and the conversations I'm having today, really started in April of 2021, and we spent significant time communicating really about the same topics. In fact, this pamphlet here, which I have copies of if you'd so like, talks about models with program opportunity, talks about equity and access, long-term financial solutions based on current models and other alternate models that we can pursue. This was used throughout the process, and especially in the LPC, as a conversation piece.
I think it's fair to say, based on the hearing officer's report, that the kind of the themes that we heard around worrying about 6th graders with 11th to 12th graders, the loss of the school in Bloomfield, lack of the board's hearing from the community, the way the community would like to hear, those kinds of themes have been captured by your board in the process.
Absolutely. Throughout the process, we talked quite a bit about the unique nature of the 612 campus, what that would look like. We met and talked with our community, Beechwood Independent Schools, Eminence Independent Schools, Brown School, Moore High School in Jefferson County, South Warren High School and Middle School in Warren County. We met with leaders from those schools. We talked about those pieces and how you organize a relationship between the middle and the high school, how you ensure boundaries between those two, and also really just listening to the challenges and the benefits that they experience. Obviously, those communities have seen a lot of benefit in having a united campus for both staffing and student opportunity. So I say that to say that was in May, right? We were talking through those conversations in April and May, and that continued on throughout the past 8 months.
And so those institutions, they all have the same educational plan that you are proposing here today?
The configuration, the 6th through 12th configuration.
They have, either it's on the same campus or in some cases it's the same exact configuration. So in South Warren, I'm not sure if it's called a 612 school, but they're connected directly to each other. In Moore High School and Eminence, Beechwood, they're in the same buildings, they're in the same hallways, they're in the same facilities. Whether or not they have a different site-based decision-making team, I'm not sure. As you guys know, part of this is really just being in the same vicinity, using some of the shared facilities is part of that. So each of those, in fact, there are 28 schools across the state of Kentucky based on my analysis that have a 6-12 configuration. There are approximately 100 schools that have some other version that mixes students together in a variety of ways, whether it's K-12 or otherwise. So this is not something that I would say is profoundly innovative over the long term. And I think, as you also know, most districts in Kentucky have done that because of their cohort size issues, number of kids they have. Whereas in Nelson County, we see this as a real opportunity we think we're at the perfect size to do this. And I think you're going to see more of this in the coming decade from rural districts that are approximately the size of Nelson County.
So you have no problem. Yes, I asked the question. The recent concerns you feel like have already been addressed earlier on in your public meetings?
Yes, I feel like we've had these conversations really concertedly for 8 months. And I would go back to, and I think this is all on the ncslpc.com, we had 25 public meetings. Each of those public meetings included opportunities for conversation, discussion, and really, in the beginning, open mic type process. So we were very committed to ensuring that we were thinking about all the complexities and thinking about the best opportunities for kids.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Adams?
I have 2 questions. The first one is...
And feel free to go ahead and lower your mask, please.
Sorry.
That's
My
okay.
first question is you are, I'm hearing a campus for 6 through 12. And what does that mean as far as the campus? Is it all one building? What about administrative? Is there one principal? How would that be?
Yeah, so the goal behind this current vision is that there would be one campus principal. I think each building would be organized uniquely. So we have 2 high schools currently. One of those high schools has the capacity of 1,400. And currently there are approximately 730 students in it. We know we want to utilize that space to do a number of different things. That's also the same campus that has a middle school that's approximately 300 yards away, as well as our local area technology center. We want to unite all those resources together to connect all of our students on the west side of our county. And we also want to be able to connect students on the east side to some of those resources as well. We're already taking kids over. It's about a 10 to 12 minute drive between the two schools for access and opportunity at our area technology center. At the newer high school, there would have to be an addition for the middle school students that would be connected to the building.
So I understand there would just be one principal for each different school.
Yes.
How would you be meeting the needs of those middle school kids who are much different from the high school kids?
So
just the one principal.
Thank you for the question. So I think we know that strategic planning processes and those priorities that you're speaking to, just around making sure every kid is known, is heard, is considered in the way we design school, is really important. To be honest, from my vantage point, that all comes out through the design process, whether you have 2 principals or 3 principals or 6 assistant principals. The reality is how we design school is really important. In Nelson County, we already have a major commitment to what we call house communities or care and connect communities. So that every kid is connected to an adult through a house and family community Commissioner Glass visited recently and was able to see some of those Care and Connect communities and house communities. That's a big part of the school community piece. I think it's also just the way we design leadership structures, right? So I think for us, knowing the relationship between middle school administrators and the high school administrators really working together is going to be key in that.
Yes, ma'am.
One more thing. Could you describe the process of forming your LPC?
Yeah, so if you guys aren't familiar with the details of 702 KR 4180, we are very familiar with them throughout this process. And I want to thank the Kentucky Department of Education for their support and really ensuring that we understand the intricacies of this document. So the process is intended to, the LPC process is intended to create diversity across the community and representatives by teachers, parents, administrators, community members, and a few other district personnel. And that process is very detailed and thoroughly laid out in 702 KR 4180. And that process we went through was very public. It was very, I think it was a very important and powerful process that allowed local school site-based decision-making and parent groups to vote and elect someone to be a part of that process. From there, it really, we went through a principal drawing process to determine who represented their schools. So it was a very, I think, thoughtful process that occurred over the course of about 6 weeks that really allowed the table to form in a way that represented every community, that represented every school, that represented all the requirements within 702 KR 4180 as well.
Thank you. Mrs. McCreary and then Dr. Poe.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here today because we do have questions for you. A lot of the communication that we have received has been wrapped around the idea of having sixth graders in a building with 11th and 12th graders and concerns with parents. And you can understand that. That's a different world for them now. I would love to hear your response to those parents on how that will continue to be a safe environment.
Yeah, I would say, we talked quite a bit about this. Just as a blanket statement, I think you can have a K-12 building and it'd be the safest building in the state. You could have a K-12 building that's the most dangerous school in the state. I see no correlation to be as a professional between the safety of students and the school design. School safety is a direct correlation to the culture in that building, the relationships in that building between professionals and students, and the ability to create community. And in the same way, we do know there are developmental differences between certain ages of students, and we have to honor and respect that as the way we think about school design. And students in those middle schools would take middle school courses in almost all cases until they have those opportunities to begin to opt up into those higher level courses, whether that's algebra or band or what have you in an elective course. And I think that's a big part of this is really, I think that age and the realities and the constrictions we put on them in school is going to continue to be less and less of an issue as we think about the future of school design. We're going to have to think about multi-age classrooms. And we're also going to have to think about how we're allowing students who have the want to and the opportunity to do those things earlier. As you guys talk about workforce development, if we wait till a kid is a junior or senior to provide access and opportunity to think about those things, it's often too late, especially with many of our young men who become disengaged in school 7th, 8th, 9th grade.
All right, thank you. Dr. Poe and then Dr. Robinson.
Yeah, thank you for being here and answering the questions. But I guess a couple things a statement and I guess a question, Chairman Board, is that if I read the regs correctly and so forth, we are not here to debate or overturn a local board decision. We're here to see that the process was followed. And if the process was followed, these things were debated at that particular local level. And it's our job just to make sure that the process has been done. But I also want to state, and I read those concerns and I understand those concerns being a former superintendent and so forth. But at the same time, until the state adequately funds appropriate facilities in the state and everywhere else, you're going to see more of what unfortunately, the superintendent has had to go through. This is obviously not a welcome thing to have to go through. So I actually applaud them taking the steps for the future, because if they don't, then, we're not funding transportation, we're not funding facility design in the state, and those kids, the resources are going to suffer. I've been in situations where we've had to provide for a school extra, and it cost us double the amount, and everybody asks, why do we keep those schools open? So, to me, this is a decision that was made. Whether I agree or disagree is really not our question here as a board. Our question is really, did they follow the process? And looking over this website that he talked about, I mean, there was obviously the processes were followed. There's public meetings, they were all done, and it was a vote 4-1 and 14-3 and 4-1. So.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Poe, and we did anticipate the need for the clarification there. So just to hear from Associate Commissioner Kinney in terms of the directive, or perhaps General Counsel Allen, the directive to the board in terms of our role, because it is not our job, as Dr. Poe said, to usurp decisions of the local Board of Education. So we want to clarify that for you as we move into an action. So I don't know who wants it.
I can say it. You're exactly right. We are here to ensure that the district has followed the processes of the regulation and the planning manual, which is incorporated by reference into the regulation itself. So that is what guides our actions and our review. And we do appreciate staff at KDE, because Nelson County reached out to us very early on to make sure that they understood and appreciated the level of work that it takes to go through a DFP process, either new or amended. And I'm sure his puppy is a little afraid there, because he's probably had it pretty close to him. And they have repeatedly throughout the process reached out to staff at KDE asking questions to make sure that they were trying to follow the process as clearly as possible. So I guess the board, in the planning manual, it does say that you can disapprove it. It doesn't give the criteria for your disapproval. Specifically in the planning manual, but you are following the processes of the planning manual.
Exactly. And Todd, I would just say that my thinking about this as we move forward is that we are the keepers of these regulations. It's our job to administer them and to ensure that they are administered as written and intended. And I think doing anything other than that would put us into a fairly subjective position where we would come into potential conflict with local boards of education and their decision-making authority. But board members, it's the discussion and the conversation we've had, hearing from constituents inside Nelson County about the issue is really important to our task. It doesn't minimize our role in this to say that we are a process-oriented reviewer of the work. That's still important. That's still a function we take very seriously. We aren't rubber stamping decisions that the board made, because we're grappling with these issues just as we are today. But I do think it's really important that we recognize the guardrails that the regulation puts in place in terms of our roles and responsibility as this state board. Todd, is there anything about that you would like to add?
No, Madam Chair, I think you accurately summarized that. The board has a regulation in place that sets the rules, the guardrails that you talk about, both for school districts to follow as well as for the department staff to follow. Those have been set forth, and the instruction essentially is from the board that when a school district meets those requirements, that the department brings it to you for recommendation. And that is what we've done in this situation. There are obviously differing opinions at the local level about what is best for groups or individual students, but based on our review, the local school district has met all of the requirements of the planning manual, and therefore it's recommended for its approval.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowling, I believe perhaps you had a question.
Yes,
Mrs.
it was
Slide.
actually answered.
Okay, thank you. And I think Dr. Robinson and Mrs. Slide.
Well, I'll refer to Sloan because I was going to offer the motion.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
As an active teacher, I would just like to add that I've taught at both the middle school, and this is my first year at the high school level. And beyond the process requirements, I do hope, and I know that you will work very hard to make sure those concerns of the parents and educators in the building see the need for some protections, not just school safety issues, but mental health and student well-being and what they see and are subjected to at the different age levels. Because I can tell you after my few months at the high school level, it is a huge difference between what my middle school students were subjected to, between just each other as their peers and what the peers are like at the high school level. So I can understand their concern, but I also understand the benefits as well that you mentioned. So I just wanted to add that. Looking at the process requirements, I'm going to ask a question, but prior to that, maybe make a suggestion kind of all at the same time. Did you, as a district and a local board, you had the 25 meetings, you said about 10% participation. Were there any other ways that you tried to participate or give voice? Did you do surveys? And was student voice, teacher voice, and employee voice specifically sought after? And let me add my suggestion before you answer that if maybe looking at our requirements, we've kind of changed our mindset in this state around teacher voice and student voice, that this may be something we need to look at to be more specific in our recommendations or our process requirements that we look at in the future. Now, if you'll answer that.
Thank you for the question. So I think there were a couple layers to the conversation. As you know, you don't generally just float out ideas around school closure. You know, because they are a hot potato and people don't really want to touch them. So I think that's what you see currently in the world today. You know, our first meeting, one of our first meetings that occurred, there was people that got up and spoke positively about the plan and talked about the benefit that they see for their students. And the reality was they were booed and harassed. I think we see that, unfortunately, across the country as we continue to think about the theatrics of Facebook and otherwise. And that's going to continue on. And I think we as public service leaders and leaders in our communities have to continue to call it what it is. With that in mind, I think the approach we took was we visited every school. I sat with teachers. I sat with administrators. We went into every community and we listened to every parent that was there. We wrote articles in the newspaper. We sent out text messages to 18,000 people with links to articles and messages. And I think the reality is, just like any change in education, when you make one change, there are perceived winners and perceived losers. And that is a very short-term, emotional experience that occurs. And I say that to say that the challenges of working in government right now and taking a stand publicly on something, or even getting up and speaking publicly in support of something, is very challenging. And we didn't want to put people in that situation. In fact, the people that stepped up to be a part of the local planning committee, they knew they were subject to harassment. They knew they were subject to potentially being called out in social media and being called a number of different things. But they did it because they knew it was the right thing to do for their school and their community. And I think the local planning committee, by design, is an important part of that process if it's done right. And I feel very confidently about the process we went through. So in terms of an official survey, I think there were surveys that were given on Facebook to a group of people who said, would you do this or would you do that? That group was with the intention of essentially ensuring that this opportunity for kids did not come through. As a district, we didn't use a broad survey tool or anything like that, partly because I think the reality is we talked quite a bit about this as a community. Without knowing all the details of why a DFP exists, and understanding equity and opportunity, financial considerations, long-term solutions, how it impacts student performance, how we are the 5th lowest funded district in the state of Kentucky for state and federal funds. Without understanding that, it's very hard for someone to understand how to take a stance. So what our stance was we do a survey. What do we do with data when people that are inputting that are thinking about this other piece that they see on Facebook or the Nelson County Gazette? Just to be frank.
May I add to that just for a moment? As an editor teacher, I would be remiss not to say, a lot of times, and I hear from people all over the state, not necessarily your district, but constantly, that teachers and school employees are fearful of speaking up. So maybe an anonymous survey just to those people who are very educated on the subject, not necessarily the whole community, but the people within your buildings would be something to just consider in the future.
I agree, and I think the key piece of that is just being very connected within our schools. As you know, right now we're going through a unique time. I would say hopefully the next 3 months is a renaissance of healing emotionally as we hopefully leave COVID. And I think all the things that you say are absolutely warranted, and I appreciate that feedback.
Madam Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I think we've been given our directions. I don't know that we have a choice if the board has followed followed the required regulations, and so I move at this point that we approve.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Johnson, you have a motion, Mr. Johnson? Do we have a second?
Because I have not heard. I heard her say that we could possibly not approve, but I don't know what those grounds are for us not to approve of the request that is before us. So that being saying, I make a motion to approve.
All right, so we have a motion from Mr. Johnson, a second from Dr. Robinson. Just for clarification, we do have a choice. This board can make a decision, but as you mentioned, Mr. Johnson, we don't have grounds upon which to make this decision in terms of the regulatory guidance that we are to follow. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the amended district facility plan for Nelson County Schools, please respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Superintendent Bradley, thank you so much for being here. To the team, thank you for the extra diligence that you provided in bringing the recommendation forward today. I would like a copy of your handout if you might leave those. Okay, it sounds like everybody would like to see that. So thank you for bringing that. And as you said, there will be.
Clear, this is just a copy of really the way we analyze different options. So through the lens of those 5 pieces that really drive the facility planning process.
Okay, thank you. That I think it would be helpful to us as well. The next item on our agenda is approval of a waiver request. The Nelson County approval was for an amendment to the 2019 district facilities plan. This request is for a waiver of related to the 702 KAR 4:180, and this first one is with Washington County Schools, I believe.
I'm going to turn it right over to Jay.
All right, Mr. Ritter.
Y'all are going to get tired of me today, but
Oh, never.
I'm sorry for keep forgetting. I've got 2 in front of you, but the first one is Washington County, who I believe are with us virtually there, as I can see. And
Superintendent Cochran?
yeah, Superintendent Cochran, and I believe that's Judy Spalding, my friend there. Let me give you a little bit of history on why this is in front of you. So several months back, as you know, we've been diligently looking at the facilities process, and part of that was understanding the mechanics of some of the rules that we have in our planning manual, which Superintendent Brandley just had up here, all 74 pages of it. And inside that planning manual is language that dictates which funds can be used where. We had our Office of Legal Services provide us with some analysis that re-emphasized that restricted funds cannot be used on discretionary projects. Now, that being said, restricted funds come from the state, and locally they have to restrict funds for facilities. Now, jumping over to this side on the district facility plan, you have priorities 1 through 5, and there's a priority. They get into some other smaller categories like 1A, 2B, and things like that. But once you get to the 5s, these are what are considered discretionary. And just to keep it kind of generic, it's usually athletics. Your 4s are going to be like bus garages, central office, and from there up, it's mostly going to be school buildings. So the restricted funds not being able to use, were not allowed to be used for discretionary projects, created an issue for a few districts. As we sort of reemphasized this and shut that gate, we had 2 districts that were sort of in a position to take care of their discretionary projects. However, once we made that decision, sort of left them out in the code, if you will. So specific to Washington County, as they built a high school several years ago, what most districts would do at the time is as they built a new high school, they would phase in the athletic portion of it at the end of the project. And in a lot of cases, they would actually bond it out. So unfortunately, Washington County, and on their existing district facility plan, it says, phase 2 or the final phase, that we sort of shut them out because of that.
So the waiver in front of you today is actually to waive the requirements of our 2008 planning manual, which requires restricted funds not be used for discretionary projects, and this waiver would allow the district to access their restricted funds for their discretionary projects in priority 5.
Thank you. And board, as you know, we have waiver authority in this regard on a case-by-case basis, depending on the circumstances, having been reviewed by the team at KDE. Superintendent Cochran, don't feel the need to, but if you would like to say anything, we'd be happy to hear from you or Ms. Spalding today.
At this time, I just would like to say thank you to the Department of Education and everyone that has been a part of this process of advising and assisting along the way. This truly has been a process of when we began in 2012 building the high school. You know, obviously, if we had had the funding at the time, we would have made it a comprehensive high school. That was never the intention for it not to be a comprehensive high school. We simply just did not have the money. We did not have the funds. We have the construction plans at the time. All of the architectural drawings will show that we were approved to have all the fields, you know, all of the structures, everything at the time was approved for that. It just didn't happen because we didn't have the bonding capacity, you know, to do it at the time. This isn't simply a renovation project. Our kids have never had fields. We have never had baseball, softball, soccer, track, tennis fields in Washington County. We utilize the local park for baseball and softball and tennis. We run in our hallways when it's raining for track. We have state students that have made it to the state track and competitions and so forth in spite of lack of facilities. This is an equity issue for our kids. You know, we have no problems talking about equitable services academically for our students. Now it's time for us to talk about equitable access athletically for our kids. And we can do better than this. Washington County can do better for our kids, and this is something that we owe to our kids, and it's time. We have worked diligently to make sure that instructionally we have done what we've needed to do. We've renovated every building or built new every building in Washington County. I would invite anyone that wants to come and look at our facilities. Instructionally, we're very sound, providing very good instructional facilities. We just, substantial completion date, we got it this week for our new bus garage. It's February the 24th. I'm very proud of it. That will be replacing a 1920s bus garage. And I'm very, very proud of it. So we have knocked off every single thing in my 13 years as superintendent, every need except for building fields. And so we have to do this. And again, our kids do not have, it's not a matter of just renovating. It is a matter of just allowing our kids to have equitable services. And the next county's over, they all have it, and our kids deserve it. It's also a safety, concern right now. We are trying to get kids over to other areas from our current high school. And, anytime that you have kids jump in vehicles and try to get there and back and forth, that's not a good situation. And our band, we're trying to get instruments back and forth, and those instruments are expensive and they're in and out of vehicles. And I appreciate everything that KDE has done in the waiver process. Associate Commissioner Kenny and Director Ritter, they have, and Commissioner Glass, they have stepped us through this process and tried to lead us through this. We likely will not have the bonding capacity, even with restricted funds, to do everything that we need to do, but we can get started. And I talked to principals at length about we can't continue to wait, and because we're missing out on a group of kids. Every year that we continue to wait, we're missing out on a group of kids. I laugh and tell the story. My junior year, I had the high school principal came and said, Philly Atru, you can play basketball. You're really good at playing basketball. Can you hit a softball? And I said, yes. And he said, well, we're going to start the first softball team. I said, okay. He said, and if you'll do it and we do it well, we're going to build fields next year. That was in 1989. My senior year was 1990. Guess what? We still don't have fields. And so I've got to make this happen for our kids and for my grandkids and for all the other kids to come. And so I'm passionate and it's important, and I'll do my best to rally the troops and rally the community to support, even looking for other donations in a way to make whatever we don't have money to do a reality. Thank you.
Board members, at this time I would entertain a motion to approve a waiver request for Washington County Schools related to 702 KAR:180.
Madam Chairman, I would make that motion.
Second from Dr. Poe. Thank you. I think that was a compelling. Any further discussion?
No, I agree wholeheartedly with this. Just with this department, I know there's other school districts that type of thing, so that we hope that we can continue working with them too, because I think this is an equitable issue. I just want to say that I see some of these children around us. This goes back to we talked about instruction facility. Athletics is a vital part of those things, and some districts don't have. So that was kind of my comment before about other districts have close things to do things that other districts have to do. So I applaud that.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of approving the waiver request, please respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Superintendent Cochran, I do know that the Washington League in the NFL has named themselves the Washington Commanders after Washington County Commanders.
That's right, there you go.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your being here today.
And that's on my list of royalties that I plan to ask them to sponsor. That is my first request. To sponsor the baby Commanders. Maybe they're going to sponsor our fields.
That will be the only Major League Sports comment I ever make. I happen to see that on the news. The next item, Che, don't go anywhere, is approval of a waiver request from Garrett County Schools. It's a very similar request to that of Washington County. And I see that Superintendent Kevin Stoll has joined us on our video feed as well. I'll turn it back over to Che.
Sure, thank you. Again, this is very similar to Washington County. There's a little bit of technical difference in that in 2015, Garrett County's district facility plan, actually we approved the board approved the district facility plan with athletics and priority 1A. It's still on there to this day. And again, quite literally says final phase. So I believe Superintendent Stoll can speak a little more to the specifics of Garrett County. But again, we approved this back in 2015, and the intent was obviously to address this as a restricted fund use for just what we consider now a discretionary project.
So we will be considering a waiver of the same regulation. Superintendent Stoll, anything that you would like to add?
Not sure that you need to hear a lot from me. I think Robin did a great job of telling you what's going on. Ours is very similar. We're a little bit more delayed than Washington County. We entered the building in 2009, 2010. And so we've been waiting on this for a long time. Our board has been anxious about this. And rather than spend a lot of time repeating exactly what Robin said, I would simply say we are grateful to KDE for the support that they've given us walking through this. Conversation with Commissioner Glass, got quick reaction with Associate Commissioner Kenny, with Director Ritter. They've been right there anytime we've needed some support around that, and we appreciate the board considering our request today.
Board members, I would entertain a motion to approve the waiver request for 702 KAR:180 for Garrett County Schools.
So moved.
Dr. Todd, thank you. A second from Mrs. Bloodworth. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those board members in favor of the motion, please respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you so much. Thank you, Superintendent Stoll, and a clapping board member in the background. Thank you. The next item on our agenda for consideration of approval is an amendment, amendments to 702 KAR 3:090 regarding the depository of board collateral at the local level, and Matt Ross has joined us to explain collateralizing.
Yeah, we're gonna let Matt tackle this one.
I'll try. So this is an amendment of an existing regulation. That existing regulation is called depository bond penal sum. So there's a statute, KRS 160-570, that says a school district must have a depository. So they must name a bank, a savings and loan, a trust company, or where you put your deposits, your school district deposits. And so you have to also, that depository then has to have some form of collateral to backstop your deposits in case that institution were to fail or whatever. So the current statute, or the current regulation, says that the depository has to have a bond of 103% of your deposit. The statute which required that has changed. That statute now provides for some additional collateral options. So we're updating the reg to conform to the statute and just provide for those additional types of collateral. And those additional types of collateral are, a bank could put up securities, stocks, other things, other obligations to protect that the district's deposits. And also, the statute's changed so where any amount that is covered under FDIC or FSLIC, which is a savings and loan equivalent of FDIC, do not have to be collateralized. So we're really just updating to conform to the requirements of the statute.
We are not collateralizing with Bitcoin. Right?
I don't think we can do that yet. Maybe someday.
Might pause a moment. This one's a little complicated, a little weedy. What questions might you have of Matt before we consider a motion? I thought it was well laid out in the staff note. Thank you so much. Therefore, I'll consider a motion to approve amendments to the regulation related to the depository, 702 KAR 3:090.
I'll make
Motion from Ms. Batt, second from Ms. Bowling. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approval, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Thank you so much. And then our last action item before our presentation is regarding approval of amendments to 780 KAR 3:020. I never see 780, Leslie. The Kentucky Tech Compensation Plan. And with us today are Associate Commissioner Horstman and Policy Advisor Leslie Slaughter, who will explain that staff note a little bit further.
Good morning, and thank you. I just wanted to remind you that you are the authority and governance of the Kentucky Tech school system.
Right.
51 schools now, and so we're bringing this regulation change regarding the compensation system for approval today, and I'm going to let Leslie Slaughter, our policy advisor for the office, explain those changes to you.
Good afternoon. Good to be with you. I will be brief because I know that we are the only thing standing in the way of two very important things, students and lunch. So I will point you to a summary chart that was provided to you of the proposed amendments. So it does outline for you each amendment, where it can be located, and the rationale behind those. I will also remind you that, as David said, this regulation only pertains to the certified and equivalent staff within our state-operated area technology centers, as well as some but not all of our central office Frankfurt-based staff. So they are hired pursuant to the provisions of KRS 156, as opposed to the traditional MTA hires that most of our KDE employees are hired under. So this regulation guides their compensation plan. It was last amended before the merger around 2013 or 14, when the Kentucky Tech system actually merged into the Department of Ed
from the CADNet for Education Workforce Development. So while there appears to be a lot of amendments, most of them are what I would classify as cleanup amendments. So you're going to see three main categories that I'll kind of very at a high level go over quickly. We're updating a lot of terminology that was outdated since the merger, organizational changes that have occurred since that merger. We're updating some proper statutory alignments. We are removing any requirements that no longer align to KDE personnel policies. So you may see some provisions that were in this regulation beforehand that occurred for those employees. They may have been paid for a particular some type of work. Maybe they provided sample lesson plans to a repository of resources or things like that. Those are no longer aligned to current KDE protocols around our HR policy. So we are, in some cases, removing any references to those that no longer align. You will also see some references to unclassified staff of the Kentucky Tech system. And we actually have another regulation within Title 780, which is 780 KAR 6020, that guides unclassified staff. And in reviewing this regulation, we noticed a lot of redundancy. A lot of the language was living in both places. So we're cleaning that up and getting any reference to unclassified staff out of this regulation. And then lastly, what I would classify as the most significant amendment is the removal of the document incorporated by reference currently, which is the Kentucky Tech Compensation Plan. We are bound by statute to update that annually. Unfortunately, for many bienniums now, we have not had the funding in order to be able to do that. So because we know that we are bound to update that annually if funding exists, we do feel that this salary schedule is better to live outside of the regulatory process. As you all know, with the changes to Chapter 13A and how long it takes to now amend a regulation potentially, it would be very difficult to bring that document back to you on an annual basis. So we are recommending that be struck from the regulation, but we have inserted a provision that will still ensure that you as the board have the opportunity to review and approve that salary schedule for our employees on an annual basis. And we do foresee that happening as a part of the annual amendments to the Kentucky Tech policies and procedures that we bring to you as a board each August. So,
good cleanup. The chart was really helpful. Thank you. A quick question for me that I didn't know until I was going over the chart. What is an unclassified employee? What's an example?
I'm thinking back in the day, there were what we called our business liaisons that might not be a certified teacher, but could live in that. Other things in addition to what we think of as classified within the building, secretaries, administrative folks, custodial people, and really, I don't know that we even have any of those in the system now. I don't believe we do.
I had never heard the term, so.
Yeah. I would largely classify them, Chair Young, as a lot of positions that are not typical within the organizational structure. Maybe we need a particular appointment for a certain period of time for some type of piece of work. We would classify those in that particular category.
And it could have also been some of the administrative staff. When Kentucky Tech lived in the adult world, those schools that evolved into the community college system, we had a lot of folks working there that fell under this regulation that could have been classified but not certified.
Okay. Very helpful.
And we do foresee some amendments to 6020 as well, so we'll be bringing that to you guys in the coming months. So, yeah.
Any questions? At this time, then, I would entertain a motion to approve amendments to 780 KAR 3:020 related to Kentucky Tech Compensation Plan as presented. Mr. Trimble, we have a second? Dr. Robinson. On that motion, second, do I have any further discussion? Board members in favor of approval of the motion, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you so much. As Leslie alluded, we now have the best portion of the day. We'll start with dessert. We get to hear from some students and educators at the Kentucky School for the Blind. And so I would invite our presenters forward at whatever spot you all are comfortable. As they're making their way up, I'll ask Principal Morrison to make some introductions. But I also wanted to note, I'm going to take my nameplate home with me. If you hadn't seen it, your name in Braille appears underneath your name on your nameplate for today, which is absolutely a lovely souvenir to commemorate our time at KSB today. So thank you for such a nice touch.
Hi, again, I'm Peggy Sinclair Morrison. I'm the principal here at KSB, and we're so glad to have you guys here today. We appreciate you coming all the way to Louisville and dealing with our, as you see, our parking situation is not always ideal, but I'm so glad you guys are here. And we have 4 students today that are going to do a presentation for you. And I also wanted to introduce Courtney Schuster, who's coming over here, our school counselor. And I don't know if y'all know, it is National School Counseling Week.
Yes.
So we are very fortunate to have such a wonderful counselor here.
And I learned from Mrs. Morrison that this is National Pizza Day.
It is National Pizza Day, so we got pizza for the kids, so yay. And I'd also like to introduce Brian White. Brian is one of our fantastic music instructors. We're really lucky to have a vibrant music and arts program here. We have a full-time teacher, Tabitha Rourke, and then we also have 3 part-time instructors. Brian teaches strings, and then Wade Honey teaches piano, keyboarding, and then Joe Thyman teaches drums, but unfortunately he's leaving to go get married. So I'd like to introduce our students to you, and then I'm going to let them take over because you guys want to hear from me. You don't want to hear from me. You want to hear from these guys.
Are photos okay?
Yes. Yes. So here on the left, I have Landon Smith. Landon's a 9th grader here. He does a shared placement with KSB in Central High School in Jefferson County. Miss Leanna Lewis is a senior and also cheerleader. Just finished doing our cheerleading virtual conference yesterday, right?
Yep.
And Mrs. Wagner, who's also a cheerleader, is an 11th grader and does a shared placement with KSB in Central High School as well. And are you guys tired from yesterday?
No.
No. I have Miss Haley Hittner, who is a 5th grader here at KSB, and she is actually starting to stay in the dorm a couple nights a week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so very excited to have Haley. Haley's going to do a little something for you after my friends here do a presentation for you. My name is Leanna Lewis. I have 4 different eye conditions. I have glaucoma. I have aniridia, which is the absence of the iris. I have nystagmus, which is the involuntary movement of the eye. I have aphakia, which is the absence of the lens in your eye. And so, one thing that I wanted to say is this school does teach a lot about independence and learning skills and learning how to be independent. But I also wanted to say that it's more than just about being independent here at this school. Being at this school for the past 4 years has taught me and a lot of other people about not just being independent, but being confident in being independent and being confident to go out on your own and do things on your own, even though you are blind or visually impaired. Originally named in Kentucky, the Institution for the Education of the Blind, the Kentucky School for the Blind, KSB, was the 3rd state-supported school for the blind establishment in the United States. The school's founder, Bryce Patton, who began teaching 6 blind students in the summer of 1839, Patton became interested in the education of blind children because of his brother Otis Patton. He was a visually impaired and a student of Dr. Samuel Howe, noted pioneer in the education of the visually impaired. KSB has been serving blind and visually impaired students for 180 years. Bryce Patton invited his brother Otis to teach at the institution in Louisville in early 1841. To Atten funding for a school for the blind, Otis Patton presented an exhibition of his blind students' skills before the Kentucky General Assembly. Unfortunately, funding was not granted. Dr. Samuel Powell, of the Massachusetts Institution for the Blind, often traveled with his students to promote the education of the blind children. The Patton brothers invited Dr. Howell and his students to Kentucky to present to the Kentucky legislature on February 5th, 1842. The Kentucky Institution for the Blind was chartered with an appropriation of $10,000. The school opened in May 1842 on 6th Street in downtown Louisville. Bryce Patton was the unpaid director and maintained the school. Otis Patton was the teacher. In less than a year, the school outgrew its building. After outgrowing several buildings in the area, a permanent school home was built on Broadway Avenue in 1845. This building burned in 1851, and the decision was made to move the school out of the city. A tract of land known as the Frankfort Turnpike Road, now Frankfort Avenue, was purchased and a new school was built on it in 1855. In 1967, that building was raised to make way for a modern facility to serve students with visual impairments better, in addition to being recognized as a school providing quality, full-time education services to blind or visually impaired students. The Kentucky School for the Blind is also the statewide education resource center on blindness. They provide technical assistance and resource services to local school districts, parents, and other agencies or organizations serving children and youth who are blind or visually impaired. Depending on the ability of funding, services may include, but not be limited to, assessments, consultations on curriculum, language, and communication, orientation and mobility, classroom devices, assistive technology, professional development, and program development and implementation.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
My name is Tamaya Gordon. I have been at the Kentucky School for the Blind for about a year and a half. I started in October 2020. I do shared placement at Central, the public school. I started that this semester. I also do track and cheerleading. And one thing that's special about KSB is just the friendships that you'll make, and then that your friends will always be there when you need them, and you can develop such great relationships. In addition to our students being taught core curriculum to meet graduation requirements, there are experiences and concepts casually incidentally learned by guiding students that must be systematically and sequentially taught to the visually impaired students. These concepts are collectively known as the expanded core curriculum, the expanded core curriculum empowers students with disabilities to access their education and make their own choices throughout life. The expanded core curriculum consists of 9 unique educational areas. Here are the 9 key pieces at a glance. 1. Compensatory and functional academic skills, including communication, model, compensatory skills are the skills students need to have to learn academic skills. Students who are blind must learn Braille, for example, to learn how to read. Other examples of compensatory skills include tactile symbols and sign language. Orientation and mobility. These classes help orient visually impaired children to their surroundings and give them the travel skills they need to move independently and safely in their environment. Navigating with a white cane. Trusting a sighted guide. And occasionally working with a guide dog. Fall into the orientation and mobility category. Social interaction skills. Then sighted children learn nearly all social skills by observing their environment and people. This is where students with vision loss need careful conscious and explicit instruction for young kids. Things like circle times, which students learn concepts like sharing, are helpful for teenagers, allowing them to hang out with one another is vital. Independent living skills. People who are visually impaired need to organize their daily lives in specific ways to live independently. This area includes the tasks and functions people perform to optimize their independent personal hygiene, food preparation, money management, and household chores. Recreation and leisure skills to ensure students enjoyment of physical and leisure time activities including making choices about how to spend leisure time. This area includes keeping physically fit as well. Career education. Students with vision loss benefit most from experiential learning approach, structure, visit to community sites and discussions with people who perform various jobs and enable them to understand concepts and specific skills needed to succeed in the job. Considering the national rate of unemployment or unemployment of working age adults who are blind is disproportionate. disproportionately high. This area needs attention throughout the school years to help students with vision loss. Development marketable job skills. Assistive technology. Assistive technology is a powerful tool that can empower students with vision loss to overcome traditional independence and employment barriers. Things like screen readers or examples enable children who are visually impaired to access information online. Sensory efficiency skills. These skills help students use the senses, including any functional vision, hearing, touch, smell, and taste to access literacy and concept development. Self-determination. Becoming an effective advocate for themselves is critical for students with visual impairment and complex disabilities. Self-determination skills are developed based on student need and goals.
Excellent. Tamaya, you just made a bunch of old reading teachers around this table very happy. I love it that you didn't panic when you got stuck on systematically and sequentially.
Yeah, I knew I was gonna get stuck on it too. Sequentially.
Well, yeah, teamwork till you girls cheer on the same squad, so thank you. I would also like to say to you, Tamaya, your demonstration of the Braille reader was fascinating for me today, and it was really impressive, the way that you used your device to support your own literacy, so thank you for that so much.
Hi, my name's Landon Smith. I've been at KSB for like 9 or 10 years now. My eye condition is achromatopsia, so I only see black, white, gray, and my eyes also don't filter out any light. That's why I have red glasses. And I also have nystagmus. And I was going to talk about how KSB really stretches on self-independency, but she already covered that, so. They also have a really good sports program. This year, so far, I've competed in track, wrestling, and goalball just started Monday, but I'm also doing that. And all the coaches are really good and nice. So, yeah. Anyway, so the Kentucky School for the Blind serves blind and visually impaired students from local education agencies throughout the state. The core of KSB's full-time career-based program is academics, and the program follows the state's program of studies, along with the basic academic subjects. Students take courses that help them develop alternative skills that promote independence in and out of the classroom, such as reading and writing. Braille students may attend a local, writing and Braille. Students may attend a local Jefferson County public school for a part of the day, the school day. This cooperative arrangement between KSB and JCPS offers students a broader range of academic and vocational courses and allows them to interact with students who are not visually impaired. Students in all grades have access to computers that have been specially adapted to meet their visual needs. Computers in the classroom, library, labs, and dormitories are speech accessible and have large print displays. KSB also has a residential program for those students who reside on campus during the school year. The dormitory units are designed to provide a safe, nurturing atmosphere for students who require further instruction in the expanded core curriculum for students who live far from KSB. Residential students typically stay on campus 5 nights per week, arriving on Sunday evening and returning home on Friday afternoon. Another part of the residential program is an independent living program. This program is designed to aid high school students transitioning to post-secondary opportunities. Students explore and develop personal life management skills for a living. A safe, responsible, and socially acceptable lifestyle. Junior and senior students have the option of living in an independent dorm apartment where they are expected to plan, prepare, and serve nutritious meals, shop independently, perform housekeeping chores, operate appliances with adaptations, utilize safety and sanitation skills, meet personal care needs without assistance, and demonstrate responsibility to self and to others. There is also a World of Work program presented to freshmen and sophomore students through the Career Options course. The course exposes students to the various aspects of vocational programming and enlightens them about occupational opportunities. Juniors and seniors expand their vocational skills through the Career Work Experience course. In addition, juniors and seniors have the opportunity to work off-campus local businesses with the assistance of KSB, the Kentucky Office for Vocational Rehabilitation. Extracurricular and enrichment activities play a significant role in the lives of KSB students. KSB is a member of the North Central Association of Schools for the Blind Conference and the Kentucky High School Athletic Association. Activities include choir, percussion ensemble, private music instruction, artists, and residence program in KMA, Kentucky Museum of Arts and Crafts, track and field, goalball, wrestling, cheerleading, swimming, and career. The KSB short course program is designed to other individual students the opportunity to receive intense one-on-one or small group instruction to address their vision-specific needs. Students who are blind or visually impaired across Kentucky may attend short-term from 1 to 12 weeks in a school year to receive intense instruction in various vision-specific areas. In addition to the short course program, KSB offers 3 unique summer enrichment programs to the visually impaired and blind students throughout Kentucky. There are 2 academic programs, one for elementary and one for middle high school, and a work program for students wanting to gain vocational skills. KSB outreach services support proficient student performance by assisting local school districts, including KSB, and reduce the barriers to learning associated with a vision loss and providing students access to the general curriculum. The program of studies, core content, and expanded core curriculum for students with visual impairments. KSB also works in partnership with the special education cooperatives to facilitate regional services. They provide assessments, participate in ARC meetings, and provide constellations and technical assistance. Also housed at KSB, the Kentucky Instructional Materials Resource Center, KIMRC, provides textbooks in Braille, large print, and other educational materials needed by blind and visually impaired students for use in local school programs. The Resource Center also conducts an annual registration of blind and visually impaired students in Kentucky. The federal quota program provides supplies, textbooks, and other materials for students, preschool through less than the college level, who are legally blind attending a public or private nonprofit school. Today, KSB continues to empower students who are blind and visually impaired to command their futures. After graduation, many students go to college or technical training schools. Others go immediately into a full-time job. KSB graduates are broadcasters, lawyers, and teachers working at APH, factories, restaurants, auto body shops, etc. KSB graduates are everywhere.
And you got a bunch of UK and U of L people around the table trying to get used to the KSB Wildcats, black and red. But we're figuring it out. Pretty good blending of the two. Thank you so much. And bearer of bad news, we have a wonderful performance coming up, but to our listening and viewing audience, because it's copyrighted musical material, we won't be able to broadcast it, but everybody else in the room will get to enjoy that. I'm sorry, Tony?
I'll record it and make sure that.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Thank you. Beautiful. Love is all you need. Big smiles under masks happening all around this table, friend. Thank you so much. And that was a gift to us from all of you. Thank you. And we have a gift that we want to share with all of KSD. The Board of Education would like to provide your library with 32 new children's books from the National Braille Press and a year-long membership in the Children's Braille Book Club of the National Braille Press. So every month, KSB will receive one newly released Braille book from February 2022 through January 2023. So we worked with your librarian to know about some of those titles, and we hope that you all will enjoy those new books in your wonderful library.
Thank you so much.
Guys, you were awesome, and so now you all can see why we work here.
Oh my goodness.
It's a really special place, and we have awesome kids, and that's great. Thank you.
Excellent. And I don't know what the plan is for, should have checked plans for school tours.
So we'll have sort of a combination of lunch and then a tour, and members would love to interact with the students that presented, if that's okay. Talk to them, so we'll sort of have all of those activities occur during this.
Excellent. Okay, and so it's about 1:45. Let's go ahead and try to do our lunch and our tour time and reconvene at 1:30 if that's feasible. And my apologies to Peggy. I've been calling you Morrison all day. It's Peggy Sinclair Morris. Please forgive me. At some point it jumped out at me like, why are you calling that woman the wrong name? And at this point, then we will recess for lunch and a tour. All right, welcome back, everyone. Delightful tour of the classroom building here at KSB, and seeing a lot of our younger learners in motion and action today. And much to Dr. Sweeney's delight, we got to see a guidance lesson happening in the classroom today, too. So we saw the best of all things happening. I hope you enjoyed lunch, and we feel like Meredith has generously paced the afternoon, so hopefully we'll be right back on track for the end of the day. The next item on our agenda is, these are review items, and we'll begin with our discussion about a profile of a graduate. Just as a reminder, one of the very first times I ever got a chance to know Claire Batt, we were in a meeting, and Jean Wilhoit was facilitating that meeting and was talking to us about, what were your big vision? What would you like to see happen as a member of this board? And Claire articulated what was very heavy on my mind and heart, which is we'd like to see an authentic, robust, actionized profile of a graduate in all of Kentucky schools with a model profile of a graduate at the state level, so that we begin to value those 21st century skills and dispositions of all learners. Content knowledge is important. It is probably the core business, but content knowledge falls short in a 21st century age and economy. Just like we've been talking about with Dr. Todd and workforce development today, we've got to have innovators and entrepreneurs, and we have to have folks who communicate well and think and solve problems across disciplines and all of those things. And so Claire set us in motion on that conversation early on. Full disclosure, this is the kind of work I do at the UK Center of Next Generation Leadership. We worked with Boone County Schools. Randy's been in this business a long time. By our estimation, more than half, perhaps even closer to 60%, David may know, I should have asked, of districts in Kentucky are in the process of operationalizing a real authentic portrait of a graduate and what that looks like at the district level. So with us today are Associate Commissioner Kelly Foster and Division Director, I think that's right? Yes, David Cook. And they're going to talk to us about what work has happened heretofore, kind of where we are in the process, because this work is not something that, even though we talked about it as a new team, it's not something that we're creating out of whole cloth. But instead, this work has been underway for some time, since Commissioner Pruitt was here, in fact. And the purpose of the discussion is to further study the notion of a profile of a graduate, what data and information collection would look like, how to engage stakeholders for feedback and reporting around the results of a profile of a graduate. How could we look at data across districts in the state? And then hopefully we will see a convergence with the work of the Kentucky Coalition for Advancing Education, and we'll see a lot of these things all come together. So I'll turn it over to Kelly and David, and we'll engage in this conversation.
Good afternoon. Thank you. That was a wonderful introduction, and we just kind of wanted to take some time to talk to you a little bit about the history of this work at the department, and David will do a little bit deeper dive into what his team has been leading the last several years. As Chair Young mentioned, this actually started under Commissioner Stephen Pruitt. It came out of updating the state ESSA plan in 2017, and there was a work group task force with the name of Educational Innovations Work Group. And David worked closely with that group, and they came out with a recommendation to pursue competency-based education. And that work started with some local school districts, and they formed a group called Kentucky Competency Education and Assessment Consortium. And so I'll turn it over to David, and he's going to dig a little deeper, and if whoever's doing the slides can advance those to the next one, please.
One more. There we go. So, as Kelly mentioned, in 2017, Dr. Pruitt asked myself and my friend Leslie, I don't see Leslie still back there, but Leslie Slaughter, to bring together to sort of get this work going. And as Kelly mentioned, under the auspices of competency-based education. And so we put out an application. We didn't get a lot of takers because I think that's a word that at the time maybe scared people a little bit in terms of a big, because we were asking them to sort of go competency-based in 5 years as a whole district. So that was kind of our charge from then Commissioner Pruitt. So we had initially 2 districts that presented applications that were worthy of doing work. And that may sound small to you all, but in this kind of work, those were the 2 most progressive districts at the time in our state, Shelby County and Trigg County. Trigg County led at the time by Travis Hamby, who's now the superintendent at Allen County. And not surprisingly, Allen County is now one of the leading innovative districts in the state. So those 2 districts sat down and we talked about what do you want to do first? And both of those districts already had operationalized profiles of graduates. And not surprisingly, and this is true nationally, and I know Lou's team has done all this research and you all have seen a lot of that research, those 2 profiles, if you laid them on top of each other, were almost identical. The competencies that you see in profiles of graduates nationally, for a tweak of a few words, are almost identical. Some may have 7 competencies or 8. Most have at least 5, and there are these 5 that we've talked about in our work. And they said, I think we need to start there because that'll give us a good process by which we can then turn to the standards and think about how do we do competency education using the standards. So we started with these skills that we're talking about today. And that group just basically, as I said, took their 2 profiles and we spent a couple of days. I remember this because ownership is important in both those 2 school districts, like their terms and their names for things. But we were able to come to agreement on a few little tweaks to those things. So we got the 5 competencies and we got definitions for what those competencies meant. That's the foundation of the work. Then, over the course of 18 and 19, or 17 and 18, we brought together teachers from, first of all, those 2 districts. And then as the work started to go, we added more districts who began to be interested in the work. But we had several days. It felt like a standard setting process. What we were trying to do at that point was we had named the competencies and defined them. Well, how are we going to measure them? How are we going to ensure that people know what it looks like? What is it, when you see it, what does it look like? So those districts brought teachers into a room and we looked at those competencies and we said, okay, we want this to be a K-12 experience. This is not about just having competencies that a junior or senior in high school will work on. We want this to happen all the way up. So what we did was we worked through with them. We took each competency. We created kind of a rubric chart for ease of everybody here at this table understanding it, that had indicators for each of those 5 competencies and had look-fors or things that you would see in a 2nd grader, a 5th grader, an 8th grader, and a senior for that competency. So you could tell across grade spans, a 2nd grader who is a communicator can do these things. A 5th grader who is a collaborator can do these things. So we got all of that work done in late 2019. There we go. March 2020 happens. I think we can go to the next slide. But here are those competencies, and I think it's real important that you guys understand that the foundation, if you see at the bottom of the screen, basically, as Lou pointed out, Chair Young pointed out, I'm sorry, Lou, I apologize. That's
David Neal, it's okay.
That all of this is about the skills that are needed beyond those core academic standards. So this isn't about removing or taking away any of that. Foundationally, they sit on top of, if you will. So these are the 5 competencies that we came across, that we came to: critical thinker, communicator, empowered learner, collaborator, and engaged citizen. And as I said, if you go to states like South Carolina and Virginia who have enacted state profiles, you'll find, maybe with a tweak of a word, sometimes they'll say things like engaged learner, and they'll use a different word for citizen or something like that. But they're all, you can see what the intent of these is. So that's kind of where the work sort of stopped. The districts that were involved were at different places along the continuum of sort of implementing that document I talked about with those indicators. I would say Shelby County was probably the farthest along when all of that happened, and we sort of had to stop. But the intent now is to keep going with that work, adding more districts to think about it, since as Lou was right, nationally and in the state, at least half of our districts either have a profile or are in the process of a profile, or in the case of, I just was on the phone yesterday with Boone County, Dr. Poe.
Doing the profile, yeah.
They're in the process of updating their profile, because it's not an idea that if you bring it out as a state, people are going to go, I don't know, we don't know how to do that. A lot of people are already working on it. And so, next slide. Yeah, go.
If I could, I'm sorry, my apologies, but the empowered learner in the middle there, I really like that. Jefferson, for example, really far along in the process, doing a lot of deep work. Theirs is prepared and resilient learner, their first one. But what that does is so important as the centerpiece here, in that it acknowledges the importance of mastery of academic knowledge and concepts and standards. So again, this is not taking us away from the academic standards at all. But instead, when you read that, though, it's developing the skills and dispositions to persist through difficulties. So it's not just you learn it to pass the test and move on, but it is a deep learning, a persistence toward lifelong learning that happens as a result. And so that's the centerpiece. But then these other measurable skills are the kinds of outcomes that we want for all Kentucky kiddos.
And I think, Dr. Young, I think that what I would say there, too, to sort of piggyback on that, is these are the important, I don't know if it's the process is the right word, but these are the things that help a student be a better learner, to learn content better, right? And I think that's what you were saying. These are the things that students need to have. And so they're not, when we go into the process of thinking about how do you measure them, what does it look like, what if a district wants something different? Again, as I said, I doubt very seriously that we find very many profiles that don't have something akin to these 5 here. And I think what's important about it is we don't treat them in the way that we measure them like we treat academic content, in the sense that there's a test and you measure it, or an assessment of some kind. These are observable things. So, Dr. Robinson, these would be something that you as a teacher, you'd have that document I mentioned a little while ago, and you could walk into your classroom and go, well, Lou is actually showing me that she's a collaborator. Based on what I have here as a rubric, there's evidence that this is happening. So it's more, I think about these things as more of what kind of items and not how. Individual districts are going to implement them and sort of score them, if you will, the way they think is most beneficial. But you have these things for folks to look at, and it would be really great when you see a whole state looking at these things that we know are so important.
And if you advance, you can advance 2 slides. There's what David's referencing.
There's the example of engaged citizen. I think that's what that says. I can't read it. Is that what that says?
Yes.
Okay. So as I said, you can see indicators of what we expect a 2nd, 5th, and 8th, and 12th grader would be able to do as an engaged citizen. Next slide. So as I mentioned, during that process of the teachers coming together, we started adding teachers from these other 9 districts. We ended up with 11 before the pandemic hit. I would say if we come back out now, you're going to add, you don't have to add too many because those are all L3s as well. So the local laboratories of learning has formed from the summit, all those folks are on there as well. So the work is coming together, the work is connected. Dr. Young mentioned how many people are doing profiles. I will tell you, and it's not all of them, but the L3s are landing on this profile work is one of the first things they want to really accomplish moving forward in terms of not just having it, but having it be important.
Good example, Steve.
Yeah.
And Lawrence is already really far along in that process too.
So they want to think about how they're gonna make it better. Shelby, who's done the most in terms of actually the work, is now going back and saying, but we haven't had as great community buy-in to this process as we would have liked. So they're going back and spending a lot of effort right now on how do we make sure the community understands why these skills are important. So
this is one of the aspects of this work that intrigues me, inspires me, makes me, but I think we don't necessarily dig into it as much as we might. These rubrics are as helpful to creating independent learners as they are in documenting the outcomes of instruction and helping to scaffold instruction. In fact, I wish more students could say, I need to get to this point. And the other useful dynamic that I think we should kind of fan the flames and not try to depress, in fact, inspire, is the voice of demand for outcomes. The advocacy for what kids need in different schools, in different communities, need to be, those voices need to be supported with concrete outcomes that folks are familiar with. So using this to work with our site-based management groups, our local PTAs, our church groups, or whatever, to help people say, this is really where we're trying to get. And we want you to understand that this is what we're trying to accomplish for the children, the learners in our community. Do you buy in? And I think that is to knit it all together so that it really does work to hold us all accountable. Everybody's got to understand that it's here. So I appreciate your making the observation that the community, we probably are only beginning to think about how to have that discussion at the community level, because I think without it, we will have a really modest voice of demand for the resources necessary to get it done and for, frankly, holding the system accountable.
And Dave rolled eyes at me, but we use this really simple illustration all the time that resonates with folks, and that is the Kentucky driver's exam. You got to pass the book part of the test,
yes,
and then you got to get in the car with the state trooper, and you've got to demonstrate that you have the skills and the dispositions to do what you just said you knew how to do on the test. I don't know about you guys, but anybody here in favor of doing away with the road test? So we absolutely want them to know what the signs mean and all the stuff that's tested on the knowledge side, but without the skills and the dispositions to be a good driver, we don't let them do that. So for me, it really is about applying that in, very ways that are relevant to the learner, so that the learner, who owns the learning in the driver's test? The kid. They just really have the agency to prepare themselves to do something that they really want to do. And so while it's a simple analogy, it's one that does resonate with folks in terms of how this complements the work that we're already doing.
And I think I would add to that real quickly is that's the phase, Dr. Robinson, that we see as people get further down into this. When you walk into schools that have a really operationalized profile of the graduate, the community knows it, kids don't just talk about their math score. Right. They talk about, this is what I did with my team the other day. We collaborated on this project and we were able to do this. And that's part of my the kid knows.
I'm gonna upload it in my backpack.
Yeah, I'm gonna upload it in my backpack or my, whatever other platform that I have to say, I have mastered the skill of collaboration and here's my evidence. So they know it, and David has become part of who they are, just as much as their work on their content standards. They know that they're working towards being a collaborator and a communicator and a critical thinker and those things.
Well, I so love the work that you're doing, and I think it's really the direction we need to go.
Take this off.
My question for you is, where does creative thinking fall? Because I'm thinking about innovation and creative thinking, and in looking through the outcomes, I'm wondering what the discussion was in your group around that and measurement of it, and where you see it falling.
That's a great question, Dr. Matt. That's where some of this tweaking of language might come in. If you'll go back to the slide with the actual competencies on it, there's a couple of places. When we look at critical thinker as one of the things, that's a possibility. I can't remember whether, I think it was Trigg. You're going to find the word innovation a lot of times with a slash beside critical thinker. So in a lot of these profiles that we've come across, somewhere in that wording is, and it could be creative thinker, but critical thinker slash innovator. So that's the place where we're measuring whether a student knows how to take a problem on that's not, Dr. Todd, that your world is about, you don't just give them problems that you already know the answer to, you give them problems that they have to figure out the answer to.
So clearly we also see David Conley and his group, it used to be Ethic Online, now I think it's Inflection. They've done a lot of research around unpacking the notion of creativity as a measurable skill. And so we often see it aligned with critical thinking, but we also have a lot of districts who say, especially, for example, if they've got an art school or performance school or an entrepreneurial pathway, that they will actually pull creativity out as its own. Bain Middle's been doing that at Danville for a long time. And it's really interesting. Creativity is a hard one for teachers. So the time that you spend on really unpacking what it looks like to be a creative problem solver is so helpful for teachers to understand that. I went to Bain Middle once and watched some students who were doing their defenses of learning, and I would ask questions about, can you show me how this demonstrates your creativity? And they would often say, oh, it's colorful, it's neat, I use different shapes or whatever, without really internalizing it. And so to Sharon's point, when you have fully operationalized profiles of a graduate, the kids internalize them very deeply so that they begin to understand themselves as a learner and a demonstrator of that. And I think that's where early innovators are born. Dr. Todd?
Well, I was going to say, and I agree completely that that's probably, I would just like to see it in our district. I think that's where it needs to be, because I think it's a key critical attribute that we really need to give that importance and recognize.
I'm sure I've said this before, but I really applaud what's taking place. 10 years ago, I heard a speech by the Vice President of Boeing, and he said, I don't think I've ever fired an engineer because they couldn't engineer, but I fired a lot of them because they couldn't get along with other people, they couldn't present their stories, they couldn't this, and this. And it's a business higher education forum, business people, higher education, and he was looking at that saying, you need to get it in. It's too late for us to get it in there. You get it in sooner. One thing, I was very excited about CARA, two things that kind of bit the dust early were primary program and portfolios. And I think it seems like it might be, because portfolios people didn't want to grade them, didn't know how to grade them, or it took too much time. And I think that's something that pops up here. But I think those two things almost got branded to where they got into the conversation at a level where it was negative. And I think it's better to sell it, undersell it, get it working, and sell it from bottom up. When I was in the Combat Innovation, when I spoke to a young primary school years ago, first, second, third graders were there, and they had been told to bring stuff home, bring stuff to school that would be thrown away at home, and just pack it, pile it up there. And they were given a project as a team, working teams, to build a better way to eat spaghetti. And they presented me the different ones, and the one that won was, they took a Mixmaster thing, took a Dairy Queen cup, and with a little cut in the middle of it, put it around the bottom of it, so that when you ate it, as you fell, it would fall in the cup, so forth. So they'd ask me questions about patents, and I brought some patents. And the question that blew me away is some little child said, "Who got the patent for the patent?" That's a good question. When I was the first year, third grade, I never knew the patent was there. And so I think that the critical thinking is important. I love getting innovation in, because I think this state needs to understand that getting jobs is a lot more than putting other people's ideas together. We got to have our own ideas too that we can bring to the table. And you know, the people who got the biggest awards at IBM were the ones who worked on the assembly line, who were well educated, but they came with ideas they could save time that was measurable. The engineers didn't get pay compensation for having ideas because they expected them to do it. They paid them a high salary. But we have to have thinkers on these assembly lines too, not rote people who put stuff together. That day's gone by. And so I really applaud this, and I just hope that it can continue to be presented where you've got some target cases that you speak to, where it's working. Because if you start creating too high an expectation before you deliver, I just think this state's not good at taking care of that. They'll jump on it negatively. But I really applaud what you're doing.
It's definitely a community engaged effort.
Yeah.
I think there's one more slide. It's
Okay.
just the very end.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we're also learning from the local laboratories of learning work is the good question, Dr. Todd, that I think one of the things you're raising is where do you put this in terms of, you know, because some of our districts have said, well, okay, do you mean you're going to put it in accountability and create this numbering system for these 5? And we have to be thoughtful about that, because we don't want it to just all of a sudden one day be just an added piece of, did I get my score, rather than did I actually become a critical thinker and an innovator, but did I get the point? And that's something that is, we want it to be meaningful. We want it to be something that people use, but we don't want it to become just another thing that they do as compliance, I guess, is the
So thank you so much, and thanks for the ongoing work. David, you have been a faithful servant to this work for a long time, and we appreciate that. Just as a reminder, our 5th board goal, as I recall, is kind of a combo goal around the Commonwealth Education Continuum and partnerships, but it also states that we desire to promote the creation of a statewide profile of a graduate, identifying the knowledge, skills, and dispositions all Kentucky learners need to become successful citizens. So a real equity play in terms of the fact that when we work with folks across the state and they talk about the kind of robust, project-based, problem-based learning that's happening around grad profiles, we hear all the time, oh, our gifted kids have always done that. Our honors kids have always done that. But this is about all kids engaging in graduate profile aligned learning so that they can demonstrate these skills and capacities. So as our goal, and I appreciate Jason so much, he's like, okay, this is your goal. What do you want us to do about that? And that really is kind of the question, the juncture where we are right now. I have a suggestion to put out on the table with full credit to our Meredith, and that is we might want to see a team. We might want to take action today to establish a task force around a statewide profile of a graduate and begin learning together as a team. I know of at least 6 states that do have state policy around a statewide profile of a graduate, and we would certainly want to take a deep dive into those states to see the implications of that. We have our own 11 to 13 districts in the L3 work from whom we are learning on a regular basis about this. That would be one approach, and I know you guys, sometimes it's death by task force, I get that, but it would be a way for us to engage. My fear is knowing these board members that we probably will have a quorum of board members who want to participate, but Todd says we can for sure make that work somehow. I think that should include, if we do go that route, I would love to see just an expansion of the work that David has already started with the L3 work, again, with the intent of coalescing these things, not siloing them or making parallel tracks, but trying to make this work come together. And with a fairly quick turnaround time, a few months' time, so that maybe this summer we have a recommendation that we can bring back to the board for consideration, informed by the L3 work along the way. So that's one approach. But what other thoughts do you have? What might you want to see as outcomes of this effort to make sure that we are taking action and moving it forward, not just admiring the notion?
Chair Young, I really like the idea of giving some of us an opportunity to put our pens to paper, our minds to work on how, as a board, we can support the further development of the profile and the utility, the use of the profile to support informed engagement in furtherance of what we want to change in education. I mean, I think it's a good way to help refine where it is we want to go, and to, as we inspire learners, to demand support in reaching some of those milestones on their own behalf. So I really would like for the board to kind of get away from the table and engage with some of the folks who are doing this work at the local level and through our various coalitions. I have one reservation, and that is that we not trip each other up, that we find a way to contribute to the dynamic. We've got an interest in this coming to the next level of maturity, and I wouldn't want us to miss the opportunity. But I'm sure we can depend on our department colleagues to help us understand chances for link and leverage, and maybe that rare occasion when we are not being aware of how we link and leverage. So it's, I think we said we wanted it, and I don't think we're going to get it without doing something about it. So let's start there.
That's plain talk. That's plain talk. Claire.
I think it's a great idea, and I agree with you, Dr. Robinson. We need to make sure we're linked up. I had a question, though. I'm wondering what you see as the biggest roadblocks in the counties that have not shown any interest in participating. Are you able to identify what they see as roadblocks, or?
I don't know that they have roadblocks, Dr. Batt. I think some of that is just they want to do their thing, and they want to have their profile, and they want to do their work. So I don't know. It's the notion of coming together as a group, because the likelihood is, well, you may ask me to tweak a little bit and be a little different. And I think that's where we are. I think we're at this place where we want to find something that sort of is a framework for a district, not this is exactly, you have to speak this language this way, but you have to. So I hope that as we embark on this work, and if we go this route that Dr. Young is talking about, that we get people to the table that haven't always come to the table, just like we're doing with the L3 work, that we get folks to say, well, we've been doing this for quite a while, and I mean, I think in our work, we feel like we know the 35 or 40 really innovative districts in the state, but there are others that are doing great work. They just like to do it on their own.
David's response? I would also add, there's no reason for them to do it. If we begin to talk about the value of that, we model it at the state level, and then we shine a light on these districts that are doing it and doing so well, then we move from that early adopter group of folks, the Boones and the Danvilles and the Frankfurts and the Jeffersons, and there are about a dozen of those, from the early adopters now to those in more mainstream willing to give it a try. And then eventually folks will say, hey, that's got some merit. it starts, the momentum begins. The other thing I think is there may be a group that's a little bit fringe and hesitant to go because they hear we're talking about doing something. So let them build it and we'll do what they say to do. And of course, we will encourage them not to just take it off the shelf. Because it's really easy to, if you think, Randy, about the work at Boone, we could coalesce the work around the 10 circles in the Boone diagram, for example, and say, here's how it aligns at the state level. Not every piece of it has to align. We work with Spencer County Schools, and you may know that Spencer's really a vibrant lake tourism community. And so one of their competencies, grad profile skills, was environmental stewardship. That's not going to apply in a lot of places around Kentucky, but it was of community value in Spencer County. And so they said, it makes our profile. Great. That's what we want you to do. That's the kind of community engagement Middlesboro won't have the same graduate profile expectations that Bell County will, for example. So that's what's really kind of powerful about the individual option to develop too. Dr. Pope, and then Dr. Glass.
Glass can go first.
Go ahead. Randy yields. The gentleman from Boone yields.
I'll just follow up on Scott's question. I think that in terms of any roadblocks or resistance, what I've seen is where those things arise from. Or if the district has a real focus on content knowledge and holds that up as the most important thing, which a lot of educators over the course of our careers, we were trained, of course, to take the content knowledge standards, unpack them, align the curriculum to them, align the experiences to that. Like it's this very linear, sequential process.
The well-articulated curriculum.
Right. So when you start talking about, well, now we need critical thinkers and problem solvers and people that can persist and stand and deliver and create something new, that's different. So I think we're working against the professional training of a lot of our own educators that have been taught it's about alignment and experiences closely attuned to content standards. Related to that, another roadblock is frequently you will run into people say, well, this doesn't appear on the state test that I'm held accountable for, or accountable to. So why should we focus on that? And from the equity standpoint, it becomes even more amplified. You have schools where you have concentrated poverty that are performing poorly, and there's all this pressure on them to raise the test scores, which causes them to implement instructional experiences that are test prep, test replication, test question of the day, a lot of focus on those sorts of things. So I think those are two reasons. The third roadblock I think that exists is the historical inertia, I guess I would call it. And it is the experiences that adults and a lot of teachers have had in school, that they perceive school sort of looks and feels a certain way. If you depart from that, it's not right. So there's an entire movement of schools that are sort of core knowledge, traditional focus that would be resistant to this kind of things. Now, I'm not sure that they're exactly opposed, because I've heard E.D. Hirsch talk about that you can have a core knowledge approach and get to these deeper skills. So you have the sort of guru of core knowledge instruction saying that it's possible to do both of these things and important to do both of these things. But I think sometimes schools and people working in them, the adults, we can become dogmatic about it's about the content knowledge and everything. We're all slaves to the content knowledge.
Yeah, Gene Wilhoit said to me one time that we have sacrificed deeper learning at the altar of the easy to measure. And a lot of folks fall in that kind of category as well. But I agree with Dr. Glass. There'll be folks listening to us today that are really worried that we're falling off the content bandwagon, or we're moving away from academic concepts and academic achievement, when in fact the centerpiece of this work is around core academics. And there are things that children need to learn and to know in order to be able to do the kinds of things that we'll be expecting them to do. So it's definitely a yes and proposition. Oh, yes, Dr. Poe. Forgot him for a minute.
I just want to say what you guys said.
You're welcome.
Just say, I'm glad that you finished, I feel honored now, you finished Dr. Glass's sentences like you did some of mine. So I really feel better now. But I do want to, I think that what we need to continue doing is leading with the Kentucky Summit on this particular work. And I would say that we don't need a new committee. I think this falls under Ms. Batt's curriculum committee, and we should continue working as, updates on a regular time when we get together or set special meetings to continue this work, lead the work, but not require the work, because I agree with everything you said without repeating it, that you have to have content knowledge in order to think critically for a particular skill. We didn't bring the people back from the moon without having certain knowledge and content. But they did have to think critically with that knowledge.
Yeah, that's right, and new and
We'll
diverse
never
minds.
be leaving that behind. And I think that's been a misnomer with a lot of districts about going into skills.
Right.
You have to have the knowledge and the skills.
Right. Thank you.
I just feel better that you finish this sentence too.
Hey, Max. Soliana, I'll call on you in just a second, if I may. And Dr. Poe, just think about, though, we have the standing curriculum committee that has its kind of regular tasks.
Yeah.
And I don't know, Todd, if we could actually expand that to include some other partners outside the board.
I understand that. I guess the last time that we met, we had this under the curriculum committee. Where we
As a presentation, right?
And so forth. And I'm not saying that it just needs to be, I guess any of our representatives, we should start with who's on the curriculum committee first. Because that, to me, when you guys gave me the little list and said you want to be on this committee, this is the type of work I'd rather be on than the standards review and all the other stuff.
Please, committee. Okay, thank you, very helpful. Ms. Meskin?
Yeah, I was just going to say this is a very fitting conversation for me today because Dr. Young said backpack, and that triggered me because I literally had my backpack defense today. And so I'm missing it, so I might not graduate.
There's irony for you.
Yeah, kind of.
I think it's hyperbole, not irony.
But I think kind of just preparing for that defense, kind of just seeing what I've learned over the past couple years, and to me back then it was nothing. Kind of in a sense, I was getting it for the grade. I didn't think beyond. I didn't think of it as beyond work that my teacher was assigning, and so, being in this process now where you have to kind of cultivate, not really all that you've learned, but kind of the major things that you've learned throughout your high school years or your middle school years or elementary years. And it's really just kind of reflective in a sense where you're like, wow, I actually, learned this. This math assignment, taught me this, and, this led to that, and this is now what I love to do, and this is what I hope to do. And so it's really just, it's bigger than I think, all the work that we've done, over the past years. And I really enjoy kind of that presentation piece where you're able to sit on a panel or something and you're kind of presenting what you've learned and you're being confident in the new skills that you've gained, and you're sitting in front of your teachers, your counselors, your administrators, and you're basically kind of proving your capability to, leave school or go to the next level. And so I think accountability is something that's so very important in this, and it's kind of a new thing that, students are able to gain as they go off. And so, yeah, I will completely stand beside this work 100%, and I want to just clarify kind of that presentation piece and really coming into it and, owning what you've learned. So,
Dr. Young is always a student that leads.
Absolutely. All of those at the table. And Soliana Mesfin.
Started with Soliana.
Soliana Mesfin, demonstrate prepared, resilient learner.
Yeah.
Communicator, productive collaborator, critical thinker, and problem solver. I think you passed your defense.
Yeah, I think I've had, I'll just send them this.
Call Dr. Polio and tell him that you did it here.
I have carbon on speed.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Ms. Love.
Just gonna say, I think you just gave your defense.
Oh, yes,
Just to add as a quick caveat too, and I didn't mention this earlier today just because there's lots to always talk about, is that, CPE is also working with the universities on a profile of the graduate going into the workforce. It is the same exact things in addition to the other pieces of quantitative reasoning and having the appropriate skills to enter into the workforce in which you were trying to pursue, because it's not a stopgap, it is a step in your journey to get where you want to be. And so I just think it's interesting, the conversations are the same, and I think what would be really interesting is the work is developed that we still ensure alignment, that there truly is alignment all the way into post-secondary decisions, wherever they go. When I say post-secondary, whatever that decision is, that it still builds upon those skills for the ultimate outcome of entering the workforce successfully.
Yeah, I think it could be a profile of a lifelong learner too, Amanda. And I think about the littles. I've seen third graders defend their learning. And boy, they put a stake in the ground when it's like, I'm a productive collaborator, let me show you what happens, especially the really bossy ones.
And that's the thing that you just mentioned, that Dr. Young, is in some of these states, that's what they're calling it. They're not calling it a profile of a graduate, because that has a tendency to say, we stop. But it's a profile of a learner, so that we look at it all the way through the system.
Dr. Glass.
If I might suggest a path forward, I think you've seen that you have some elements of a profile of a graduate that were developed in 2019 and are included as part of your standards in the state already. You have a number of districts in the state who are doing this work already, or well down the line. The Council on Post-Secondary Education has also now unveiled the essential skills that align with this well. And what I've heard from you, Dr. Young and Dr. Robinson, is that we don't wish the department or the board to sort of step on any of that work. And so it seems to me that the right path forward is really to synthesize, to take the work that you have from 2019, scan and evaluate the work that's being done locally, look at what CPE has put forward, and then say, do we need to revise and update what we have in the standards right now for missing parts. And so it all starts to fit together. So I would suggest that just as a path forward. If it's the curriculum committee is the right group to do that, we can certainly support them with bringing forward the examples that come from our districts and what CPE has done and what we already have. So I just suggest that as a path forward.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. I'm wondering this back too, if rather than forming a special committee, if our action today might be to charge the curriculum committee with, Ms. Bloodworth, sorry. You're not the same. Ms. Bloodworth, with charging the curriculum committee with bringing us a plan, how you want to make this happen, keeping Dr. Poe's idea in mind. Todd has said the curriculum committee can, in fact, bring other members on if you want to. Perhaps it's a subcommittee or task force, or but again, recognizing that is some of the leadership that you guys bring to the group. That might, and then kind of keeping this charge of synthesizing the work and carving out a plan forward for us as a board team over the next few months. Does that sound reasonable? Okay. Then I would entertain a motion to charge the board's curriculum committee with the development of a plan, perhaps a task force or other special committee appointed by the chair of the curriculum committee for the purpose of further studying the profile of a graduate data and information, engaging stakeholders for feedback, and reporting back to this board about your conclusions and recommendations. Do we have such a motion?
Make the motion.
Thank you, Dr. Poe. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Batt, not Ms. Bloodworth. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
You're just such great collaborators. I didn't know who my committee chairperson was.
And I just followed you right off the cliff. Hearing no further discussion. All those in favor of the motion, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
No. Motion carries. Thank you. Thanks so much. deep and abiding work, and I can't wait to see it unfold. And you're going to get roped into this committee, David Cook, right? You're welcome. At this time, Chief Performance Officer Karen Dodd is going to share with us an update on the KDE Strategic Plan Development and the Commissioner's Dashboard. Welcome, Karen.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Everyone's favorite topic. This really gets everybody excited and you're like, think about strategy, right? All right. Well, since I've been told more than a couple times that that's not really true, I will go through this rather quickly, but feel free to stop me if you have any questions. I've got two updates for you today. First is going to be the strategic dashboard. We have had numbers come in, so there are some updates to that, as well as some of the things that we have had on hold. I just want to give you a progress report on that. So we'll look at that first. If we go to the next slide, the data that's been added.
They want to make sure.
Is first on the achievement. That says proficiency, but we use the proficiency numbers to determine achievement gap. So these numbers are about the achievement gap. And as you can see in 8th grade reading, the achievement gap is at 15.7. For 8th grade math, it's at 12.4. 3rd grade reading is 13.5. And 3rd grade math is at 14%. Now those numbers, I don't have a trend for you because that test was different. So we're asking you not to really compare from one year to the next. So I'm not sharing any trend with you right now. And then the test will change again this year. So we will have a new baseline after testing happens this year. On the next slide, we have new data that was added to the dashboard. Thank you. We've got advanced placement. So in advanced placement, we are looking at students enrolled who are students of color, and that has increased by 0.9. So that is up to 21.4% of our students of color that are taking AP courses. So still work to do there. Dual credit, we also increased by 1 point. That went up to from 15.5 from 15.4 to 16.4. And then teacher characteristics, we were also looking to increase the number of teachers of color, and that has increased from 4.9 to 5, so a very small increase there. Next, we have a couple of new pages. Sorry, I was on the wrong one. Oh, thank you. Yeah, go to the next slide. Thank you. Post-secondary readiness. This is one that we said data will be coming. So what we're looking at doing for this is to use the formula that is set by Rhonda Sims' team. So that hasn't come out yet. We don't have that number yet, but as soon as that does, that's the number that we'll be using for post-secondary readiness. So it's just their formula. Next, we have family engagement. Go ahead and thank you. Family engagement. We're working with the Kentucky Collaborative for Families and Schools. This is with the Pritchard Committee, and they have a family-friendly school certification. And so we're looking to partner with them and use this as a measure for how many of our schools are attaining this certification. And this is what we will use once we have that number. So I believe in April, they will have their first schools who will be achieving this certification. Okay? And then the next one is student engagement. Here we are looking to add some questions to add to the current student survey that is on K-Prep. So every student that right now takes K-Prep, there is a survey at the bottom. There are several questions. So what we want to do is just add a few questions that will lead to student engagement. Okay. Go on to the next slide. The last one that we don't yet have data for is around universal skills. You can go ahead and click a couple times on there to fill that screen for me. Thank you. So we're still debating two options on this one. One, we know that CTE is collecting some data that school districts' essential workplace ethics programs and how they're being implemented. So one thought is to use some of the data that they are collecting. We're just not sure what that's going to look like yet. And the other option is, again, to add more survey questions at the end of that K-Prep test. We just don't want to add too many. We don't want their test to become a survey at the same time, you know. So these are the options that we're still weighing. We still have some more conversations to go through, particularly with CTE, before we make final determinations of what that actual measure will be for universal skills. Okay. And we can move on to the strategic plan. All right, so and I think Dr. Glass mentioned at the very beginning that we have started working on this. It is a slow process, but we are making progress. We spend some time every week talking about the strategic plan, and through December and January, we have set our vision, mission, values, and strategic priorities. So go ahead and click on the next one. I don't know why we have this in transitions like this. Keep on going. Keep going. 2 more. There you go. Thank you. So our vision has not changed. It is the same vision that we share with the Board of Education, which is every student empowered and equipped to pursue a successful future. Our mission changed a little bit. Before, we had listed out a bunch of stakeholders that we said we wanted to partner with. Because of our focus on partnerships, which is what we heard over the past year through the listening tours, through the coalition, we wanted to make that just more broad by saying create broad partnerships. So that's the change that you see here in our mission statement. It is to create broad partnerships to provide leadership and support to ensure success for every student. You can go on to the next slide, please. Our values, 3 of them are completely unchanged. So equity is one that is carried over, collaboration was carried over, and integrity was carried over. We had on here achievement, and it was felt that achievement focused too much on test scores, and we didn't want it to look like we were focused on test scores. So we did change that to student success. And then we also added innovation. We felt that everything that we've been hearing about co-creation and partnership is going to require us to act in innovative ways. So that's where the innovation comes into our values. Next slide, please. Thank you. So our strategic priorities are built on all of those things that we've been hearing so far. The first is access and opportunity. So this is around students having all the opportunities that they need to be successful, and it's also about teachers having the resources that they need in order to provide those opportunities. Our second priority is authentic engagement and partnership. So again, you're seeing that same thing about inviting partners in, really working together, engaging with diverse perspectives to build systems that will improve outcomes for students and their communities. The third one, operational excellence, this is carried over from our previous strategic plan. We believe that in order to achieve all of this, we still need to have the right processes within KDE that do promote excellence and ensure quality and strive for continuous improvement as an agency. Next slide. So our next steps are to work on our objectives, our initiatives, measures, targets, action plans, implementation, and monitoring. We've had, over the last 3 weeks, we've had really good conversations within our leadership meetings talking about all the things that we currently are doing and all the things that we heard, again, through the surveys that have gone out to our staff, to our customers, through the listening tour, through the coalition, the summit, taking all of that into consideration. What do we really want our objectives to be? So we've had very good conversations. Melody Cooper is my strategic program manager, so she and I are discerning all of that information right now. We're going to bring some suggestions back to the leadership team. We're also partnered with the Center for Innovation and Education, and so they're helping us to work through this in between meetings. So So that'll be our next step, bringing back those objectives and then really thinking about what are the initiatives that need to be put into place to achieve those objectives and what targets will we set to get there year over year. All right. That is my presentation. Are there any questions or comments?
Together very tightly. Any questions? Thank you so much. Right. And now, you all may have seen Dolly Parton was with us earlier. There she is, right over there. I'm going to turn it over to Associate Commissioner Greta Hilton. And Greta is joining us via Zoom, I believe. Also with us is, welcome Keith from the Collaborative Center for Literacy Development. A colleague of mine, Keith Lyons, is here with us for CCLD. So just a minute, we'll get the screen up with Greta. And a single-dimensional Dolly Parton. And she imagines how did we learn? So, Greta, Dolly, and Keith are at the table. I'll turn it over to you to kick us off.
Thank you, Chair Young. I'm super excited to be here today, and I appreciate your flexibilities in allowing me to join virtually. So I just want to take just a minute to talk a little bit about the background of how the Dolly Parton Imagination Library expansion is occurring in Kentucky, and then I'll turn it over to some others to get more in the weeds with the presentation. So during the 2021 regular session of the General Assembly, we were appropriated $800,000, and the idea behind these funds were to expand this program statewide. So once that occurred, my office went to work quickly, and Dr. Thomas Williams has worked very closely with Nora Briggs and others that you're going to hear from today to initiate a contract directly with the Dollywood Foundation so that we could begin this book gifting across the Commonwealth. And just a little bit about how this works. Every month, a new book is gifted to children ages birth to 5, and it's at no cost to the family. They're delivered to the child's home through the mail, and they actually have the child's name on the book. And the idea is, as with all things Dolly, is to really just help foster the love of learning with children, get families reading together, and just building those lasting bonds within families and for the love of literature. So currently we have 93 local affiliates in the state, and these local partners, they're just a variety of different mixes. They vary from local boards of education, county governments, local libraries, Rotary clubs, YMCAs, United Way, and CCLD, whom you're going to hear from momentarily. And also, I do want to point out that just right next door, the American Printing House for the Blind, which is a huge resource for Kentucky as well as the nation, and we're so fortunate to have them in our backyard, literally in the backyard of the Kentucky School for the Blind. They have also partnered with the Imagination Library so that we could provide children with blindness or low vision books in Braille and audio format. So that's super helpful. So currently we're working on this expansion and getting this partnership in all these communities that don't currently have local affiliates. So I'm going to turn it over to Nora, or is it Nora who's going next? Okay, so she can tell you a little bit about what the expansion is looking like, and then CCLD can hop on and talk about the work from the community affiliate.
Great, thank you, Greta. Boy, do you have that? You have the facts down. You got half my presentation.
Been doing this a while, yeah.
Thank you for allowing us to provide you with a brief update on the statewide expansion of Dolly Parton's Imagination Library, the Imagination Library of Kentucky. I am wondering if we could put the PowerPoint up. And while we're doing that, I'm happy to be here. Let's see. I am Nora Briggs, the Executive Director of Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. I work for the Dollywood Foundation, which is Dolly Parton's nonprofit. And if we could go to the next slide. Joining me also is Christy Krause, who's the Regional Director for Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. who's been working in Kentucky for the last 16 years, starting programs and bringing the program to local communities. And our state partners at the Collaborative Center for Literacy Development, Dr. George Hobray and Keith Lyons, the Director of Marketing and Communications. So Keith is also going to be presenting today. I believe he's in the room. Are you at a table?
And I saw Dr. Ruby is with us via Zoom, so.
Oh, perfect.
Yes.
So you have the whole team, but I believe just Keith and I will be presenting today. And I wanted to share with you how excited Dolly is and how happy she is for her Imagination Library program to come statewide to Kentucky. And just in case you missed it, we wanted to share the launch video that Dolly recorded for us in October. I don't know if we could play that very quickly. This was part of a formal launch announcement with press release, social media push, communications out into the media, TV and radio and print, as well as our communities and our local programs all celebrating and sharing with their communities and their families.
Well,
Thank you, Dolly. And I want to say she is so very excited about bringing this to Kentucky. And if we could go back to PowerPoint. And then Greta, you've stole most of my material here, which is just really to level set so that everyone understands how the program works. It is community-based, so we partner with local community nonprofits, and their role is to promote the program in the community, find and enroll children. Each month, all those registered children receive an age-appropriate, high-quality book at no cost to the family. Parents opt in, it's not mandatory, and families can register their children as early as birth, and books are received every month until the child's 5th birthday, so they have an opportunity to build a home library of 60 books. The Dollywood Foundation provides a turnkey program. We select the books. We also provide the secure registration database. We offer local program support, and we fulfill on the monthly book and mailing. Books are delivered in the home, personally addressed to the child with their name on the label. Sense of child ownership, book ownership is amazing. Books include title-specific reading tips and opportunities for parent and family engagement. And I too wanted to do a shout out and thank our partnership with the American Printing House for the Blind, providing Imagination Library titles in Braille. Next slide, please. And we know simply that getting books into the home changes the trajectory of children, families, and community. We know it benefits the earliest learners, right, communities, and really the education of Kentucky, right? Dolly wants to help create a love of books and reading and give every Kentucky child the start they need in education and in life. And we know it's important. While the primary benefit is really to get books in the home, and next slide, please. We know that nothing is more basic, more essential, more foundational to a child's success in life than the ability to read. The research is very clear that we cannot wait to kindergarten for children to be exposed or have access to books and learning. We must start early. This means typically in the home environment. This requires books, and this is where we come in. We know that readers succeed. Right? Dolly Parton's Imagination Library is a viable tool to provide educational opportunities to improve the lives of all children, especially those from underserved or hard-to-reach backgrounds. Money invested in these early childhood initiatives have direct correlation to improve social services, K through 12 performance, and improve likelihood of higher education. And we know that Dolly Parton's Imagination Library books in the home lead to increased kindergarten readiness, changes in the home literacy environment with people and families focusing on books and connecting over that, and significantly stronger reading, math, and science outcome achievements in third grade and beyond. So I'm going to pass this to Keith Lyons to share historical context and then bring you up to speed with our current activities and the status of our statewide rollout. Thank you.
Mr. Glass, Chair Young, and esteemed board members, thank you for letting Dolly and I share space with you. She was a good partner to ride with in the vehicle. Just to give you a little bit of background of how we got here to this statewide expansion. In 2002 was the first program in Kentucky in Henderson. And then in 2010, we at CCLD realized that Kentucky, and those of us that have grown up in Kentucky have heard for a long time that we're the last or next to the last in about all of our literacy efforts. That is no longer the case. We actually excel in a lot of areas and are looked to from other states for our leadership and the things that we're doing. So we approached then First Lady Jane Beshear and said, we really need to focus on these achievements we've done. How can we do that? Would you be willing to have a day a year that you would help us to celebrate literacy achievement in Kentucky? She became very excited and said, I don't want a day, you get a week. And so we had a week a year for 5 years that we were able to go around the state and look at different literacy successes. Wasn't just in schools, those were a big part of it, but we looked at communities, we looked at businesses, we looked at civic organizations to see what was going on out there that was really changing the trajectory of Kentucky in literacy. And in that excitement, that very first year, she, and I will never forget this conversation, and some of you have heard it before, she shook her finger at me, wagging it, and said, I've met the First Lady of Tennessee with the Imagination Library, I want it in Kentucky, and I want you to do it. That makes you a little cringe a little bit when you've got a big project like that and figure out how to make it happen and you don't say no. So with that, we started on an investigation process to figure out how could we make this a statewide effort in the state of Kentucky. So I was able to go down in 2010 and 11 to visit with the Dollywood Foundation folks and learn how this might work and how could we maybe even start with the regional level to kind of do a little bit of a pilot. And during that time, one of the things that sold me and all of us who've been involved with the project since the beginning was that when they shared with us that this project, this initiative that Dolly has set up really can change what closing the achievement gap looks like at an early age. Because all these children start receiving books early on, and by the time they get to kindergarten, which they'll get their last book at their 5th birthday, they've had a common set of texts that teachers can work with, educators, families, regardless of where they come from in their community, regardless of their home life, their socioeconomic conditions, what side of the tracks, they have something in common that they can start working with. And so there then becomes this community aspect of it as well. So in 2015, we were able to acquire some funding through the governor's office for developing communities. And in that, we had $250,000 to work with to set up a pilot project. So our first target area that we had already been doing some work with was with the KBEC, Educational Cooperative, and targeted those southeast counties to see how we could do this and do a ramped up version of what was occurring locally and expand and do it at a regional level in hopes that it would become the statewide. Fast forward, that's where we've gotten to now. Through also with the work that we did when we started with CCLD, it was not only a book dissemination project, but we also did training for families and communities and early childhood educators on how to use the books in even more strategic ways without overburdening with language of the high academic knowledge of those particular pieces, but creating videos, doing trainings of how to do dialogic reading, shared books, expanding the repertoire of books that children might have access to in their families as well. With that work, the Department of Education included us in the first round of Striving Readers Grants, the SRCL, and then subsequently in the second round at KYCL as one of the early childhood initiatives for the grant that could work, that was an approved provider to work with communities and the school districts in the Imagination Library and those early childhood efforts. And so we've been continuing, and districts have been able to fund their support through that, and we've been able to continue those trainings with them. In 2019, Dolly Parton herself actually attended a national conference of state legislators, and that got the attention of Senator McGarvey and a couple others who really then said, what else can we do? What we really want to do is a statewide initiative. And so last year, that became the budget line item that we've discussed, that Greta shared earlier, the $800,000 to begin this project, to be able to start this statewide expansion. And then here we are currently working to make that effort even expand even further. On the next slide, it kind of gives a little bit of just where we are and how this works with that General Assembly, what they committed to in the legislative adding into the appropriations budget. And then what they're doing now is currently working on legislative language to make this a more permanent item. Then to the money flow through the Department of Education, and then they contracted with the Dollywood Foundation to serve as that fiscal agent, and then they were to secure an in-state partner, and that's been the Collaborative Center for Literacy Development, to model what we have done with that, the regional, how does that ramp up now to the state in using those processes. On the next slide, just to give you an idea, our goals we set for ourselves for this very first year with that initial amount of money was that we want to get all 120 counties involved, and that we're striving very diligently on that because we're having 5 to 6 meetings a day with community leaders, school districts, individuals who are wanting to get this expanded in their area or starting a brand new project. We also want to have 30,000 new children enrolled by the end of June of this year. I'm going to share a little bit of where we are on that. In that expansion process, too, it really lies in the importance of it. The next slide, you can see where we have grown. Everything that is in blue, we already have a project that is there or is expanding to a state or a full county project. Some of them are just local communities. Those that are colored in yellow, and your map actually that you has a handout is updated because this keeps changing every day almost. The colors in yellow are one that active conversations are in place now, or again, either starting a new program or ramping up their current smaller initiative that they're doing. We only have 9 of the 120 counties that we don't have a contact yet. And that's going to be a solicitation. We're going to continue to ask anybody we work with, including you all, to help us find contacts in those areas so that we can get them on board quickly as well. Even just being here today, I've already heard from Holly Bloodworth, so that we've got 3 of those 4 down in the western part of the state. They're working on contacts right now. So once this word is out, especially those who are in those white counties see this and like, we want to get it, we're going to probably get the contacts we need. We just don't have those individuals right now.
You know a guy who can help you with the...
Great, fantastic. And so with those counties, as I said, the map that you have currently does not match this map because as of this morning, we have 2 more counties that have now gone into that blue status. When we first started this, we had about, and the announcement that came out in October, which you can go to the next slide if you like. The next slide kind of shows where we are with some of our eligibility. I'll get back. So here where our current numbers are. Those again, because when we turned this in a couple of weeks ago, the numbers continue to grow quickly. We are now at 47,884 children enrolled. And we have increased the percentage of where we were in October of 26 when the official announcement came out from the Department of Education, which was at 15%. We've now moved up to 17% of our total eligible population who are now receiving Imagination Library books. On the next slide, this kind of breaks down our goals just a little bit more. Again, another slide that is outdated as of just a couple of weeks. We now have 10 new county programs that didn't have anything to start with, including those 2 that we just got the information from this morning. So that now has changed the 29 counties in expansion phase to 27. And that number of 11,313 as the end of January is now 16,844. We are more than well on the way to that 30,000 goal. Our goal may have been a little low, and that's a good thing to have, that we exceed that and exceed it quickly. So where we stand with that piece. On the next slide, the map is really, not sure where all of it's for the Olympics, for the international community. Basically what that says is the Imagination Library, this is what we have been doing since October 26th of 2021. The counties that are all in white are counties that we already have a program in. Those that are in the darker blue, those are counties that have onboarded, which again, 2 new counties were added to that. Oh, actually, I take that back. There's been 4 from this map that have added since August, there was 2 when we first turned this in. And then those in yellow are the ones that we're still working to find those contacts to be able to expand. So you can see as we started with 40 of 120 counties that didn't have something, this is where we began. All of these are beginning to get colored in some way or the other to get us to that darker blue. And our incentive is that when in this investigation process in 2010 and 11, when we met with the Dollywood Foundation, was that once we can get all 120 counties covered and all zip codes, Dolly's coming to do something special in Kentucky. So we have some incentive to really work and push this even further. It's nice to have this version of Dolly, but the real Dolly is a lot more fun. I mean, it's a lot. On the next slide, we realize too that this is not something that just one person or one entity can take on themselves. It does truly take a village. And these are some of the people that we're beginning, and some of the collaborations we're expanding, some of them that we're already starting with that are brand new. We'll continue to reach out. Again, people like the Governor's Office of Early Childhood, the Kentucky Reading Association, the Department of Libraries and Archives, some of the work that we're doing with the local school districts, those state and civic organizations. We have a lot of Rotary clubs, Kiwanis clubs who are reaching out and they want to be involved. Community foundations who are helping to find that percent of what they can do to help that initial match. As part of the work that is for this grant, for this endeavor, the legislature set up, if you're not familiar, that it was a 50% match. The community had to have 50% funds, and then the state picks up the other 50. So some of that is part of figuring out how to help them find that initial funding to get started and to make it continual. The process of this building bridges is something that CCLD has been doing ever since our inception in 1998. And so building those community partnerships continues to expand that as we work around the age continuum. The Imagination Library is truly an early childhood initiative, but it goes beyond that early childhood. In our pilot, we were seeing where it was beginning to have impact on elementary students who had these common text and common background experiences that teachers could use. In middle school and high school, where parents or kids, like when I was growing up in the summer taking care of my brother and sister, we read to each other. And so having those opportunities for those middle and high school students to be able to practice their reading skills with those younger siblings. And then also with adults who we have found that have reached out to us that really want to read their books to their children, but they have struggling literacy challenges. And so they're seeking services to figure out, I want to read these books to my kid. And we talk to them about even doing story walks, of talking through just the pictures to be able to have those oral language experiences. So we're really excited about expanding these partnerships even further. We're going to be using a lot of support through the educational cooperatives as we talk about outreach. Every single individual, every single partner, every single partnership has some particular aspect. They could be working through awareness, recruitment, affiliate support in their local area, or that funding mechanism, and working to be able to help expand this. One of the efforts to help us to get this word out at the next page is that there is a dedicated landing page for the Imagination Library of Kentucky. And in that, there's information, support, things about enrollment to be able to find out if the affiliate is live in your area yet, the resources that are available to, not just or just beyond the books, what other things can we provide support for in that early emergent literacy area. And then also our goal is once things kind of settle and we can get everybody together and have these 120 counties, it will also have a networking map of who is the lead in the county. So as individuals want to make donations or get involved somehow, they will be able to find that one particular entity who is serving as that community champion. Our next steps, which is the next slide, shares where we're going. The next phase for us is that we're establishing a statewide advisory board, and we're in the process of that now. We're also looking to continue to develop those expanding affiliates and bring in those brand new ones, those 9 counties that we don't have yet. We're also working with the Department of Education, KY Stats, and the Governor's Office of Early Childhood, and a couple of school districts on how we can start capturing data that shows what the impact of this Imagination Library may have. From the level of just, do they even have the books in the home when they're doing their Bergans assessments? How long have they had them? How many books? Then hopefully this we can turn into a longitudinal study to see what that impact is. 2 presentations before was about the profile of a graduate. We would love, and our hope and our goal would also be able to align with that a profile of a graduate would also include they receive the Imagination Library books in those very formative years from birth to age 5. So we feel that alignment is very strong, that we would love to be a part of it and be able to help support that as well. The next piece too, and also we'll be expanding through the social media, doing information sessions for large targeted groups who've asked us to outreach. And then also that really important key piece is the legislature. Actual legislation is being crafted this week that will hopefully get introduced soon about the Imagination Library becoming this permanent endeavor within the state of Kentucky. Our legislators are committed to this. It is very bipartisan. Everyone loves Dolly. Literacy and reading is so important for everyone that this legislation will help secure this as a permanent fixture in the state of Kentucky. And the last release is just our information. We're all, as Dolly said, we better get on it and get going. So we're here to answer any questions, to be of support and help however we may be. You do also have the very first book. I think they're The Little Engine That Could. Regardless of what age a child enrolls, that's the first book they get with a letter from Dolly. So that's always an important book to have. There's also the book list if you're interested to see what books that go out each month. Some of those titles are bilingual, and within each age group, there are at least 2 that are also in Spanish or have Spanish connections to them as well. And then, as they said earlier, we also have some that are produced through the American Publishing House for the Blind that are in Braille as well. So.
Excellent. And Patricia will be happy to know the last book that they receive is Look Out Kindergarten, Here I Come. So I think we still have Greta and Nora, and Keith, of course, is here. I wouldn't pose any questions to Dolly. Keith can channel his inner Dolly and help with that too. So what questions might you have? Patrice?
The first comment, as a early childhood teacher of 3 decades, I can say there is magic when you introduce a book to a classroom and the children say, I have that book, I have that book. So that just thrills me to hear that. Second, the list is available, so I'm assuming teachers will have access to that, because
Yes.
I would imagine they would want to just fill their libraries with books that the children have come to love. Okay, thanks. I'm excited.
In our early childhood initiatives for our educators, we do through our initiatives at CCLD, they actually sign up and get sets of the books, so they have them to start doing some curriculum and planning with them. So they, even though they may be at their preschool and kindergarten level, they now know what those common texts are and some of those common experiences.
Excellent. Excellent.
When I was in Jessamine, the Jessamine County Rotary Club, the Nicholasville, Rotary Club sponsored Imagination Library, and the parent resources are very rich. So if you haven't seen those, just Keith mentioned the ability to use oral language to work through, but there's a lot of good tips for families about reading with their children.
And something else that I just think is really important to mention is that the books are strategically matched to the child's developmental level. So, I mean, the early books are like board books for babies, and they grow with the child. And I think there's different sets. I think so. Like if I have a sibling gets different ones.
Yeah, so it's not the same book. So it's by what age group they are. So depending on where their birthday falls and what month of the year, 2 children in the same household won't get the same book unless they happen to be twins. And then they probably would. And we've got these books available. I'm going to leave them for everybody who would like to have them. The books also come, most of them do have tips in the back that were created to people share with parents. We took those and actually expanded them at CCLD and created videos around them. We got permissions to be able to actually use the books in videos and share other resources of how to use the books, talking about those concepts of print, of holding the book, looking at authors, colors, shapes, and getting families involved with that as well as early childhood educators.
Any other questions? All right. Oh, yeah.
What can we do as a board to help promote this in our communities?
Making sure that your community is fully covered with all those counties. And if you don't have that info, remember she's coming. So get all your zip codes covered. But really just that outreach, letting people know and who the community is. A lot of times we're word of mouth or like the public library. A lot of people go there and like, well, we don't have in our county yet. What can we do? So being able to provide those supports, directing them to the landing page, letting them know that if they could contact us, Christy or myself, that we will be able to reach out to them and help them get something started and or to help them figure out how to enroll it. We get lots of questions about how can they do funding, what can they do for fundraisers, can they make donations, or can they help with enrollment, do an activity. So there's a plethora of ways that we can get people definitely be involved.
And Keith, can I jump in here as well and just think about one more thing is that in some areas where school is doing kindergarten enrollment, events that they're putting posters up or handing some flyers out so that the younger siblings of these children also know about the program. And it is contactless from a sign-up perspective. So we have QR codes that can be put on any type of document so families can do it right off their smartphone. They can go on the website. And of course, there is the old-fashioned mail-in brochures, but we're finding in light of what our world situation is, the contactless work really, really well. So we thank you at the school level to get to the younger children of the kids coming into kindergarten.
Oh, yes, Yes, Patrice.
So are hospitals sharing this information?
We have a number of hospitals that are doing it and signing up at birth. We actually had a call about 3 years ago from a mother who was in the hospital and wanted to sign her child up yet, and we started taking the information, and I said, so do you have the birth date and the name? And she's like, no, I'm just here getting ready to go into labor. I was like, well, we probably need to wait till the baby's born first. Let's get there, then you got the baby. You just take care of birthing the baby, we'll get them signed up. So they're really excited. Yes, we have a lot of hospitals, a lot of pediatricians that are getting involved as well.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And thank you to Ollie.
I'm sorry, she has to go with.
Not to be awkward on the interstate, that's okay.
Thank you all.
All right. The next item on our agenda is the biennial budget and a legislative update. So a chance for everyone to get to meet, and along with Brian, of course, as Associate Commissioner, Rob and Kenny. Welcome. It's the first time I've seen you in 3D.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Brian Perry. I'm the new Director of Government Relations. So not even a month tenure yet. So we'll dive in. So if you want to advance the slide, I don't know who's...
The onboarding process that we have, right? Throwing you right into the middle of the legislature.
Yeah. Luckily, I came over from KCTCS, where I served as their legislative liaison for the past 5 years or so. So this is just my 5th legislative session, so still a baby in terms of Frankfurt terms, but at least familiar with the process, so it's definitely helped.
Hey, Tim, are you on, are you me?
No, it's not me. I'm so sorry.
Oh, okay, that's okay.
Okay.
Sorry, usually it's.
So, just wanted to give a bit of a quick update on kind of the session in general. So this is a 60-day session. So it's a budget year and a very unusual turn of events. It's our 3rd budget session in a row. I'm sure you're all aware they passed 1-year budgets the last 2 years. So hopefully this year we get back on track with the 2-year budget, get back into the normal flow of things legislatively. So in another odd twist, the normal budget process starts when the governor introduces their budget proposal with a formal budget address. The House circumvented that this year. They introduced House Bill 1 about a week before the governor's address. This is also unusual because typically the lower the bill number, the higher the priority it is for that chamber. So Senate Bill 1 and House Bill 1 are usually reserved for the top priorities of each chamber. So for the budget bill to be House Bill 1 is just extraordinarily unusual, just worth noting. In any case, so House Bill 1 is the budget bill that's moved. It will be the main budget bill. They did file the governor's proposal as House Bill 285, but it won't go any further than that. So House Bill 1, again, another unusual turn. They passed it out of the chamber very early. It's already over in the Senate. The Senate will sit on it. They're not going to do anything with that bill for quite a while. This is the first time probably ever that they've had this long in the Senate to work on the budget. Typically the House sits on it forever and pushes the Senate to get it out quickly, so expect the Senate to sit on it until probably middle to late March. So again, it's a 60-day session, so they have 60 legislative days. That's it. The last day can technically be April 15th, and usually is. However, that's a Good Friday. And from everything we're hearing, they are pushing really hard to not be in session on April 15th. Personally, I'll be kind of shocked if they manage to pull that off, because they usually go up until the absolute last minute of the 15th. So we'll see if they get it done. But right now, it's scheduled. The last day is scheduled for April 14th. So once the budget gets out of the Senate, they'll go into conference committee. They'll hammer out the final budget proposal and send that final budget proposal to the governor for action. The governor can, he has line item veto in the budget. It's the only piece of legislation that the governor has that in. So he can veto the whole thing, line item veto, or sign it into law. However, it doesn't really matter because they have super majorities in both chambers and they only need a simple majority to overturn any veto vote in each chamber. So whatever gets sent to the governor for action will be the enacted budget eventually. This might take a few extra days. So, next slide. So we've already had 2 bills and 1 resolution that have gotten signed into law. The first is House Bill 5. You may be aware of this. It's the SAFE Fund, tornado relief for the impacted districts, of which $30 million will flow through KDE. That's already in process. I think the application went out last week, if I'm not mistaken. So we are just waiting on districts to fill out the application so we can start dispersing the money. We have let legislators from the area know that application process is out there and kind of updated them on that, so they are aware that ball is rolling. Senate Bill 25 was a COVID relief bill that got done real early on. This added 10 extra days for school districts to use, in addition to the 10 NTI days they already get every year. So that's really the big one with Senate Bill 25. And then next slide. There's 1 resolution. So they've done a lot. They've limited the governor's power a lot over the past couple of sessions as it relates to executive orders in particular. So they passed this resolution in relation to the declarations related to the tornadoes. That's really about all that it does. So, next slide. So there are currently 600-ish bills sitting out there. We have about a month left in the filing deadline before the filing deadline's hit. So we'll probably get up to the 750 range, if I had to guess. So there's a lot of bills to talk about if we want to. I've tried to narrow the focus a little bit to ones that I think you're going to be interested in. But when I get done, if you have questions about anything, please let me know. I've got my spreadsheet. We'll try to answer any questions you have. So House Bill 1 is the budget bill. House Bill 33 is sitting over in the Senate right now. This is a bill that I think is on its 3rd or 4th year. It's one that we really want to see get done. It's a school facilities bill. We've been helping the sponsor in the House. He's asked us to be at the table when he presents to Senate Education. That has not been put on the agenda yet. So as soon as it does, we will be anxiously working on that. House Bill 63 passed out of committee yesterday with the committee sub. This would require us to put our school districts to hire an SRO for every school district / building. The committee sub has changed that a little bit. It was every building, but the biggest part of this is that there's no funding attached to it. So it's an unfunded mandate. So we'll see where it goes. The committee sub does give some outs, I think, for the districts if there's no funding attached. So, but it's still an House Bill 44 is Bobby McCool's bill. It's a mental health policy. It passed out of the House pretty early on. It's just sitting over in the Senate, so I'm hopeful that you can get that one going here soon. House Bill 126 is Chair Huff's FAFSA graduation requirement. This is another one that I think is on year 3 now, maybe year 4. So she has been pushing to add FAFSA completion as a high school graduation requirement. There's been a lot of conversation about this. So 2 things have happened. One is that at the federal level, FAFSA simplification got done and will come down. I think that hits this fall. So it'll be a much simplified application process. That was a big holdup in the past. So I don't know if that'll help her get it across the finish line. When I was on the post-secondary side of this, one of the concerns we heard was that this would be the only non-academic requirement for graduation, and that there was some pushbacks from districts on that, although I haven't really heard that this time. So House Bill 126 is passed out of her committee, obviously, but it hasn't gone any further. House Bill 194, this is one we've had quite a few conversations with the sponsor. It's DJ Johnson out of the Owensboro, Henderson area. It would provide an alternative pathway to a GED for some students in alternative education programs. We have some issues with this bill. We've tried to talk to the sponsor about them. We got a couple of things addressed, but there's a few issues remaining. One, it doesn't specify what on track to graduate means and leaves it up to the local district. So you could have a student that has 17, 18 credits, just really close, that could get pushed over to or go into a GED instead. We think it'd be better for them to try to complete the traditional diploma. On the other hand, we recognize that if a student is 17 and has 3 credits, then this other alternative might be a valid one. But we've reached out on the Senate side to have some conversations again and offer some suggestions. I'm hopeful that if it gets heard in committee on the Senate side, that they will attach some amendments that address some of those concerns. Next slide. And I apologize, I'm trying to go through these relatively quickly, so if you have questions, just jump in. House Bill 226 is a companion to Senate Bill 9. These are the early literacy bills. So each bill is now passed out of its chamber and is in the other chamber. I'm a little unclear which of these they're planning on moving, but it's pretty clear they're going to move one of them. So that's exciting. We're very supportive and have helped on each presentation, so that's good. House Bill 270s. House Bill 270 is Representative Tate's bill, the Elizabethtown area. This is an Aaron's Law, so this is a national level legislation. They've enacted this in, I think, 37 other states, they said. It's related to child abuse awareness. We have some minor concerns with it, so we'll be watching it, and it really just relates to who would be the best person within to do this training. So we've got our eye on that one. It's another big bill. It's been around a few times. House Bill 277 is Walker Thomas's bill out of the Hopkinsville area. This is an alternative certification pathway called the Option 9. This is, I think, an interesting starting point to talk about an alternative certification. We've had a few preliminary conversations with Representative Thomas about this. I'm hopeful that this is one that we can maybe put off until the interim and offer to come back and work with him over the interim on creating a better bill that he can bring back next session. So I'm hopeful that that's an option for us. He's been easy to work with in my past role, so I'm hopeful that's the case. So we have two school choice bills again this year that I'm probably sure you all have heard about. So it's House Bill 305, which is Callaway, and Senate Bill 50, which is Alvarado. There's been strangely little conversation publicly about these right now. I heard whispers in the hallways of the annex the other day that there are several different factions that are not in agreement on these and might actually end up killing themselves. So, yeah, so a little interesting tidbit from the annex hallways there. But yeah, publicly nothing's really been said about either one of those, and they haven't moved at all, so we'll see what happens with those. So I think someone asked me about this one, but somebody asked if there had been any KTRS bills filed. This is the one they may have been asking me about. It's House Bill 384. It was filed by Cheryl Stevenson out of Lexington. Unfortunately, it's a Democratic priority and will not move whatsoever. So House Bill 397 is Representative Dossett, who sponsored the resolution I believe you all started with this morning. He represents Dawson, or half of Dawson Springs, which is amazing because it has no stoplight, but has two representatives. So this is one of the priorities that the impacted districts asked for. So they wanted to waive some student attendance hours or days, but then also have those counted as completed employment contract days. So Representative Dossett got that filed. It has passed out of committee and it's moving. On a related note, he called yesterday afternoon to talk about some stuff, and the districts have a few other priorities. The tornado districts have a few other priorities that they're interested in, including the freeze on seek and some other things. We compiled those all into a document. We have passed those along to several of the representatives and senators in the areas. And Representative Dossett said that they are having conversations about those, but I was not given any additional information, so not sure what they're thinking. My thought is if they do a seek freeze, it'll be in budget language, so we may not hear much about that until late in the session. So, the next slide. So those are the House bills of interest. There's a few other, obviously, House bills floating out there. If there's any you want to ask about, we can cover those in a second. On the Senate side, so the House has 100 members, Senate has 38. There's always a lot fewer Senate bills. Senate Bill 1, again, one of their top priority for the session, relates to curricular decisions. This is a CRT bill, for lack of or a CRT related bill. Initially, I thought that this would be kind of how they address the 2 CRT bills that were filed in the House, which were much more extreme. And so they passed this out very early. The date was on January 8th, so this was a first week priority bill. It's been sitting over in the House. If the House moves on this, they will move on it late. So the past few sessions, the House has sent over a lot of legislation to the Senate that has died in the Senate. My thought early on was that the House will use this as a trump card to get some of their priorities done. So if they pass SB1, I think the House will do it late in the session, and they have several of their priorities over in the Senate that they want done in exchange for it. But there's another bill now that's popped up that may impact that whole turn of events. SB 9 is an Early Literacy Act. It's the companion to 226 that I mentioned earlier. It's over in the House now. SB 50 is Alvarado School Choice Bill. SB 60 is a Head Start bill. We have been told that this is President Stiver's priority, or one of his priorities. Chair Wise is carrying it. We've had some conversations with them about this. There was a committee sub, so we're feeling pretty good. It's over in the House now. Next slide. SB 61 is another of Chair Wise's bills. This is one that we have supported, are supportive of. It's over in the House as well, but is not moved in the House yet. Senate Bill 102, this one came out just recently. It just requires us reporting school-based mental health services. The districts to report that to KDE. KDE then compiles it and reports back to the IJC in the interim. So it would be a little more work for the districts, but I mentioned to the commissioner, this will be heard tomorrow in committee. I wonder if Chair Wise is seeing this as a way to gather some data on mental health providers in schools as a way to maybe push for funding down the line. I don't know, but it's possible that this is a way to get some data going that they can use later on. So maybe some stuff there. So Senate Bill 138 is Chair Wise's CRT-related bill. The commissioner and I met with him yesterday. We gave them some feedback on the bill and some suggested language to make improvements to it. It sounds like they are considering those. So we thought this would get heard in committee tomorrow, but it did not get on the agenda. So I suspect that next week or so we'll see this pop up. But once we see the committee sub, we'll know a little more about what direction they're heading. And I don't know how this relates to SB1. So initially we had thought SB1 was kind of how they were going to address all of this. So 138 is kind of a little twist there that we didn't see coming. So I think that's all I've got. So were there any bills? What else was there? Sorry. I thought I had one on top of my head, but I forgot. There's so many of them floating out there. Were there any other bills of interest that I didn't cover that you have questions about? Yes.
Dr. Poe and Ms. Lum.
I don't know if they've addressed this, but I mean, it's been an ongoing thing with, I guess, the superintendents and different things. Last year, they passed 563 without any particular guidance.
Yes.
So superintendents say they're waiting for guidance, but are they going to do anything in the legislative guidance?
So we have put together some suggested language. We have started putting that out into people's hands in Frankfurt. So we're waiting on some feedback, and then we'll hopefully be able to work with the sponsor over in the House, but it'll need to start in the House. Hopefully, yes, we're working on some language. So, I'll mention that tomorrow in Senate Bill 83 will be heard. You may hear about this because this is one of the transgender sports bills. So I suspect that there will be quite a bit of conversation on social media about this over the next 24 to 48 hours.
That gets a question to the commissioner. In the absence of passing something for 563, I say the House or whatever doesn't matter. What is the, I mean, because I know districts was getting into that role of exchanging MOU agreements with other districts right now. What would they, I mean, how are we going to make those decisions, I guess? If there's an absence of whatever.
Our preferred solution is the legislature cleans up the bill and makes it more clear on how this is supposed to work. If they choose not to do that, then the it's not clear that this board has the authority to enact regulations on it. That's not in the statute, but I think, Todd, you may want to weigh in, that the state board has broad authority to promulgate regulations if it chooses to. You might want to, yeah.
Yeah, they do. The department was asked to participate in a work group that was hosted by the Kentucky Association of School Administrators, CASA. And we joined superintendents from many districts, both county districts and independent districts, to discuss feedback on how the bill could be improved. Unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of consensus among the group on how to do that. It leaves a lot of questions unanswered. One thing that we had suggested, Robin also participated, was a proposed solution could be to ask the legislature to put authority for the state board in place to promulgate regulations for how this works. So this board is absolutely focused on education, could do that, and in the event that it needed to be changed in the future, would have the ability to do that. The group didn't seem to be very supportive of that as an option. So that's not the recommendation that came out of that group. That's not to say that the board doesn't absolutely have authority in certain ways, that we couldn't get creative and put some regulations in place, but there's nothing that specifically says this board is to develop regulations related to this. And again, unfortunately, right now the situation that we're in without further clarification leaves a lot of questions unanswered for school districts, and there's not a lot for us at the department to rely upon to answer those questions, even in terms of guidance.
So it's right now, in absence of anything, it's just confusion, I guess. We'll have different people doing different things, and they'll be requesting you to step in and be the referee, I guess.
So there was an option to ask the state board to put together regulations around that. It's not clear you have that authority. That may involve us getting called before the administrative review committee and ask why we're regulating this when the legislature said we didn't give you express authority to do so. So there's a risk involved with that. There's a bunch of questions related to this that districts break one or two ways. If they perceive themselves as a winner, they want it interpreted one way. If they perceive themselves as a loser, they want it interpreted another. This board would have to resolve all of those. And there's no way that you will find consensus on it. The districts couldn't find consensus themselves. So because of that, we have not recommended you moving forward with regulations around this, because one, it's not clear you have authority, and two, that you're going to be put in a no-win situation if you do so. So our proposed solution has been that the legislature, who started this, clean up the bill in a way that clarifies how this is supposed to work. So that's the angle that we're working on right now. If they fail to do this, they're going to have, districts will have to enact the unclear law that's on the books, and that how it will get resolved is in court.
And of course, districts are charged to enact their policy before July 1st. So the clock is ticking fast.
It feels like a big game of chicken.
So we may be in a position where we can issue non-regulatory guidance, and here's what we think it means, and here's how we think it should work, but non-regulatory guidance has no weight, so districts can ignore it. And again, we probably, if we have disagreements among districts about how this is going to work, a court will have to resolve those.
So we do have proposed legislation, I guess.
We have a list of proposed changes that we have provided to legislative leaders, and they've asked us to take it to someone else.
I guess if they do inaction, a district could at least look at whatever we propose to say this is what we wanted to follow. If they wanted some type of guidance, this is what we were recommending to be done, I guess.
I don't know if we will release as guidance our recommended changes to the bill. I think we'll have to see kind of how things shake out in this legislative session.
I'm just saying if somebody does pick up the bill and they don't pass the bill, that's still probably our best recommendations at that time.
Well, I think it's a different question. What we've provided are statutory changes that help clarify what we think would be a better structure to make it more clear how it's supposed to operate. If nothing happens, then what you've got is the existing language. And so what we would be doing is trying to clarify, based on what the existing language says, here's how we think this ought to work. But there will not be consensus about that. Whatever positions even the department takes from a non-regulatory standpoint will be selectively interpreted, used, and it'll be a bit chaotic. And until we get enough court cases to resolve, here's how it works.
And Ms. Thorpe,
You may recall that I said this bill was half-baked last year.
yeah, that made the news.
Yeah.
Also, during the last interim, the School Facilities Task Force was meeting, which was a task force of LRC, and we were asked to report out the funding considerations that go along with House Bill 563. And those are still somewhat unresolved. We reported out on how state funds could flow, and there was still outstanding question on local funds. So that hasn't been resolved yet either. Of course, that doesn't really kick into effect from a funding perspective as we start the new school year. It would then affect the subsequent year. So I know that's a question that districts still have as well, how all that's going to work.
And Ms. Flo?
Yes, I believe it's Senate Bill 40, filed by Senator Webb, being called the Parents' Rights Bill. There's a lot of concerns by our teachers and educators that this is opening the door for parents to be able to file lawsuits if they feel their rights have been violated by things that are being taught in the classroom. I think it's just been filed recently, so.
I don't think we've talked much about that one yet. I saw it pop up, but we'll put it on the radar and take a look at it.
All right, Robin, we'll keep flowing into the SEEK
Next
side of the
please.
discussion.
I'm going to pause here for just a minute and see if Karen Worth is online with us.
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes. So Karen is actually going to kick us off. We're going to talk about the budget side. Brian kind of teed us pretty well. He talked about House Bill 1, and he talked about the governor's bill, which is House Bill 285, and the unusual circumstances that we all sat back in a little bit of a shock as we saw things kind of rolling out on the budget. Karen's going to talk to us initially about some of the KDE budget provisions, and then I'm going to kind of back clean up and talk about some language and some of the other provisions in appropriations. So Karen, I'm going to turn it over to you now.
Thanks, Robin, and thanks, Brian. Heck of a job following Dolly there. We don't have the most interesting subject, so. Okay, guys, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the budgets that have been, the budget bills that have been dropped this session. We, of course, have House Bill 1 and House Bill 285, as Brian has shared with you. On the screen here, you're going to see a chart of our SEEK appropriation. Basically, this is including current year fiscal year 22 appropriation, and then what was proposed in House Bill 1 and House Bill 285. House Bill 1 has proposed a per pupil amount in fiscal year 23 of $4,100 and in fiscal year 24 of $4,200. Also, House Bill 285, or the governor's budget, has proposed a FY23 per pupil amount of $4,300 and $4,500 for fiscal year 24. And in my time at the department and looking back, that is the highest per pupil amount that I have found in SEEK history. So very good news. Next slide, please. Also in the SEEK appropriation is some additional funding and language that we wanted to talk a little bit about with you today. House Bill 1 includes language pertaining to any SEEK excess that may lapse. Those dollars would lapse to the general fund in both fiscal years of the biennium. House Bill 1 also includes funding for full-day kindergarten, which is a KBE priority. So we're really excited to see that. And it also includes additional funding for our National Board Certified Teacher Salary Supplement. Again, another one of our ABRs and priorities for our board. So another positive addition to our funding. Also wanted to talk just a minute about the transportation piece. House Bill 1 included an additional $60 million in the transportation allotment. And those funds are, the language around those funds say that they should be distributed evenly amongst districts, but that no district should receive more than their total transportation cost. So there is some associated language with the $60 million that's in transportation. Moving to 285. There is some seek lapse language in 285 as well, but only for fiscal year 22, and basically says that any seek excess in this fiscal year will lapse to the general fund. It also includes full day kindergarten funding, another win for us, and it also included additional funding for National Board Certified Teacher salary supplement. The transportation piece for House Bill 285 fully funded $175 million for the pupil transportation piece, which was our ABR amount, as well as $5.4 million for the vocational education transportation. So for the SEEK appropriation, really a win overall in both versions of the budget bills. Next slide, please.
Hey, Karen, it's Lou.
Yes, ma'am.
Earlier, I just didn't get around to it. How do you explain the about $160 million discrepancy in the base funding for SEEK plus full day kindergarten from House Bill 285 to House Bill 1? Is one of those closer to right than the other?
So there is extra money in, well, we did the calculations and found that our House Bill 1 and House Bill 285 does include enough funding for full day kindergarten. However, House Bill 285 included additional funds for certified and classified salary increases.
Well, I see. And no increase to seek add-ons in any of them, right?
There may have been some fluctuation in the nickels. I think everything was equalized at 100% this time, instead of a 25% and then 100. But other than transportation, National Board Certified, vocational ed, transportation, the others I believe stayed pretty constant.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, next slide, please. We'll talk just a minute about the language around the certified and classified staff salary increase. House Bill 1 did include language that encouraged our local school districts to provide a salary increase. House Bill 285 included language that said that districts shall provide certified and classified staff with an increase of not less than 5%, and that this increase would be in addition to any normal step and rank increases that were attained by certified staff. So while both bills included language around the certified and classified staff salary increase, one's a little bit more specific than the other. Next slide, please. We included this slide to kind of give you guys a visual on our KBE priorities and our ABRs that you all worked so hard on the last several months to prioritize and to put forth as your goals. So we took this chart and I wanted to show you all what your priorities were and what was funded. So you can see here that the X in those two columns indicate that there was some amount of funding provided in each of the respective bills in those areas that we requested additional budget requests in. So overall, very, very positive. It is not typical for us to receive as many ABRs funded as what you're seeing on this slide. So much appreciative to the governor's office and to the General Assembly for including so much additional funding for our ABRs and for your priority as our state board. I did want to share a couple of differences. There are some things that are on here that you see a dollar amount that was our requested amount. However, it may not have been included in the budget bill in the same amount. So just a couple examples there is our state funded preschool. We requested $5.6 million to restore to our 2018 amount of $90 million. Our House Bill 1 did not include any additional preschool funding. However, House Bill 285 included $172 million to fund unserved 4-year-olds. Also, as an example of something that's a little bit different is on KETS. You'll see we requested $14.6 million. House Bill 1 did not include any additional funding for KETS, but House Bill 285 supplied an additional 4.1 for KETS to bring us back to the 2010 KETS level. So when you look at this chart, you can see the things that were funded, but remember, they may not, going back to the actual language, they may not be funded in its entirety. Next slide. Also wanted to point out some additional funding. Some of these things on this slide are part of the ABRs that we asked for. You'll see gifted and talented on there. You'll see professional development. Those were things that were on our ABR list, and they were included in House Bill 1, which is great. There's also some other things in House Bill 1 that were not ABRs. The audio and the speech path language salary supplement is funded in House Bill 1. As well as some additional funding for JAG for our Jobs for America's Graduates. There's also our step and rank increases, which was an ABR. Always good to see our step and rank increases included for our state operated facilities. And then lastly, there's $7.5 million or $7.4 million in each fiscal year that's included in our base in House Bill 1. And through conversations between KDE and our LRC staff, we know that money is intended for our school-based mental health providers. You'll remember those funds were introduced in House Bill 192 to supply funds to districts to hire new health providers for their districts. Next slide. Same concept here. We want to talk about a little bit of the additional funding that was in House Bill 285. Some of these were included as an ABR. You'll see preschool there, step and rank for our state operated facilities. Also, the House Bill 285 included textbook money, which we were happy to see in their version of the budget bill. And also, just as in House Bill 1, through conversations with the governor's office and with the executive budget, we do know that there are some things that are in the budget appropriation for KDE, but there's no associated language. So the things there that are asterisked, like on the previous slide, those you will not find specific language in the budget bill in 285, but the intent is that the funds are there to support that initiative. So quite a few things there, including our school improvement, our social emotional health, and et cetera. Let's talk a little bit about career and technical education. Career and tech, they did really well in both versions of the budget bill. House Bill 1, they provided the ABRs that we requested. We had requested Area Technology Center operating supports. We had requested transition payouts, and we requested step and rank for our ATCs. All of those were funded through House Bill 1. Also, we had requested $8 million for our locally operated vocational education centers. House Bill 1 actually funded those at an additional $38 million. So an additional $30 million over our $8 million ABR request. So very, very positive for our career and tech in House Bill 1. Also wanted to share in House Bill 1 that there is some language in the School Facilities Construction Commission budget that appropriates $155 million in fiscal year 23 for local and vocational education center renovation projects. If you'll remember, there was a pool that was created and districts could apply for funds from that pool for renovations to their area technology centers that are locally operated. So more money to districts for that in SFCC's budget. So always happy to see that because that directly affects our districts as well. Just a comparison, House Bill 285 funded our ABRs as well, the ATC operating and transition payouts, step and rank, and for the locally operated vocational centers, they funded the ask that we made of $8 million in each fiscal year. A little bit different, House Bill 285 with SFCC. They funded an additional $97 million in the current fiscal year that we're in, fiscal year 22, for those additional renovation projects, and then added in a $75 million in fiscal year 23 for additional districts to apply for funds for area technology or locally operated technology centers that need renovation that are more than 20 years old and offer certain programs or that create jobs. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn it to Robin now. She's going to take the last few slides, talk about capital projects and some additional language that is included in other areas of the budget bill that affect K-12 education.
Thank you, Karen, very much. It's so refreshing to see all the dollars that could be coming our way. And so it makes me very, very optimistic. But then I'm going to throw in a realistic view as well. You know, they kind of do the optimistic and the pessimistic and the sort of in the middle. Of course, we will continue to advocate. It is optimistic for us to see both the House, the General Assembly itself through House Bill 1, really embracing a lot of your ABRs that we really value so highly to make sure that our students and our staff are getting what they need for quality public education. But it's also the realistic side that it now has to go to the Senate and see what happens there. Of course, the priorities are typically different. I think what we hope and expect is when they come into the conference committee, that a lot of these things will move forward, maybe not exactly in the same dollar amount that we see, either in the governor's budget or the House budget, but that they are hearing the voices of what this board and others think that we need to really provide that quality education. So we're going to keep our fingers crossed and keep advocating. It's refreshing to see so many of them. You know, I've been doing this a long time, and this is the first time I've really seen this level of attention being made to different categories and the needs of our schools. So that makes me very, very encouraged. We also did really well on the capital project side. Capital projects, you know, are those projects at KSB here, KSD, and at the FFA Leadership Training Center in Hardensburg. Those are primarily where we spend our capital dollars. And if you look on the slide, you'll see that in almost every ask that we made, it shows up in both the House version and the governor's version. You know, the deferred maintenance for many, many years at our campuses has really caused our campus buildings, like our local school districts, to not be in the best shape. But really in about the last 6 years, we've started seeing a little light coming to the attention of facilities at all our campuses. And so we've had the advantage of building the new elementary school that you all saw at KSD. We've started lots of roof and HVAC repairs already in the last biennium. And now we see that for most of the things we asked for, there is attention being given for capital funds. I want to acknowledge and really thank the folks that work at our campuses on facilities. It's not something that we see a lot if we don't have the opportunity to go there. So both the principals at KSB and KSD, Peggy's here, and Toya Roby at KSD, and of course the state schools director, Carol Ann Morrison, she works very hard with them. John Aaron, Rick Westerfield, and Josh Mitchum at each of our facilities, they help with the day-to-day routine repairs that are constant, you know, constant maintenance on our buildings and facilities. So I really want to acknowledge them. And T. Hewlett, who works out of my office to really help on the capital construction projects to make sure that we are moving forward in a very strategic and methodical manner to get the most we can out of our dollars. So sometimes we don't always get to see the works of these fine people that work so hard on behalf of our campuses. So I want to acknowledge them, and I also want to tell them if we get this money, you guys are going to be really busy. So it's a good problem to have. The only difference that I would point out, some of the funding from the safety security pool, the dorm and cottage renovations, the FFA Leadership Training Centers, and the Lee Hall renovation, which were all part of your capital construction plan, they're all included in House Bill 1, but they are specified to be funded from the State Fiscal Recovery Fund of the American Rescue Plan Act. So that is not our ESSER money that we talk about frequently. It is another pot of money that is actually administered out of the budget director's office. But House Bill 1 dictates that funding will come from that fund source. So that is over and above anything that we have that is coming to the Department of Education for coronavirus pandemic relief.
Sorry, Robin, say that again. That was Lee Hall and what else?
It's the safety security pool, the dorm and cottage renovations, the FFA Leadership Training Center classrooms, and the Lee Hall renovation. It's those four that are on your screen. In the governor's recommended budget, it would come from general fund. In the House's version, it's just coming from a different fund source. So good news is they're saying money will come for all of it, just from a different place. Next slide, please. Karen had referred earlier to salary increments for our local school district staff, and this slide represents the recommendations in House Bill 1 and House Bill 285 for state employees. Several months ago, we talked about sort of a conversation about how difficult it has been to recruit and retain state employees at KDE because of the lack of salary increments. I think it's been, there is a statutory provision, KRS 18A 355, and that statute envisions that every year state employees would receive a 5% increment. And that has been not withstood, or basically said, we're not going to do that this year, for really about 20 years, has it not been at 5%. There have been occasions where it's been 1 to 3% in certain years, and then for many years, nothing at all. And so this is really the first glimpse that we see that the General Assembly really paying heed to staff that are leaving state government and the service of state government. House Bill 1 provides a 6% base salary increment in fiscal year 23 on the employee's anniversary date, and then no salary increment in fiscal year 24. Every employee has an anniversary date that you start, and that allows for the flow of funds to go out in a more methodical manner across time. And that is more in accordance with the statutory language of how it would have been distributed. House Bill 285 envisioned a different path, providing a 5% base salary increment, but it would be effective May 1st of this fiscal year, allowing that base salary increment to happen very early, actually, even before this fiscal year was ended, and then no salary increment in 23 or 24. So we'll see if, fingers crossed that something will come out of this, but it is encouraging again to see that both bills contemplate some type of salary increase for our employees. Next slide, please. I've also kind of included a couple of language information. This is one that we get frequent questions about. It is about the allocations to school-based decision-making councils. This is not really new language. It's been in the budget bill for many years now. It allows local school boards to reduce the allocations to individual schools, but it can't be less than $100 per pupil in ADA. And so that is one that I get frequent questions about. Is that still in there? Is it gone? So for those at the table, as well as those districts that might be viewing, that language is still in there. There is also some interesting new language. It is called District Administration Expenditure Limitations. And maybe some of you might remember a couple years ago, there was an effort to really restrict the amount of money that districts were spending in certain categories. And so once again, we see this language kind of popping up. This time it is tied to 3 specific categories: district administration support, school administration support, or business support. And it basically limits the district's expenditure to a percentage level as established in the LRC's OEA Kentucky District Data Profile for school year 2020. So basically, they've got a snapshot, they know how much districts spent then, and it's basically saying don't spend more than that in those categories. If a district does that, then they're saying that's a bad thing, and it is our intent to reduce your district's transportation funding in the next biennium if you go over those expenditure amounts. So we'll see if that stays in. We'll see what the interest of the General Assembly really is in that. And if that happens, of course, we will help districts figure out what that percentage is and provide guidance on that. Next slide, please.
How's that monitored?
That's a good question. There's not any language in that says KDE shall report. So we'll see what other language that might come up.
Dr. Poe will keep an eye on that.
Yeah, Dr. Poe will keep an eye on it.
Well, we actually had to report that 2 years ago.
Yeah.
It's a percentage in your amount, so that's how we're doing it.
But it doesn't have the same language this time. So we'll see what happens.
You know how.
Yeah, we'll see how that happens. There are also some other funds flowing that might be of interest to our local school districts that are outside of the KDE appropriations. They're going to other cabinets or other places. So the Cabinet for Health and Family Services has received appropriations in each of the proposed budgets. It's increasing funding for our Family Resource and Youth Services Centers, and they have different amounts. Of course, those Friskies are very, very important to services being provided to our kids. And when I say there's other funds flowing, this is in addition to the funding that we have in the KDE budget of $48.8 million. So it's additional funds on top of that that'll be flowing to local school districts. There's also an additional funding of $8 million that's going to help offset expenses for children in the custody of the Cabinet for Health and Family Services. And we receive in our budget $9.46 million for KEXAC. This is on top of that, so there'll be another $8 million available from the Cabinet for Health and Family Services. And then finally, our last slide, I think. School Facilities Construction Commission, Karen talked a little bit about those opportunities that are flowing through them for laybacks. The additional offers of assistance have been bumped back up to $100 million from I think it was $58 million before. So that's another increase in funding for our school facilities. We didn't include specific information on teachers' retirement or CERS. Both bills or media around both bills have talked about fully funding both retirement for CERS and KTRS, but we'd be happy to get you any answers on teachers' retirement or CERS if board members are interested in that.
And I think that was one of the questions Ms. Sloan had. Dr. Pope.
I know there's a lot of concern out there on the equalization of the recallable nickel and it being sunset in 2032, and districts can only end up getting a 16% match instead of a 20-year match. So are we proposing anything ourselves to help those districts that we get a 1-year, 20-year bond, or what happens to those districts that, okay, they get their particular match and we're selling bonds for 20 years, but that payment's not there. Who's going to be on the hook for that and 4 years when that match is not there? How's that going to compute in their amount of building funds they have?
You know, that language has been around for a little bit, but it almost appears that districts are finally like, oh, what's going to happen? They're starting to ask that question. Mm-hmm. We haven't put forth any proposal on how to address that yet. Che, are you still here?
I'm here.
Yeah.
You're still awake, Sheena.
You're still here?
So it has been around for a few sessions, and they bumped it up a couple of years ago. I can't remember maybe 2032 before. I can't recall the year.
38 now?
38 now. So basically, when they issue the bonds, that payment falls off in that year. So it does impact their bonding potential. And, you know, potentially it could impact, you know, what kind of project you do because your payment falls off. I know that districts, I actually got a call, I think yesterday or the day before, from a district or a fiscal agent that was representing several districts that have that situation. And they were going to approach the General Assembly about either extending it or getting clarification. Personally, I've received kind of mixed messages on it. One is that it doesn't necessarily mean it falls off in equalization. So the legal interpretation I heard sounded a little different. It was more about if you issue a bond, they'll continue to equalize. But if the project is done, you know, the way we, or at least I've interpreted it, if the project's over, the payment's done. So in 2038 it stops. But we've heard different analysis of that same language, so I'm not sure. And we could get some clarification on what the General Assembly's intent is with that language in the budget bill.
Because if I'm issuing bonds right now, I've got to issue a 30-year bond or a 20-year bond.
20-year bond.
But if we don't know the end of that 2038, how does what are the bonding ages? How do they know what the
They do not extend it past 2038. That's our requirement because that's the language that says now.
You're getting 16, right
Yes.
now you're getting a 16-year loan.
Yes.
You're either going to have to pay out your general fund for that last 4 years, or can you get a 16?
Or your mortgage payments are higher.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, it's causing a lot of problems with anybody who's got an equalized nickel.
All right, thank you. Any more information you can share on that would be great. Board members, being mindful of the time, I do want to let you know that we have decided to forego the presentation, the update for you from the Department's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion team work with Dr. Woods Tucker and Dr. Sweeney. Please don't misunderstand. It's not because this is an unimportant item. It's just the opposite. They have a nice presentation prepared for us. It is included in your portal, but we want to devote the time and energy to this discussion as it is a priority of this board. And so Dr. Woods Tucker and Dr. Sweeney have said, yes, we will make sure that they are prominently featured earlier on the agenda in April so that we can, in fact, go deep into this information. So thank you very much for your consideration. And please know it's not because this is not an important topic, just the opposite. So thank you. We also need to be mindful that Ms. Bloodworth has a long road ahead, including participating on the Evaluation Appeals Committee this afternoon. So we want to be very sensitive to your all's time and travel.
I gained an hour back. So.
It's all good. Well, you just gained 2. Sort of. And so thank you. Back to the next item on our agenda, Robin and team, around the facilities process review update. We've had some foreshadowing of that conversation earlier today, but I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and we'll talk really quickly about the work that's been going on since we last talked with you in December about our facilities work. We did provide at the December meeting sort of that recommendations that came from our task force, our facilities task force that was comprised of superintendents and facility directors and finance officers and all kinds of folks from our districts. I wanted to share with you some of the specific recommendations we've been working on and what we're doing toward implementing some of those. Recommendation 2.0 that was on their list was improved facilities staffing at KDE. The facilities branch is proceeding to hire an additional architect. So we're going to hire one more person to try to help us with the workload. And then we'll look at redistributing the work across 5 architects instead of 4. And that will help our districts be able to have a little bit more speed associated with the particular projects. Recommendation 1.06, offer more facility-focused trainings for people unfamiliar with facilities process. And recommendation 3.03, improve communication channels and responsiveness between KDE and the districts. The facilities branch is scheduled and has started conducting monthly webinars that are available for our local school districts. We've already had 2 and are working on the 3rd one, which will be hosted tomorrow. The first one was an ESSER, how to use your ESSER funds for facilities work. The second one was we had guests from the U.S. Department of Labor that talked to our districts about the Davis-Bacon Act and prevailing wage, and all those things that you have to be mindful of when you're using your federal dollars for the ESSER work. And tomorrow, capital construction process is highlighted in a webcast with our local school districts and the use of FactPack. Recommendation 4.03, exempt school building materials from sales tax. KDE has initiated conversation with legislators on the benefits of allowing the exemption of school building materials from the sales tax by their contractors. And we have drafted proposed legislation. So we are trying to get that moving. Recommendation 10.0, clarify the language and update it periodically to keep it current with needs and requirements. This is referencing our regulation, our planning manual. The facilities branch is meeting several days each week to review and provide suggested revisions to our regulation. They are starting with the implementation guidelines in Kentucky's School Facilities Planning Manual, which is incorporated by reference into the regulation. If you'll remember, it's been since 2008 since that has been updated, so it's a lengthy process. Our goal is to have those recommended revisions to you at your April board meeting for the planning manual and the regulation that accompanies it. 2 things that we'd like to just, in the interest of time, have you start thinking about, because when we bring it to you in April, 2 things that we are contemplating and would like your input on is the LPC membership. We saw today sort of the evidence of the importance of our LPC committees at the local level. But there is a provision in our regulation and planning manual that requires districts to seek approval from KDE each time that they have a non-resident on their LPC. It is important that we have residents of the district on the LPC, but they have to ask us for that approval permission if it's an employee of their school district acting in that official capacity. So, for example, their facilities director may not live within their school district, but they have to take the time to send a letter to Che, then to me, that says, can we have our facilities director on the LPC? So we kind of like to get rid of that approval. We like to have our districts be able to use for those positions employed by their school district that we encourage to be on the LPC, that they don't have to ask us for approval if they're not residents. This is especially true with lots of our independent school districts, where their footprint is not that big and they've got lots of employees that actually reside outside of their district. The other thing that we'd like you to think about that we'll be bringing to you in April is the ability for the KBE to delegate to the commissioner and the department the ability to approve district facility plans, and I'm going to call them vanilla, that are vanilla, meaning they've gone through all the processes as required in our planning manual. They have no negative public comment. They are approved unanimously by both the LPC and the local school board, and any other criteria that you all would like to put on it. Probably 90% of the DFPs that we bring to you that are found on consent agenda are unanimously approved by the LPC and their district and their local board, and they have no negative public comment. But what that requires us to do and requires you as a board to do is spend time to go through all that paperwork and materials. And so we would like you to consider delegating that approval for very specific criteria to the staff of KD to approve those. It benefits our local school districts because sometimes they have to wait 2 months in between board meetings to get their DFP approved by the board. If we can do that administratively at our level, it saves the district time and lets them move on. So that's another thing that we'd like you to think about, and we will put in our draft regulation for you to consider when we come back in April. So those are just 2 examples of things. Neither one of those were really recommendations of the facilities task force. Those are recommendations from the Department of Education and trying to make our processes a little more efficient and effective.
So what do you need for us to do that? A motion or something?
No, we're going to bring it back to you in the actual written document, but those are 2 things to just give you an example of some of the types of things we're trying to think of on our part to make things a little faster and effective.
So likely in April.
Yeah, likely in April. Thank you. And that's all we have for our update.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you so much. So much important information. The next item on our agenda then is the hearing officer's report to be presented by KD General Counsel Todd G. Allen.
Good afternoon. We provided to you on the portal the regular hearing officer's report to show the board where all of your regulations are in process, being reviewed by the Legislative Research Commission, those that have become effective as well as those that are soon to expire. That report itself doesn't require any action. It's for informational purposes only. But part of our action is approval of a statement of consideration. The board has an administrative regulation related to district employee quarantine leave that went through the public comment process and received 1 public comment, and I'll turn it over to Robin and Matt to discuss that.
You all may have this one memorized.
Yeah, I don't know that we're ever going to finish quarantine leave, but if you recall, we've talked about this is for employee quarantine leave at our local school district, and the eligibility criteria seems to be changing a little bit on us as the CDC continues to make some changes about what it means to be up to date on your vaccination. So our goal in amending this through the statement of consideration is really to continue to encourage all of our staff to have whatever is recommended to be up to date for their quarantine status, whether that is the 2 shot of Pfizer, Moderna, or the 1 shot of J&J, and then any boosters or additional doses that they can receive and are eligible to receive. So the goal is always to encourage to have as much as possible so we mitigate that continued spread of the coronavirus in our school districts and give our students and our staff the best chance at always being in person. So I'm going to let Matt kind of direct us through the minor changes that are made in the regulation itself. And keep in mind, this regulation itself is an emergency regulation, and it is only for this school year. So it's only from now until the end of the school year. Matt, can you kind of walk us through the minor changes?
Sure. The only change we made is around the vaccine to be eligible, the vaccination status to be eligible for the leave. We changed it to, we've inserted the language is up to date with their COVID-19 vaccine, having, and then the existing language received either 2 doses of the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine or a single dose of J&J's Janssen vaccine and any additional doses or booster doses as recommended by the Centers for Disease Control. And this seems to be in keeping with the CDC's recent guidance. And just in case you're not familiar, fully vaccinated means you've received your primary series, and then up to date means you received all recommended or any recommended boosters to go with your primary series.
Thank you. Any questions about these amendments to the emergency quarantine leave reg? Ms. Sloan?
I'd just like it to make it clear this is quarantine leave if you've been exposed prior to a positive COVID test result. And that's back on the local district then at that point to make decisions on extra sick days or something. Because we still have a lot of confusion about that across the state. So.
Yeah, quarantine is where you are deemed to need to quarantine or due to exposure. If you test positive, then you are now accessing sick leave.
Isolate.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Oh, yes, certainly, Steve. You don't know this one by heart. Yeah.
Sorry, you asked a question.
No.
You're coming in the middle of the movie. Third quarter.
Exemptions to this, I mean, and I think, because I've had superintendents ask me, it's kind of confusing, like the religious exemptions. Everybody's becoming religious all of a sudden. How do you prove that that's the case? And I hate to bring that up, but I did have somebody ask me about that.
It does contain the religious exemption as well as the medical exemption. I'll let Todd address. Yes.
Yeah, so on the religious exemption piece, what we have provided to folks is information that's published by the United States Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, because they have provided guidance out to employers, not just school districts, but all employers.
Might drop your mask, Todd, sorry.
Any type of religious exemption that is claimed. Obviously, those can be for other employment type related matters as well. So if an employer were to require a vaccine, they likely have the ability to claim a religious exemption. And the EEOC has laid out all of the legal requirements for determining what that looks like. It's detailed, and I'm happy to provide it to you. That's what we provide to school districts when they ask us that question, to say, how do I determine if this is a legitimate request for religious exemption? We point them to the EEOC's guidance.
At this time, I would ask the board to entertain a motion to approve the statement of consideration for 702 KAR 1:191E, District Employee Quarantine Leave, and the proposed amendments after comments. Do we have such a motion? Ms. Adams, second. Ms. Bowling. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving the amendments as presented, please respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you. And then Mr. Allen, the litigation report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, this is for informational purposes only. It's loaded into the secure portion of the board's portal because it is a confidential document. All of the updates and changes since the last regular KBE meeting appear in bold font. Nothing requires action at this point in time. However, if there are questions, we can go into closed session for the purpose of discussing anything that's on the report.
Any questions or any cause for closed session consideration? All right, thank you so much. The next item, as always, per board policy, our agenda provides for each regular meeting an opportunity for board members to raise issues not included on the agenda for the purposes of clarification, referral to a committee, or scheduling for future board review and/or action, if such is the consensus of the board. Do we have any board member sharing items for today? Soliana.
Yes. So Tony and the team wanted us to discuss this, but it wasn't on the agenda. But as you all may know, me and Allison are getting old, and
Soliana is aging out.
And we're expiring, but the applications are open for the next teacher and student board member currently. And so I'll just talk about the student member real quick, and Allison can talk about the teacher. But we are lucky to have this position go on, and we can pass the baton, kind of. But I would just urge anyone watching to refer a student to apply, or just notify whether it's their school, their district, or any student that they know to apply for this awarding role, because it's been such a highlight in my high school career, and I've learned so much, and I just want another student to experience that, and their community to experience that. So it's open to students of the 4th Congressional District, and there are specific requirements that need to be met. Mainly, and the application is mainly guided towards who you are as a student, and and how you're going to represent all the students of the Commonwealth. So you have things like a personal narrative and letters of recommendation and things like that. And so it's a really easy application to fill out. It doesn't require a lot of time, and honestly maybe up to 20 minutes. And so we wanted this to be something that's really easy so that we could reach a large pool of students, not only a select group. And so, Tony's team has done such an amazing job, and we've done all the promo. We're still thinking of ideas to kind of push this out, because we truly want every student in every school of the 4th Congressional District to know about this opportunity, because it's so, so important. And so, I don't know, just hopefully it gets to the right audience for sure. And I'm so glad to see that this is continued for hopefully so many years to come.
Excellent. And just so you'll know, there will never, ever be another first student member on the entire board of education. And so we'll be saying heartfelt but sad goodbyes to our student and teacher representative at our April meeting, which we are hoping will take place at the STLP event in Lexington, as we had planned for spring of 21, you may recall. Ms. Sloan, did you want to piggyback on that?
But before I start to talk about the teacher position, I would like to encourage the teachers and administrators of the 4th Congressional District to be the ones to share the opportunity about the student seat, because they're not in line to be in the teacher seat, but if they would take the opportunity to help spread the word and educate their students on this position and the opportunity for them, I would really appreciate that. Yes, there will be a new teacher on the state board for the next year, and we do have things out that encourages that, and it will be a teacher from the 6th Congressional District. I've had a lot of teachers ask questions about why it's not a statewide search, so I've had to explain about legislation and that we are one per congressional district. So I know that some of that area has changed, so I encourage people to look to see if they're in those congressional districts as well, to see if they're eligible to apply for this. And it is an opportunity of a lifetime. So those that are very involved with education policy, who are teacher leaders of their own in their own districts and their own schools, who enjoy learning and being lifelong learners and having a voice to represent all teachers and educators and school employees in our state, I encourage them to please apply for this, because I think it's absolutely something worthwhile.
Excellent. Thank you.
Terry Young, I was just going to hit, for those that are tuning in, the deadline is March 7th.
So just wanted to make sure we pointed that out, and any information that anybody would like to receive on this, the process, you can go to our website, and we've put out the links to the application. Dr. Brewer can answer any questions about the particulars on the positions, and any application questions can come into my office or to any of us really, or we'll be happy to answer that question. And if anybody has any ideas on how we can get the word out more to particularly teachers and students in those districts, we'd love to hear that. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McCreary.
Briefly, whole school, whole community, whole child
Yes.
subcommittee that Claire and I are now members of. Those of you who had the opportunity to be on this committee and chose not to, I'm sorry for you.
Missed
Missed opportunity. It is most informative. We met prior to the board meeting and went over the youth risk behavior survey data, which was eye-opening. But then to see the input from the community, from the health resources available, it truly is village. It truly, truly is village. And I hope in future meetings that Claire and I will have the opportunity to share with you more information. We're waiting on data. The data we saw came prior to the pandemic. So now we're waiting on some data following the start of COVID. So it will be interesting to see the difference.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your service, and we hope we will have a formal presentation from the two of you when the time is right. So we look forward to that. Thank you. Any other? Well, many thanks to Dr. Robinson and Ms. Sloan, who have volunteered to attend the legislative conference in NASB in March. Really appreciate having that representation, and can't wait for you to bring that back to us in the April meeting and update us on what you learned there and what we could take forward as a team. Any last discussion? All right, prior to the call for adjournment, I do want to let everyone know that the State Evaluation Appeals Panel meeting will take place in this spot. So we do need to bug out pretty quickly in order for them to be able to flow straight into that appeals panel meeting. At this time, thank you, everyone. It's been a long but very productive and informative meeting today here at the Kentucky School for the Blind. A real highlight for me of our board experience. We appreciate all of your input. Thanks to all of our KDE team members who shared today, and all of those of you who made an off-site visit seem easy, even though Stacy, Audrey, Meredith, Andy, Megan, Tony, etc. I know it was not. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I so move.
Thank you, Patrice. And second?
I second. I think